Introduction. Chapter 1. Dostoevskys' polyphonic novel and its treatment in critical literature. Any acquaintance with the voluminous literature on Dostoevsky leaves the impression that one is dealing not with a single author-artist who wrote novels and stories, but with a number of philosophical statements by several author-thinkers, Raskolnikov, Mishkin, Stavrogin, Ivan Karamazov, the Grand Inquisitor, and others. For the purposes of critical thought, Dostoevsky's work has been broken down into a series of disparate, contradictory philosophical stances, each defended by one or another character. Among these also figure, but in far from first place, the philosophical views of the author himself. For some scholars, Dostoevsky's voice merges with the voices of one or another of his characters; for others, it is a peculiar synthesis of all these ideological voices; for yet others, Dostoevsky's voice is simply drowned out by all those other voices. Characters are polemicized with, learned from, attempts are made to develop their views into finished systems. The character is treated as ideologically authoritative and independent; he is perceived as the author of a fully weighted ideological conception of his own, and not as the object of Dostoevsky's finalizing artistic vision. In the consciousness of the critics, the direct and fully weighted signifying power of the character's words destroys the monologic plane of the novel and calls forth an unmediated response, as if the character were not an object of authorial discourse, but rather a fully valid, autonomous carrier of his own individual word. B. M. Engelhardt has been quite correct in noting this peculiarity of the literature on Dostoevsky. A survey of Russian critical literature on Dostoevsky's works, he writes, shows at once that with very few exceptions it does not rise above the spiritual level of Dostoevsky's favorite characters. It does not dominate the material at hand, the material dominates it completely. It is still learning from Ivan Karamazov and Raskolnikov, from Stavrogin and the Grand Inquisitor, entangling itself in the same contradictions that entangled them, stopping in bewilderment before the problems that they failed to solve and bowing respectfully before their complex and tormenting experiences. 1. J. Meyergraaf has made a similar observation. Would it ever occur to anyone to participate in any of the numerous conversations in L'Education Sentimental? But we do enter into discussions with Raskolnikov, and not only with him, but with every bit player as well. 2. This peculiar feature of the critical literature on Dostoevsky cannot, of course, be explained solely by the methodological helplessness of critical thought, nor should it be viewed as a complete violation of the author's artistic intent. No, such an approach on the part of the critics, similar to the uninstructed perception of readers who are continually arguing with Dostoevsky's characters, does in fact correspond to a basic structural feature of Dostoevsky's works. Dostoevsky, like Goethe's Prometheus, creates not voiceless slaves, as does Zeus, but free people, capable of standing alongside their creator, capable of not agreeing with him and even of rebelling against him. A plurality of independent and unmerged voices and consciousnesses, a genuine polyphony of fully valid voices is in fact the chief characteristic of Dostoevsky's novels. What unfolds in his works is not a multitude of characters and fates in a single objective world, illuminated by a single authorial consciousness, rather a plurality of consciousnesses, with equal rights and each with its own world, combined but are not merged in the unity of the event. Dostoevsky's major heroes are, by the very nature of his creative design, not only objects of authorial discourse but also subjects of their own directly signifying discourse. In no way, then, can a character's discourse be exhausted by the usual functions of characterization and plot development. 3. Nor does it serve as a vehicle for the author's own ideological position, as with Byron, for instance. The consciousness of a character is given as someone else's consciousness, another consciousness, yet at the same time it is not turned into an object, is not closed, does not become a simple object of the author's consciousness. In this sense, the image of a character in Dostoevsky is not the usual objectified image of a hero in the traditional novel. Dostoevsky is the creator of the polyphonic novel. He created a fundamentally new novelistic genre. Therefore his work does not fit any of the preconceived frameworks or historical literary schemes that we usually apply to various species of the European novel. In his works a hero appears whose voice is constructed exactly like the voice of the author himself in a novel of the usual type. A character's word about himself and his world is just as fully weighted as the author's word usually is. It is not subordinated to the character's objectified image as merely one of his characteristics, nor does it serve as a mouthpiece for the author's voice. It possesses extraordinary independence in the structure of the work. It sounds, as it were, alongside the author's word and in a special way combines both with it and with the full and equally valid voices of other characters. It follows that ordinary pragmatic links at the level of the plot, whether of an objective of psychological order, are insufficient in Dostoevsky's world. Such links presuppose, after all, that characters have become objects, fixed elements in the author's design. Such links bind and combine finalized images of people in the unity of a monologically perceived and understood world. There is no presumption of a plurality of equally valid consciousnesses, each with its own world. In Dostoevsky's novels, the ordinary pragmatics of the plot play a secondary role and perform special and unusual functions. The ultimate clamps that hold his novelistic world together are a different sort entirely. The fundamental event revealed through his novel does not lend itself to an ordinary pragmatic interpretation at the level of the plot. Furthermore, the very orientation of the narrative, and this is equally true of narration by the author, by a narrator, or by one of the characters, must necessarily be quite different than in novels of the monologic type. The position from which a story is told, a portrayal built, or information provided must be oriented in a new way to this new world, a world of autonomous subjects, not objects. Skaz be representational, and informational discourses must develop some new attitude toward their object. Thus, all the elements of novelistic structure in Dostoevsky are profoundly original, all are determined by that new artistic task that only he could pose and solve with the requisite scope and depth, the task of constructing a polyphonic world and destroying the established forms of the fundamentally monologic, homophonic, European novel. Point 4. From the viewpoint of a consistently monologic visualization and understanding of the represented world, from the viewpoint of some monologic canon for the proper construction of novels, Dostoevsky's world may seem a chaos, and the construction of his novels some sort of conglomerate of disparate materials and incompatible principles for shaping them. Only in the light of Dostoevsky's fundamental artistic task, which we will formulate here, can one begin to understand the profound organic cohesion, consistency, and wholeness of Dostoevsky's Poetics. Such is our thesis. Before developing it with material from Dostoevsky's works, we shall examine how this fundamental characteristic of his art has been interpreted in the critical literature. We do not intend to give here an even remotely complete outline of the literature on Dostoevsky. Of the 20th century works about him we will pause on only a few, namely on those that, first, concern themselves with questions of Dostoevsky's Poetics, and second, come closest to dealing with the basic distinguishing features of this Poetics, as we understand them. The selection, therefore, is made with our thesis as vantage point, and is consequently subjective. But in this case a subjective selection is both unavoidable and fully justified. We are not, after all, providing an historical outline here, or even a survey. For us it is important only to orient our thesis, our point of view among already existing points of view on Dostoevsky's Poetics in the literature. In the process of orientation, we will clarify specific aspects of our thesis. Critical literature on Dostoevsky has been, until very recently, too direct an ideological echoing of the voices of his heroes, and has therefore been unable to perceive objectively the distinctive artistic features of Dostoevsky's new novelistic structure. Moreover, in its attempt to get its theoretical bearings in this new multivoiced world, the critical literature has found no other course than to monologize this world as if it were a world of the usual type, that is, to perceive the product of an essentially new artistic intention from the vantage point of the old and ordinary intention. Some critics, enslaved by the content of individual heroes' ideological views, have attempted to reduce these views to a systemically monologic whole, thus ignoring the fundamental plurality of unmerged consciousnesses which is part and parcel of the artist's design. Other critics, having resisted the charm of unmediated ideology, transformed the fully valid consciousnesses of the heroes into objectified psyches perceived as things, and took Dostoevsky's world as the ordinary world of the socio-psychological European novel. And what resulted, instead of an event of interaction between fully valid consciousnesses, was in the first instance a philosophical monologue, and in the second instance a monologically understood, objectified world, a world corresponding to a single and unified authorial consciousness. Both approaches, a passionate philosophizing with the characters, and a dispassionate psychological or psychopathological analysis of them as objects, are equally incapable of penetrating the special artistic architectonics of Dostoevsky's works. The enthusiasm of the one is incapable of visualizing, in an objective and authentically realistic way, a world of other people's consciousnesses. The realism of the other swims in too shallow waters. In both cases it is quite obvious that artistic problems as such are either avoided entirely, or are treated superficially, almost by accident. The path of philosophical monologization has been the fundamental path followed by critical literature on Dostoevsky. It was the path taken by Rozanov Volensky Merezhkovsky Shestov and many others. In their attempt to squeeze the artist's demonstrated plurality of consciousnesses into the systemically monologic framework of a single worldview, these researchers were forced to resort either to antinomy or to dialectics. Out of the concrete and integral consciousnesses of the characters, and of the author himself, they surgically removed ideological theses, which they either arranged in a dynamic dialectical series or juxtaposed to one another as absolute and irreducible antinomies. The interaction of several unmerged consciousnesses was replaced by an interrelationship of ideas, thoughts, and attitudes gravitating toward a single consciousness. Both dialectics and antinomy are in fact present in Dostoevsky's world. The thinking of his characters is indeed sometimes dialectic or antinomic. But all logical links remain within the limits of individual consciousnesses, and do not govern the event interrelationships among them. Dostoevsky's world is profoundly personalized. He perceives and represents every thought as the position of a personality. Therefore, even within the limits of individual consciousnesses, a dialectic or antinomic series can be no more than an abstract element, indissolubly interwoven with other elements of an integral and concrete consciousness. Through this concrete consciousness, embodied in the living voice of an integral person, the logical relation becomes part of the unity of a represented event. Thought, drawn into an event, becomes itself part of the event and takes on that special quality of an idea feeling, an idea force, which is responsible for the unique peculiarity of the idea in Dostoevsky's creative world. Extracted from this interrelationship of consciousnesses in the event, forced into a systemically monologic context, even the most dialectic, the idea inevitably loses its uniqueness and is transformed into a poor philosophical assertion. This is why all the major monographs on Dostoevsky, products of this philosophical monologization of his work, contribute so little toward understanding what we formulate here as the defining structural feature of his artistic world. To be sure, this feature did give rise to all those scholarly works, but it has been the feature least acknowledged in them. Acknowledgement can begin only when attempts are made at a more objective approach to Dostoevsky's work, not only to the ideas in and of themselves, but also to the works as artistic entities. The first to grope his way toward this basic structural feature of Dostoevsky's artistic world was Vyacheslav Ivanov and, to be sure, he only groped. 5 He defined Dostoevsky's realism as a realism based not on cognition, objectified cognition, but on penetration. To affirm someone else's I not as an object but as another subject, this is the principle governing Dostoevsky's worldview. To affirm someone else's I, thou art, is a task that, according to Ivanov, Dostoevsky's characters must successfully accomplish if they are to overcome their ethical solipsism, their disunited idealistic consciousness, and transform the other person from a shadow into an authentic reality. At the heart of the tragic catastrophe in Dostoevsky's work there always lies the solipsistic separation of a character's consciousness from the whole, his incarceration in his own private world. 6. Thus the affirmation of someone else's consciousness, as an autonomous subject and not as an object, is the ethico-religious postulate determining the content of the novel, the catastrophe of a disunited consciousness. It is a principle of the author's worldview, and from that vantage point the author understands the world of his characters. Ivanov subsequently shows how this principle is refracted, solely and entirely on the thematic plane, in the content of the novel, a refraction which is, it turns out, predominantly negative. The heroes suffer destruction because they cannot wholeheartedly affirm the other, thou art. Affirmation, and non-affirmation, of someone else's I by the hero, this is the theme of Dostoevsky's work. But this theme is altogether possible in a novel of the purely monologic type as well, and is in fact often found in that sort of novel. As the ethico-religious postulate of an author or as an important theme in a work, the affirmation of someone else's consciousness does not in itself create a new form or a new type of novelistic construction. Vyacheslav Ivanov did not show how this principle of Dostoevsky's worldview becomes the principle behind Dostoevsky's artistic visualization of the world, the principle behind his artistic structuring of a verbal whole, the novel. But it is only in this form, as a principle governing concrete literary construction and not as the ethico-religious principle behind an abstract worldview, that it is essential for the literary scholar. And only in this form can it be objectively dissected, using empirical material from concrete literary works. But this Vyacheslav Ivanov did not do. In the chapter devoted to the principle of form, despite a series of highly valuable observations, he insists nevertheless on locating the Dostoevskian novel inside the bounds of the monologic type of novel. The radical artistic revolution brought about by Dostoevsky was not in essence understood. The basic definition Ivanov gave to Dostoevsky's novel tragedy, seems to us incorrect. 7 Such a definition is characteristic of attempts to reduce a new artistic form to an already familiar artistic intention. As a result, Dostoevsky's novel ends up as a sort of artistic hybrid. Thus Vyacheslav Ivanov, having arrived at a profound and correct definition of Dostoevsky's fundamental principle, the affirmation of someone else's I not as an object but as another subject, proceeded to monologize this principle, that is, he incorporated it into a monologically formulated authorial worldview and perceived it as merely one of the interesting themes in a world represented from the point of view of a monologic authorial consciousness. 8 And in addition, he linked this thought with a whole series of direct metaphysical and ethical assertions which are not subject to any objective verification from actual material in Dostoevsky's works. 9 The artistic task of constructing a polyphonic novel, a task Dostoevsky was the first to resolve, had yet to be discovered. Sergei Askoldov defines Dostoevsky's chief characteristic feature in much the same way that Ivanov does. 10 But Askoldov, too, remains within the limits of Dostoevsky's monologic religious ethical worldview, within the limits of the monologically perceived content of his works. Dostoevsky's first ethical thesis, Askoldov says, is something that appears at first glance to be of a highly formal nature, yet is, in a certain sense, the most important thing. In all his evaluations and sympathies he tells us, be a personality. 11 Personality, according to Askoldov, differs from character, type, and temperament, which ordinarily serve as the object of representation in literature, because of its extraordinary internal freedom and its utter independence from the external environment. Such, apparently, is the principle behind the author's ethical worldview. From this worldview Askoldov passes directly to the content of Dostoevsky's works, showing how and for what reasons Dostoevsky's characters become personalities in life, how they show themselves for what they are. Thus personality inevitably comes into collision with the external environment, and this is above all an external collision with accepted convention of any kind. Thus scandal, that first and most external instance of the pathos of the personality, plays so huge a role in Dostoevsky's work. 12 An even more profound instance of the pathos of the personality in life can be found, according to Askoldev, in crime. Crime in Dostoevsky's novels, he says, is life's way of posing the religious and ethical problem. Punishment is the form of its resolution. Thus both together constitute the fundamental theme of Dostoevsky's art. 13. At issue, therefore, is always the means for revealing personality in actual life, not the means for artistically visualizing and representing personality under the conditions of a specific artistic construction, the novel. Moreover, the very interrelationship between an author's worldview and the character's world is portrayed incorrectly. From the pathos of personality in the worldview of the author, a direct transition to the real-life pathos of the characters, and from there back again for a monologic conclusion by the author. This is the typical path taken by a monologic novel of the romantic type. But it is not Dostoevsky's path. Dostoevsky, Askoldev says, in all his artistic sympathies and evaluations, proclaims one exceedingly important proposition: the villain, the saint, the ordinary sinner, if they carry their personal essence to its furthest extreme, are all somehow of equal value precisely in their capacity as personalities, opposing the murky currents of the all-leveling environment. 14. Proclamations of this sort are characteristic of the romantic novel, which knew consciousness and ideology solely as the pathos of an author or as the deduction of an author, and which knew the hero solely as an implementer of authorial pathos or as an object of authorial deduction. It is precisely the romantics who in the very reality they depict give direct expression to their own artistic sympathies and evaluations, all the while objectifying and turning into a material thing all they cannot mark with the accent of their own voice. The uniqueness of Dostoevsky lies not in the fact that he monologically proclaimed the value of personality, others had done that before him, it lies in the fact that he was able, in an objective and artistic way, to visualize and portray personality as another, as someone else's personality, without making it lyrical or merging it with his own voice, and at the same time without reducing it to a materialized psychic reality. Dostoevsky's worldview was not the first to place high value on personality, but the artistic image of someone else's personality, to use Askoldev's term, the image of many unmerged personalities joined together in the unity of some spiritual event, was fully realized for the first time in his novels. This astonishing internal independence of Dostoevsky's characters, which Askoldev correctly notes, is achieved by specific artistic means. It is above all due to the freedom and independence characters possess, in the very structure of the novel, vis-a-vis the author, or, more accurately, their freedom vis-a-vis the usual externalizing and finalizing authorial definitions. This does not mean, of course, that a character simply falls out of the author's design. No, this independence and freedom of a character is precisely what is incorporated into the author's design. This design, as it were, predestines the character for freedom, a relative freedom, of course, and incorporates him as such into the strict and carefully calculated plan of the whole. This relative freedom of a hero does not violate the strict specificity of the construction, just as the specificity of a mathematical formula is not violated by the presence of irrational or transfinite quantities. This new placement of the hero is achieved not through the choice of some abstractly formulated theme, although, of course, the theme is of some significance, but is achieved rather through an entire accumulation of special artistic devices for constructing a novel, devices Dostoevsky was the first to introduce. So Askoldev, too, monologizes Dostoevsky's artistic world, shifting the dominancy of that world to a monological sermon and thereby reducing characters to the status of simple illustrations to that sermon. Askoldev correctly perceived that a completely new way of visualizing and representing the inner man was fundamental to Dostoevsky, and, consequently, so was the event that bound inner men to one another. But he transferred his explanation onto the plane of the author's worldview and the plane of the character's psychology. A later article of Askoldev's, The Psychology of Characters in Dostoevsky 15, is likewise limited to an analysis of the purely characterological peculiarities of his heroes and does not uncover any principles behind their visualization and representation in art. What distinguishes personality from character, type, and temperament is dealt with, as before, on the psychological plane only. In this article, however, Askoldov adheres much more closely to concrete material from the novels, and it is therefore full of highly valuable observations on specific features of Dostoevsky's art. But Askoldov's conception of the problem goes no further than isolated observations. It must be said that Vyacheslav Ivanov's formula, to affirm someone else's I not as an object, but as another subject, thou art, is, despite its philosophical abstractness, a good deal more appropriate than Askoldov's formula be a personality. Ivanov's formula shifts the dominant to someone else's personality, and in addition corresponds more closely to Dostoevsky's internally dialogic approach to the represented consciousness of a character. Askoldov's formula, meanwhile, is more monologic and shifts the center of gravity to a realization of one's own private personality. If, in the realm of artistic creation, Dostoevsky had ever really postulated such a thing, it would have led to a subjective romantic type of novelistic construction. Another approach to this same fundamental characteristic of Dostoevsky's novels is taken by Leonid Grossman *. He approaches it from the viewpoint of artistic construction itself. For Grossman, Dostoevsky is above all the creator of a new and utterly original species of novel. It would seem, he states, that upon surveying Dostoevsky's vast creative activity and all the varied strivings of his spirit, one must admit that his major significance is to be found not so much in philosophy, psychology, or mysticism as in the creation of a new and authentically brilliant page in the history of the European novel. 16. We must recognize Grossman as the pioneer, in our literary scholarship, of objective and consistent research into Dostoevsky's Poetics. Grossman sees the distinguishing trait of Dostoevsky's Poetics in his violation of that organic unity of material required by the usual canon, his joining together of the most varied and incompatible elements in the unity of novelistic construction, and in his destruction of the unified and integral fabric of narration. Such, he says, is the basic principle of his novelistic composition, to subordinate polar opposite narrative elements to the unity of a philosophical design and to the whirlwind movement of events. To link together in one artistic creation philosophical confessions and criminal adventures, to incorporate religious drama into the storyline of a boulevard novel, to lead the reader through all the peripeteia of an adventure narrative only to arrive at the revelation of a new mystery, such are the artistic tasks Dostoevsky set for himself, and which inspired him to such complex creative work. Contrary to the time-honored traditions of that aesthetic which requires a correspondence between material and its treatment, an aesthetic presupposing the unity or at least the homogeneity and the interconnectedness of constructive elements in a given work of art, Dostoevsky merges opposites. He issues a decisive challenge to the fundamental canon of the theory of art. His task, to overcome the greatest difficulty that an artist can face, to create out of heterogeneous and profoundly disparate materials of varying worth a unified and integral artistic creation. Thus the Book of Job, the Revelation of St. John, the Gospel texts, the discourses of St. Simeon the New Theologian, everything that feeds the pages of his novels and contributes tone to one or another of his chapters, is combined here in a most original way with the newspaper, the anecdote, the parody, the street scene, with the grotesque, even with the pamphlet. He boldly casts into his crucibles ever newer elements, knowing and believing that in the blaze of his creative work these raw chunks of everyday life, the sensations of boulevard novels and the divinely inspired pages of Holy Writ, will melt down and fuse in a new compound, and take on the deep imprint of his personal style and tone. 17. This is a splendid descriptive characterization of the generic and compositional features of Dostoevsky's novels. Almost nothing can be added to it. But the explanation which Grossman gives seemed to us insufficient. In actual fact, a whirlwind movement of events, however powerful, and the unity of a philosophical design, however profound, are hardly sufficient to solve that highly complex and contradictory compositional task which was formulated so precisely and graphically by Leonid Grossman. As far as whirlwind movement is concerned, the most banal contemporary film romance can outdo Dostoevsky. And the unity of a philosophical design cannot, in and of itself, serve as the ultimate basis of artistic unity. In our opinion, Grossman is also incorrect in his claim that all of Dostoevsky's highly heterogeneous material takes on the deep imprint of his personal style and tone. If that were so, how would Dostoevsky's novel differ from the ordinary type of novel, from that epopee of the Flaubert school, cut from a single piece, polished and monolithic? A novel such as Bavard et Picochet**, for example, unites material of the most heterogeneous content, but this heterogeneity does not function in the structure of the novel itself and cannot so function in any well-defined way, because it is subordinated to the unity of a personal style and tone permeating it through and through, the unity of a single world and a single consciousness. The unity of a Dostoevskian novel, however, is above personal style and above personal tone as these were understood in the pre-Dostoevskian novel. If viewed from a monologic understanding of the unity of style, and so far that is the only understanding that exists, Dostoevsky's novel is multi-styled or styleless. If viewed from a monologic understanding of tone, Dostoevsky's novel is multi-accented and contradictory in its values. Contradictory accents clash in every word of his creations. If Dostoevsky's highly heterogeneous material had been developed within a unified world corresponding to the unified monologic consciousness of the author, then the task of joining together the incompatible would not have been accomplished, and Dostoevsky would be a poor artist, with no style at all. Such a monologic world fatally disintegrates into its component parts, dissimilar and alien to one another. There would spread out before us motionlessly, helplessly, absurdly, a page from the Bible alongside a note from a travel diary, a lackey's ditty alongside Schiller's dithyramb of joy. 18. In actual fact, the utterly incompatible elements comprising Dostoevsky's material are distributed among several worlds and several autonomous consciousnesses. They are presented not within a single field of vision but within several fields of vision, each full and of equal worth, and it is not the material directly but these worlds. Their consciousnesses with their individual fields of vision that combine in a higher unity, a unity, so to speak, of the second order, the unity of a polyphonic novel. The world of the ditty combines with the world of the Schillerian dithyramb, Smerdyakov's field of vision combines with Dmitri's and Ivan's. Thanks to these various worlds the material can develop to the furthest extent what is most original and peculiar in it, without disturbing the unity of the whole and without mechanizing it. It is as if varying systems of calculation were united here in the complex unity of an Einsteinian universe, although the juxtaposition of Dostoevsky's world with Einstein's world is, of course, only an artistic comparison and not a scientific analogy. In another work, Grossman more closely approaches precisely this multi-voicedness of the Dostoevskian novel. In his book Dostoevsky's Path he emphasizes the exceptional importance of dialogue in Dostoevsky's work. The form of a conversation or quarrel, he says here, where various points of view can dominate in turn and reflect the diverse nuances of contradictory creeds, is especially appropriate for embodying this philosophy, forever being shaped and yet never congealing. To such an artist and observer of images as Dostoevsky, there must have occurred in a moment of profound contemplation on the meaning of phenomena and the secret of the world, this particular form of philosophical conceptualization, in which every opinion becomes a living creature and is expounded by an impassioned human voice. 19. Grossman is inclined to explain this dialogism as a contradiction, never quite overcome, in Dostoevsky's worldview. Two powerful forces, humanistic skepticism and faith, collided early in his consciousness, and they wage an uninterrupted struggle for predominance in his worldview. 20. One can disagree with this explanation, which certainly exceeds the bounds of objectively available material, but Grossman does correctly point out the very fact of a plurality, in this case a duality, of unmerged consciousnesses. He also notes correctly the highly personalized manner in which the concept of an idea is perceived in Dostoevsky. In Dostoevsky's work, each opinion really does become a living thing and is inseparable from an embodied human voice. If incorporated into an abstract, systemically monological context, it ceases to be what it is. Had Grossman linked Dostoevsky's compositional principle, the unification of highly heterogeneous and incompatible material, with the plurality of consciousness centers not reduced to a single ideological common denominator, then he would have arrived in earnest at the artistic key to Dostoevsky's novels, polyphony. It is characteristic that Grossman understands dialogue in Dostoevsky as a dramatic form, and every dialogization as necessarily a dramatization. Literature of recent times knows only the dramatic dialogue and to some extent the philosophical dialogue, weakened into a mere form of exposition, a pedagogical device. And in any case, the dramatic dialogue in drama and the dramatized dialogue in the narrative forms are always encased in a firm and stable monologic framework. In drama, of course, this monologic framework does not find direct verbal expression, but precisely in drama is it especially monolithic. The rejoinders in a dramatic dialogue do not rip apart the represented world, do not make it multi-leveled. On the contrary, if they are to be authentically dramatic, these rejoinders necessitate the utmost monolithic unity of that world. In drama, the world must be made from a single piece. Any weakening of this monolithic quality leads to a weakening of dramatic effect. The characters come together dialogically in the unified field of vision of author, director, and audience, against the clearly defined background of a single-tiered world. 21 The whole concept of a dramatic action, as that which resolves all dialogic oppositions, is purely monologic. A true multiplicity of levels would destroy drama, because dramatic action, relying as it does upon the unity of the world, could not link those levels together or resolve them. In drama, it is impossible to combine several integral fields of vision in a unity that encompasses and stands above them all, because the structure of drama offers no support for such a unity. For this reason, authentically dramatic dialogue can play only a very secondary role in Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel. 22. More substantial is Grossman's claim that the novels of Dostoevsky's later years are in fact mystery plays. 23 The mystery play is truly multi-leveled, and to a certain extent polyphonic. But the multi-leveled and polyphonic quality of the mystery play is purely formal, and in fact the very construction of a mystery play, the nature of its content, does not permit the development of a plurality of consciousnesses and their worlds. From the very beginning everything is predetermined, closed off and finalized, although not, it is true, finalized on a single plane. 24. In Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel we are dealing not with ordinary dialogic form, that is, with an unfolding of material within the framework of its own monologic understanding and against the firm background of a unified world of objects. No, here we are dealing with an ultimate dialogicality, that is, a dialogicality of the ultimate whole. The dramatic whole is, as we have pointed out, in this respect monologic. Dostoevsky's novel is dialogic. It is constructed not as the whole of a single consciousness, absorbing other consciousnesses as objects into itself, but as a whole formed by the interaction of several consciousnesses, none of which entirely becomes an object for the other. This interaction provides no support for the viewer who would objectify an entire event according to some ordinary monologic category, thematically, lyrically, or cognitively, and this consequently makes the viewer also a participant. Not only does the novel give no firm support outside the rupture-prone world of dialogue for a third, monologically all-encompassing consciousness, but on the contrary, everything in the novel is structured to make dialogic opposition inescapable. 25 Not a single element of the work is structured from the point of view of a non-participating third person. In the novel itself, non-participating third persons are not represented in any way. There is no place for them, compositionally or in the larger meaning of the work. And this is not a weakness of the author but his greatest strength. By this means a new authorial position is won and conquered, one located above the monologic position. This plurality of equally authoritative ideological positions and an extreme heterogeneity of material has also been singled out as a primary characteristic of Dostoevsky's work by Otto Kos** in his book Dostoevsky und sein Schicksal. No author, according to Kos, concentrated in himself so many utterly contradictory and mutually exclusive concepts, judgments, and evaluations as did Dostoevsky, but most astonishing is the fact that Dostoevsky's works justify as it were all these contradictory points of view. Every one of them really does find support for itself in Dostoevsky's novels. Here is how Kos characterizes this extraordinary multi-sided and multi-leveled quality of Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky is like a host who gets on marvelously with the most motley guests, who is able to command the attention of the most ill-assorted company and can hold all in an equal state of suspense. An old-fashioned realist can with full justification admire the descriptions of forced labor, of the streets and squares of Petersburg, of the arbitrary will of the autocracy, but a mystic can with no less justification be enthusiastic about coming into contact with Alyosha, with Prince Mishkin, with Ivan Karamazov who is visited by the devil. Utopians of all persuasions will take delight in the dreams of the ridiculous man, or the dreams of Versilov or Stavrogin, and religious people can fortify their spirit by that struggle for God waged in these novels by saints and sinners alike. Health and strength, radical pessimism, and an ardent faith in redemption, a thirst for life and a longing for death, here all these things wage a struggle that is never to be resolved. Violence and goodness, proud arrogance and sacrificial humility, all the immense fullness of life is embodied in the most vivid form in every particle of his work. Even being as strict and as critically conscientious as possible, each reader can interpret Dostoevsky's ultimate word in his own way. Dostoevsky is many-sided and unpredictable in all the movements of his artistic thought. His works are saturated with forces and intentions which seem to be separated from one another by insurmountable chasms. 26. How does Kos explain this peculiar characteristic of Dostoevsky? Kos claims that Dostoevsky's world is the purest and most authentic expression of the spirit of capitalism. At some earlier time those worlds, those planes, social, cultural, and ideological, which collide in Dostoevsky's work were each self-sufficient, organically sealed, and stable, each made sense internally as an isolated unit. There was no real life, material plane of essential contact or interpenetration with one another. Capitalism destroyed the isolation of these worlds, broke down the seclusion and inner ideological self-sufficiency of these social spheres. In its tendency to level everything, to leave intact no divisions except the division between proletariat and capitalist, capitalism jolted these worlds and wove them into its own contradictory evolving unity. These worlds had not yet lost their own individual profile, worked out over centuries, but they had ceased to be self-sufficient. Their blind coexistence and their peaceful and trusting ideological ignorance of one another came to an end. Their mutual contradictoriness and at the same time their interconnectedness was revealed with the utmost clarity. Every atom of life trembled with this contradictory unity of the capitalist world and capitalist consciousness, permitting nothing to rest easily in isolation, but at the same time resolving nothing. The spirit of this world in the state of becoming found its fullest expression in the works of Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky's powerful influence in our time, and all that is unclear and undefined in this influence, finds its explanation and sole justification in the fundamental trait of his nature. Dostoevsky is the most decisive, consistent, and implacable singer of capitalist man. His art is not the funeral dirge but the cradle song of our contemporary world, a world born out of the fiery breath of capitalism. 27. The explanations Kos offers are in many respects correct. The polyphonic novel could indeed have been realized only in the capitalist era. The most favorable soil for it was moreover precisely in Russia, where capitalism set in almost catastrophically, and where it came upon an untouched multitude of diverse worlds and social groups which had not been weakened in their individual isolation, as in the West, by the gradual encroachment of capitalism. Here in Russia the contradictory nature of evolving social life, not fitting within the framework of a confident and calmly meditative monologic consciousness, was bound to appear particularly abrupt, and at the same time the individuality of those worlds thrown off their ideological balance and colliding with one another, was bound to be particularly full and vivid. In this way the objective preconditions were created for the multi-leveledness and multi-voicedness of the polyphonic novel. But Cause's explanations fail to clarify the very fact he sets out to explain. The spirit of capitalism is, after all, present here in the language of art, and specifically in the language of a particular variety of novel. The first priority must be to explore the structural peculiarities of this multi-leveled novel, a novel denied the usual monologic unity. This task Cause does not take on. He correctly points out the fact of multi-leveledness and semantic multi-voicedness, but then transfers his explanations directly from the plane of the novel to the plane of reality. It is to Cause's credit that he refrains from monologizing this world, and refrains from any attempt to unite and reconcile the contradictions it contains. He accepts its multi-leveledness and contradictoriness as an essential aspect of its very construction and creative design. Another aspect of this same basic characteristic of Dostoevsky's is dealt with by V. Komarovic * in his article Dostoevsky's novel The Adolescent as an Artistic Unity. In his analysis of the novel, he uncovers 5 distinct thematic plots, linked together only very superficially by the storyline. This forces him to presume some other sort of bond beyond the realm of pragmatic plot considerations. Snatching chunks of reality, extending empiricism to its utmost extreme, Dostoevsky does not for a single moment permit us to lose ourselves in joyous recognition of that reality, as Flaubert does, or Leo Tolstoy. Instead he frightens us, and this is precisely because he snatches and rips everything out of the normal and predictable chain of the real. In transferring these chunks to himself, Dostoevsky does not transfer along with them the predictable links familiar to us from our experience. The Dostoevskian novel is bound up in an organic unity that has nothing to do with the plot. 28. Indeed, the monologic unity of the world is destroyed in a Dostoevskian novel, but those ripped-off pieces of reality are in no sense directly combined in the unity of the novel. Each of these pieces gravitates toward the integral field of vision of a specific character, each makes sense only at the level of a specific consciousness. If these chunks of reality, deprived of any pragmatic links, were combined directly as things emotionally, lyrically, or symbolically harmonious in the unity of a single and monologic field of vision, then before us would be the world of the romantic, the world of Hoffmann, for example, but in no way could it be Dostoevsky's world. The ultimate extra-plot unity of the Dostoevskian novel is interpreted by Komarovic in a monologic, even exclusively monologic way, although he does introduce an analogy with polyphony and with the contrapuntal combination of voices in a fugue. Under the influence of Broder Christensen's monologic aesthetics, Komarovic understands this extra-plot, extra-pragmatic unity of the novel as the dynamic unity of an act of the will. Thus the teleological coordination of elements, that is, plots, which are, from a pragmatic viewpoint, disunified parts, is the source of artistic unity in a Dostoevskian novel. And in this sense it can be compared to the artistic whole in polyphonic music, the 5 voices of a fugue, entering one by one and developing in contrapuntal harmony, remind one of the harmonization of voices in a Dostoevskian novel. Such a similarity, if it is correct, leads to a more generalized definition of the very source of the unity. In music as in the Dostoevskian novel there is realized that same law of unity we embody in ourselves, in the human eye, the law of purposeful activity. In the novel The Adolescent, for example, this principle of unity is absolutely appropriate to that which is symbolically represented in the novel. The love-hate of Versa love for Akhmakova is a symbol of the tragic outbursts of the individual will toward the suprapersonal. The entire novel is correspondingly constructed on this model of the individual act of will. 29. Komarovic's basic error, it seems to us, lies in the fact that he seeks a direct combination of separate elements of reality or separate plot lines, while in fact the issue here is the combination of fully valid consciousnesses, together with their worlds. In place of the unity of an event, in which there are several autonomous participants, One ends up instead with the empty unity of an individual act of will. And in this sense polyphony is interpreted by Komarovic in a completely incorrect way. The essence of polyphony lies precisely in the fact that the voices remain independent and, as such, are combined in a unity of a higher order than in homophony. If one is to talk about individual will, then it is precisely in polyphony that a combination of several individual wills takes place, that the boundaries of the individual will can be in principle exceeded. One could put it this way: the artistic will of polyphony is a will to combine many wills, a will to the event. The unity of Dostoevsky's world cannot under any condition be reduced to the unity of an individual and emotionally accented will, any more than musical polyphony can be so reduced. After such a reduction, the novel The Adolescent becomes, in Komarovic's treatment, some sort of lyrical unity of the simplified monologic type, for its thematic unities are combined according to their emotional and volitional accents, that is, combined according to the lyric principle. It must be noted that the comparison we draw between Dostoevsky's novel and polyphony is meant as a graphic analogy, nothing more. The image of polyphony and counterpoint only points out those new problems which arise when a novel is constructed beyond the boundaries of ordinary monologic unity, just as in music new problems arose when the boundaries of a single voice were exceeded. But the material of music and of the novel are too dissimilar for there to be anything more between them than a graphic analogy, a simple metaphor. We are transforming this metaphor into the term polyphonic novel, since we have not found a more appropriate label. It should not be forgotten, however, that the term has its origin in metaphor. The fundamental characteristic of Dostoevsky's art was, we think, very profoundly understood by B. M. Engelhardt in his essay Dostoevsky's Ideological Novel. Engelhardt begins with a sociological and cultural historical definition of the Dostoevskian hero. Dostoevsky's hero is a déclassé member of the intelligentsia, cut off from cultural tradition, from the soil and the earth, a representative of an accidental tribe. Such a person enters into special relations with the idea, he is defenseless before it and its power, for he is not rooted in objective reality and is deprived of any cultural tradition. He becomes a person of the idea, a person possessed by an idea. An idea becomes for him an idea force, omnipotently defining and distorting his consciousness and his life. The idea leads an independent life in the hero's consciousness, in fact it is not he but the idea that lives, and the novelist describes not the life of the hero but the life of the idea in him. The historian of the accidental tribe becomes the historiographer of the idea. The dominant of a hero's represented image is therefore the idea which possesses him, rather than a biographical dominant of the usual type, as in Tolstoy or Turgenev, for example. This is the origin of that generic definition of the Dostoevskian novel as an ideological novel. But this is not an ordinary novel of ideas, or novel with an idea. Dostoevsky, Engelhardt says, portrayed the life of an idea in individual and social consciousness, because he considered it to be the determining factor of educated society. But this need not be understood to mean that Dostoevsky wrote of ideas, stories with a didactic purpose, and was therefore a tendentious artist, more a philosopher than a poet. What he wrote were not novels with an idea, not philosophical novels in the style of the 18th century, but novels about the idea. And just as the central object for other novelists might be adventure, anecdote, psychological type, a scene from everyday life or from history, for him the central object was the idea. He cultivated and raised to extraordinary heights an utterly special type of novel that, in contrast to the adventure, sentimental, psychological, or historical novel, might be called ideological. In this sense his creative work, despite its inherent polemicism, concedes nothing in objectivity to the works of the other great artists of the word. Dostoevsky was himself such an artist, and what he posed and resolved in his novels were purely artistic problems above all. Only the material was highly original, his hero was the idea. 30. The idea, as an object of representation and as the dominant in structuring the images of characters, leads to a disintegration of the novelistic world into the worlds of its characters, organized and shaped by the ideas that possess them. Engelhardt gets to the heart of the multi-leveledness in Dostoevsky's novels when he writes, "The particular form of a hero's ideological relationship to the world becomes the principle behind a purely artistic orientation of the hero to his surroundings. Just as the complex of idea forces ruling the hero serves as the dominant in an artistic representation of him, so the point of view from which the hero observes the world serves as the dominant in the representation of surrounding reality. The world is present to each character in a particular aspect, and in keeping with that aspect its representation is constructed." It is impossible to find in Dostoevsky a so-called objective description of the external world. Strictly speaking, his novels contain no everyday life, no city life or country life, no nature. What can be found is environment, soil, and earth, depending upon the plane in which all these are observed by his characters. This gives rise to that multi-leveledness of reality in an artistic work, which in Dostoevsky's successors often leads to that peculiar disintegration of everyday life, so that the action of the novel flows simultaneously or consecutively in completely different ontological spheres. 31. Depending on the nature of the idea governing the consciousness and life of the character, Engelhardt distinguishes three planes in which the action of the novel can unfold. The first plane is the environment. Here, mechanical necessity reigns, here there is no freedom, every act of the will in life is the natural product of external conditions. The second plane is the soil. This is the organic system of the ever-evolving spirit of the people. And finally, the third plane is the earth. The third concept, earth, is one of the most profound which we find in Dostoevsky, says Engelhardt of this plane. It is the earth that is not distinguished from children, the earth that Alyosha Karamazov kissed, weeping, sobbing, watering with his tears, and that he ecstatically swore to love. It is everything, all of nature and man and beasts, and birds, that wonderful garden planted by the Lord, who took seeds from other worlds and sowed them on this earth. It is both the highest degree of reality, and at the same time that world where the earthly life of the spirit unfolds, having achieved true freedom. It is the third kingdom, the kingdom of love, and therefore also the kingdom of complete freedom, the kingdom of eternal joy and gaiety. 32. Such, according to Engelhardt, are the planes of the novel. Every element of reality, of the external world, every experience and every action invariably fits into one of these three planes. Engelhardt also distributes the basic themes of Dostoevsky's novels along these planes. 33. How, then, are these planes linked together in the unity of the novel? What principles govern their combining with one another? These three planes and their corresponding themes, considered in relationship to one another, represent in Engelhardt's view separate stages in the dialectical development of the spirit. In this sense, he says, they form a unified path along which, amid great sufferings and dangers, the seeker passes in his striving toward an unconditional affirmation of existence. And one can easily uncover the subjective significance of this path for Dostoevsky himself. 34. Such is Engelhardt's interpretation. It casts much light on the most essential structural features of Dostoevsky's works, and in his perception and evaluation of these traits he consistently tries to avoid any one-sidedness or abstract playing with ideas. However, not everything in his interpretation seems to us correct. And we consider totally incorrect those conclusions he draws at the end of his essay on Dostoevsky's work as a whole. Engelhardt was the first to define correctly the place occupied by the idea in the Dostoevsky novel. An idea here is indeed neither a principle of representation, as in any ordinary novel, nor the leitmotif of representation, nor a conclusion drawn from it, as in a novel of ideas, or a philosophical novel. It is, rather, the object of representation. As a principle for visualizing and understanding the world, for shaping the world in the perspective of a given idea, the idea is present only for the characters 35 and not for Dostoevsky himself as the author. The characters' worlds are constructed according to the ordinary monologic ideational principle, constructed as it were by the characters themselves. The earth is also present as only one of the worlds incorporated into the unity of the novel, as only one of its planes. Even if it receives a definite, hierarchically higher emphasis than does soil or environment, nevertheless earth is merely the idea perspective of certain characters such as Sonia Marmeladova, the elder Zosima, Alyosha. The hero's ideas lying at the base of this plane in the novel are as much the subject of representation, as much idea heroes, as the ideas of Raskolnikov, Ivan Karamazov, or any of the others. In no way do they become principles of representation or construction for the entire novel as a whole, that is, principles of the author himself as the artist. If that were the case we would have an ordinary philosophical novel of ideas. The hierarchical emphasis or accent given to some of these ideas does not transform the Dostoevskyan novel into an ordinary monologic novel, which always and ultimately contains at heart only a single accent. From the viewpoint of the novel's artistic construction, these ideas are merely full and equal participants in an action, along with the ideas of Raskolnikov, Ivan Karamazov, and the others. What is more, the tone for the construction of the novel as a whole is set precisely by such characters as Raskolnikov and Ivan Karamazov. This is why the hagiographic overtones in the speeches of the lame woman, in the stories and speeches of the pilgrim mocker Dolgoruki, in the life of Zosima stand out so sharply in Dostoevsky's novels. If the authorial world coincided with the plain earth, then the novels would have been constructed in the hagiographic style corresponding to that plane. Thus not a single one of the ideas of the heroes, neither of negative nor positive heroes, becomes a principle of authorial representation, and none constitute the novelistic world in its entirety. And this raises the question, how are the heroes' worlds, and the ideas that lie at their base, united with the world of the author, that is, with the world of the novel? To this question Engelhardt gives an incorrect answer, or more precisely, he avoids it and in fact answers an entirely different question. Actually, the interrelationships of worlds and planes in the novel, in Engelhardt's terms, environment, soil, earth, are in no sense present in the novel as links in a unified dialectical sequence, as stages along the path in the evolution of a unified spirit. For if the ideas contained in each separate novel, the planes of the novel being determined by the ideas lying at their base, were in fact arranged as links of a unified dialectical sequence, then each novel would form a completed philosophical whole, structured according to the dialectical method. We would have in the best instance a philosophical novel, a novel with an idea, albeit a dialectical idea. In the worst instance we would have philosophy in the form of a novel. The ultimate link in the dialectical sequence would inevitably turn out to be the author's synthesis, which would then cancel out all preceding links as abstract and totally superseded. This is not in fact what happens. In none of Dostoevsky's novels is there any evolution of a unified spirit. In fact there is no evolution, no growth in general, precisely to the degree that there is none in tragedy. In this sense the analogy between Dostoevsky's novels and tragedy is correct. 36 Each novel presents an opposition, which is never cancelled out dialectically, of many consciousnesses, and they do not merge in the unity of an evolving spirit, just as souls and spirits do not merge in the formally polyphonic world of Dante. At best each could form, as in Dante's world, a static figure, one that did not lose its individuality and that linked together rather than merged with other figures, but this static figure would resemble a congealed event, similar to Dante's image of the cross, the souls of the crusaders, the eagle, the souls of the emperors, or the mystical rose, the souls of the blessed. Likewise the author's spirit does not develop or evolve within the limits of the novel itself, but, as in Dante's world, this spirit is either a spectator, or becomes one of the participants. Within the limits of the novel the hero's worlds interact by means of the event, but these interrelationships, as we have said before, are the last thing that can be reduced to thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. But even Dostoevsky's work as a whole must not be understood as the dialectical evolution of the spirit. For the path taken by his creative work is the artistic evolution of his novel, linked, to be sure, with an evolution of ideas, but not dissolved in it. About the dialectical evolution of the spirit, its passing through stages of environment, soil, and earth, one can only conjecture from beyond the boundaries of Dostoevsky's artistic work. His novels, as artistic unities, do not represent or express the dialectical evolution of spirit. In the final analysis, Engelhardt, just like his predecessors, monologizes Dostoevsky's world, reduces it to a philosophical monologue unfolding dialectically. The unified, dialectically evolving spirit, understood in Hegelian terms, can give rise to nothing but a philosophical monologue. And the soil of monistic idealism is the least likely place for a plurality of unmerged consciousnesses to blossom. In this sense, the unified evolving spirit, even as an image, is organically alien to Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky's world is profoundly pluralistic. If we were to seek an image toward which this whole world gravitates, an image in the spirit of Dostoevsky's own worldview, then it would be the church as a communion of unmerged souls, where sinners and righteous men come together, or perhaps it would be the image of Dante's world, where multi-leveledness is extended into eternity, where there are the penitent and the unrepentant, the damned and the saved. Such an image would be in the style of Dostoevsky himself, or, more precisely, in the style of his ideology, while the image of a unified spirit is deeply alien to him. But even the image of the church remains only an image, explaining nothing of the structure of the novel itself. The artistic task resolved by the novel is in essence independent of that second-hand ideological refraction which perhaps occasionally accompanied it in Dostoevsky's consciousness. The concrete artistic links between the various planes of the novel, their combination in the unity of the work, must be explained and demonstrated by the material of the novel itself, and both Hegelian spirit and church distract equally from this immediate task. If we were to raise the question of those extra artistic reasons and factors that made possible the construction of the polyphonic novel, then here, too, the least appropriate approach would be to resort to subjective facts, however profound they may be. If multi-leveledness and contradictoriness were present to Dostoevsky or perceived by him solely as a fact of his personal life, as the multi-leveledness and contradictoriness of the spirit, his own and others, then Dostoevsky would be a romantic, and he would have created a monologic novel about the contradictory evolution of the human spirit, very much in keeping with the Hegelian idea. But in fact Dostoevsky found and was capable of perceiving multi-leveledness and contradictoriness not in the spirit, but in the objective social world. In this social world, planes were not stages but opposing camps, and the contradictory relationships among them were not the rising or descending course of an individual personality, but the condition of society. The multi-leveledness and contradictoriness of social reality was present as an objective fact of the epoch. The epoch itself made the polyphonic novel possible. Subjectively Dostoevsky participated in the contradictory multi-leveledness of his own time, he changed camps, moved from one to another, and in this respect the planes existing in objective social life were for him stages along the path of his own life, stages of his own spiritual evolution. This personal experience was profound, but Dostoevsky did not give it a direct monologic expression in his work. This experience only helped him to understand more deeply the extensive and well-developed contradictions which coexisted among people, not among ideas in a single consciousness. Thus the objective contradictions of the epoch did determine Dostoevsky's creative work, although not at the level of some personal surmounting of contradictions in the history of his own spirit, but rather at the level of an objective visualization of contradictions as forces coexisting simultaneously. To be sure, this vision was deepened by personal experience. We approach here one very important characteristic of Dostoevsky's creative vision, one which has either not been understood at all or underestimated in the literature on him. Underestimating this characteristic was what led Engelhardt to his false conclusions. The fundamental category in Dostoevsky's mode of artistic visualizing was not evolution, but coexistence and interaction. He saw and conceived his world primarily in terms of space, not time. Hence his deep affinity for the dramatic form. 37 Dostoevsky strives to organize all available meaningful material, all material of reality, in one time frame, in the form of a dramatic juxtaposition, and he strives to develop it extensively. An artist such as Goethe, for example, gravitates organically toward an evolving sequence. He strives to perceive all existing contradictions as various stages of some unified development. In every manifestation of the present he strives to glimpse a trace of the past, a peak of the present day, or a tendency of the future, and as a consequence, nothing for him is arranged along a single extensive plane. Such in any case was the basic tendency of his mode for viewing and understanding the world. 38. In contrast to Goethe, Dostoevsky attempted to perceive the very stages themselves in their simultaneity, to juxtapose and counterpose them dramatically, and not stretch them out into an evolving sequence. For him, to get one's bearings on the world meant to conceive all its contents as simultaneous, and to guess at their interrelationships in the cross-section of a single moment. This stubborn urge to see everything as coexisting, to perceive and show all things side by side and simultaneous, as if they existed in space and not in time, leads Dostoevsky to dramatize, in space, even internal contradictions and internal stages in the development of a single person, forcing a character to converse with his own double, with the devil, with his alter ego, with his own caricature, Ivan and the devil, Ivan and Smerdyakov, Raskolnikov and Svidrigailov, and so forth. This characteristic explains the frequent occurrence of paired characters in Dostoevsky's work. One could say, in fact, that out of every contradiction within a single person Dostoevsky tries to create two persons, in order to dramatize the contradiction and develop it extensively. This trait finds its external expression in Dostoevsky's passion for mass scenes, his impulse to concentrate, often at the expense of credibility, as many persons and themes as possible in one place at one time, that is, his impulse to concentrate in a single moment the greatest possible qualitative diversity. Hence also Dostoevsky's urge to observe in a novel the dramatic principle of unity of time. And hence the catastrophic swiftness of action, the whirlwind motion, the dynamics of Dostoevsky. Dynamics and speed here, as, incidentally, everywhere, represent not only the triumph of time, but also the triumph over time, for speed is the single means for overcoming time in time. The possibility of simultaneous coexistence, the possibility of being side by side or one against the other, is for Dostoevsky almost a criterion for distinguishing the essential from the non-essential. Only such things as can conceivably be linked together at a single point in time are essential and are incorporated into Dostoevsky's world. Such things can be carried over into eternity, for in eternity, according to Dostoevsky, all is simultaneous, everything coexists. That which has meaning only as earlier or later, which is sufficient only unto its own moment, which is valid only as past, or as future, or as present in relation to past or future, is for him non-essential and is not incorporated into his world. That is why his characters remember nothing, they have no biography in the sense of something past and fully experienced. They remember from their own past only that which has not ceased to be present for them, that which is still experienced by them as the present, an unexpiated sin, a crime, an unforgiven insult. Dostoevsky incorporates into the framework of his novels only facts such as these from his heroes' biographies, for they are in keeping with his principle of simultaneity. 39 Thus there is no causality in Dostoevsky's novels, no genesis, no explanations based on the past, on the influences of the environment or of upbringing, and so forth. Every act a character commits is in the present, and in this sense is not predetermined, it is conceived of and represented by the author as free. The characteristic of Dostoevsky we offer here is not, of course, a trait of his worldview in the ordinary sense of the word. It is a trait of his artistic perception of the world, only in the category of coexistence could he see and represent the world. But of course this trait was necessarily reflected in his abstract worldview as well. And we can observe in this worldview analogous phenomena, in Dostoevsky's thinking as a whole, there are no genetic or causal categories. He constantly polemicizes, and with a sort of organic hostility, against the theory of environmental causality, in whatever form it appears, as in, for example, lawyers' appeals to the environment to justify a crime. He almost never appeals to history as such, and treats every social and political question on the plane of the present day, and this is explained not only by his position as a journalist, which required that everything be treated in the context of the present. We would suggest, on the contrary, that Dostoevsky's passion for journalism and his love of the newspaper, his deep and subtle understanding of the newspaper page as a living reflection of the contradictions of contemporary society in the cross-section of a single day, where the most diverse and contradictory material is laid out, extensively, side by side and one side against the other, all this is explained precisely by the above characteristic of Dostoevsky's artistic vision. Point 40. And finally, on the level of abstract worldview, this trait expressed itself in Dostoevsky's eschatology, both political and religious, and in his tendency to bring the ends closer, to feel them out while still in the present, to guess at the future as if it were already at hand in the struggle of coexisting forces. Dostoevsky's extraordinary artistic capacity for seeing everything in coexistence and interaction is his greatest strength, but his greatest weakness as well. It made him deaf and dumb to a great many essential things. Many aspects of reality could not enter his artistic field of vision. But on the other hand, this capacity sharpened, and to an extreme degree, his perception in the cross-section of a given moment, and permitted him to see many and varied things where others saw one and the same thing. Where others saw a single thought, he was able to find and feel out two thoughts, a bifurcation. Where others saw a single quality, he discovered in it the presence of a second and contradictory quality. Everything that seemed simple became, in his world, complex and multi-structured. In every voice he could hear two contending voices, in every expression a crack, and the readiness to go over immediately to another contradictory expression. In every gesture he detected confidence and lack of confidence simultaneously. He perceived the profound ambiguity, even multiple ambiguity, of every phenomenon. But none of these contradictions and bifurcations ever became dialectical. They were never set in motion along a temporal path or in an evolving sequence. They were, rather, spread out in one plane, as standing alongside or opposite one another, as consonant but not merging, or as hopelessly contradictory, as an eternal harmony of unmerged voices, or as their unceasing and irreconcilable quarrel. Dostoevsky's visualizing power was locked in place at the moment diversity revealed itself, and remained there, organizing and shaping this diversity in the cross-section of a given moment. Dostoevsky's particular gift for hearing and understanding all voices immediately and simultaneously, a gift whose equal we find only in Dante, also permitted him to create the polyphonic novel. The objective complexity, contradictoriness, and multi-voicedness of Dostoevsky's epoch, the position of the déclassé intellectual and the social wanderer, his deep biographical and inner participation in the objective multi-leveledness of life, and finally his gift for seeing the world in terms of interaction and coexistence, all this prepared the soil in which Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel was to grow. These characteristics of Dostoevsky's mode of visualization, his special artistic conception of space and time, found additional support, as we shall show in detail below, in the fourth chapter, in the literary tradition with which Dostoevsky was organically connected. Thus Dostoevsky's world is the artistically organized coexistence and interaction of spiritual diversity, not stages in the evolution of a unified spirit. And thus, despite their different hierarchical emphasis, the worlds of the heroes and the planes of the novel, by virtue of the novel's very structure, lie side by side on a plane of coexistence, as do Dante's worlds, and of interaction, not present in Dante's formal polyphony. They are not placed one after the other, as stages of evolution. But this does not mean, of course, that Dostoevsky's world is ruled by some logical vicious circle, by the inability to think a thought through, by an ill-tempered subjective contradictoriness. No, Dostoevsky's world is in its own way just as finalized and well-rounded as Dante's world. but it is futile to seek in it a systemically monologic, even if dialectical, philosophical finalization, and not because the author has failed in his attempts to achieve it, but because it did not enter into his design. What induced Engelhardt to seek in Dostoevsky's work the individual links of a complex philosophical construction expressing the history of the gradual evolution of the human spirit, 41 that is, to enter upon the well-traveled path of a philosophical monologization of Dostoevsky's work? It seems to us that Engelhardt made his basic mistake at the beginning of the path, with his definition of Dostoevsky's ideological novel. The idea as the subject of representation does indeed occupy an enormous place in Dostoevsky's work, but it is nevertheless not the hero of his novels. His hero was a man, and in the final analysis he represented not the idea in man, but, to use his own words, the man in man. The idea for him was either a touchstone for testing the man in man, or a form for revealing it, or, and this is the last and most important, a medium, an environment in which human consciousness could be revealed in its deepest essence. Engelhardt underestimates Dostoevsky's profound personalism. Dostoevsky neither knows, nor perceives, nor represents the idea in itself in the Platonic sense, nor ideal existence as phenomenologists understand it. For Dostoevsky there are no ideas, no thoughts, no positions which belong to no one, which exist in themselves. Even truth in itself he presents in the spirit of Christian ideology, as incarnated in Christ, that is, he presents it as a personality entering into relationships with other personalities. Thus Dostoevsky portrayed not the life of an idea in an isolated consciousness, and not the interrelationship of ideas, but the interaction of consciousnesses in the sphere of ideas, but not of ideas only. And since a consciousness in Dostoevsky's world is presented not on the path of its own evolution and growth, that is, not historically, but rather alongside other consciousnesses, it cannot concentrate on itself and its own idea, on the imminent logical development of that idea. Instead, it is pulled into interaction with other consciousnesses. In Dostoevsky, consciousness never gravitates toward itself but is always found in intense relationship with another consciousness. Every experience, every thought of a character is internally dialogic, adorned with polemic, filled with struggle, or is on the contrary open to inspiration from outside itself, but it is not in any case concentrated simply on its own object, it is accompanied by a continual sideways glance at another person. It could be said that Dostoevsky offers, in artistic form, something like a sociology of consciousnesses, to be sure, only on the level of coexistence. But even so, Dostoevsky as an artist does arrive at an objective mode for visualizing the life of consciousnesses and the forms of their living coexistence, and thus offers material that is valuable for the sociologist as well. Every thought of Dostoevsky's heroes, the underground man, Raskolnikov, Ivan, and others, senses itself to be from the very beginning a rejoinder in an unfinalized dialogue. Such thought is not impelled toward a well-rounded, finalized, systemically monologic whole. It lives a tense life on the borders of someone else's thought, someone else's consciousness. It is oriented toward an event in its own special way and is inseparable from a person. The term ideological novel therefore seems to us inadequate, for it distracts from Dostoevsky's authentic artistic task. So Engelhardt too failed to divine the full extent of Dostoevsky's artistic intention. He noted several of its essential aspects, but then interpreted this intention in its totality as philosophically monologic, transforming the polyphony of coexisting consciousnesses into the homophonic evolution of a single consciousness. The problem of polyphony was posed very concisely and thoroughly by A.V. Lunacharsky * in his article on Dostoevsky's multivoicedness. 42. For the most part Lunacharsky shares our thesis on Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel. Thus, he says, I concede that Bakhtin has succeeded not only in establishing more clearly than anyone had before him the enormous significance of the multivoicedness in the Dostoevsky novel, its role as the most essential characteristic feature of his novels, but also in correctly defining that extraordinary, and in the works of the vast majority of other writers, unthinkable, autonomy and full validity of each voice, which is developed to such a staggering degree in Dostoevsky, p. 405. At a later point Lunacharsky emphasizes, and correctly, that all the voices playing a truly essential role in the novel are actually convictions or points of view on the world. Dostoevsky's novels are in fact brilliantly staged dialogues. Under these conditions the profound independence of the individual voices takes on, as it were, a special poignancy. One must assume that there was in Dostoevsky this impulse to put different vital problems up for discussion by these highly individual voices, trembling with passion, ablaze with the fire of fanaticism, while he himself, as it were, is merely a witness to these convulsive disputes and looks on with curiosity to see how all of it will end, what turn the matter will take. To a great extent this is a true picture, p. 406. Further on, Lunacharsky poses the question of Dostoevsky's predecessors in the realm of polyphony. Two such predecessors, in his opinion, are Shakespeare and Balzac. Here is what he says on the polyphonic essence of Shakespeare. Being untendentious, or so, at least, it was long assumed about him, Shakespeare is polyphonic to the extreme. We could cite a long list of judgments on Shakespeare from the most distinguished scholars, and from his imitators and admirers, all enraptured by precisely Shakespeare's ability to create persons independent from himself, and moreover to create an unbelievably great variety of them, while observing an incredible inner logic in the convictions and acts of each personality in this endless procession. It cannot be said of Shakespeare that his plays sought to prove some thesis, or that the voices incorporated into the great polyphony of the Shakespearean dramatic world sacrificed their full and valid status for the sake of the dramatic design, or for the sake of construction as such, p. 410. In Lunacharsky's opinion, even the social conditions of Shakespeare's epoch are analogous to those of Dostoevsky's. What were the social factors reflected in Shakespearean polyphonism? In the final analysis, of course, essentially the same ones we have in Dostoevsky. That gaudily colored Renaissance broken up into a myriad of glittering splinters, that Renaissance which gave birth to Shakespeare and to the other playwrights of his time, was of course also the result of a stormy invasion of capitalism into relatively peaceful medieval England. And likewise there, too, a gigantic breakdown began, gigantic shifts and unexpected collisions occurred between social structures and systems of consciousness that had never before come into contact with one another, p. 411. In our opinion, Lunacharsky is correct in the sense that certain elements, embryonic rudiments, early buddings of polyphony can indeed be detected in the dramas of Shakespeare. Shakespeare, along with Rabelais, Cervantes, Grimmelshausen ** and others, belongs to that line of development in European literature in which the early buds of polyphony ripened, and whose great culminator, in this respect, Dostoevsky was to become. But to speak of a fully formed and deliberate polyphonic quality in Shakespeare's dramas is in our opinion simply impossible, and for the following reasons. First, drama is by its very nature alien to genuine polyphony. Drama may be multi-leveled, but it cannot contain multiple worlds. It permits only one, and not several, systems of measurement. Secondly, if one can speak at all of a plurality of fully valid voices in Shakespeare, then it would only apply to the entire body of his work and not to individual plays. In essence each play contains only one fully valid voice, the voice of the hero, while polyphony presumes a plurality of fully valid voices within the limits of a single work, for only then may polyphonic principles be applied to the construction of the whole. Thirdly, the voices in Shakespeare are not points of view on the world to the degree they are in Dostoevsky. Shakespearean characters are not ideologists in the full sense of the word. One may also speak of elements of polyphony in Balzac's work, but only of elements. Balzac belongs to the same line of development in the European novel as Dostoevsky, and is one of his direct and most immediate predecessors. Points in common between Balzac and Dostoevsky have been frequently noted, especially well and thoroughly by Leonid Grossman, and there is no need to return to them here. But Balzac did not transcend the objectness of his characters, nor the monologic finalization of his world. In our opinion, Dostoevsky alone can be considered the creator of genuine polyphony. Lunacharsky devotes most of his attention to an explanation of the social and historical reasons for Dostoevsky's multivoicedness. Agreeing with Cause, Lunacharsky exposes even more boldly the exceptionally acute contradictory nature of Dostoevsky's epoch, the epoch of young Russian capitalism, and he also exposes the contradictory nature and duality of Dostoevsky's own social personality, his oscillations between a revolutionary materialistic socialism and a conservative religious worldview, oscillations that never led to any decisive resolution. We cite here the concluding passage of Lunacharsky's historical and genetic analysis. Only the internal splintering of Dostoevsky's consciousness, together with the splintering of young Russian capitalist society, awoke in Dostoevsky the need to hear again and again the trial of socialist principles and socialist reality, but meanwhile the author heard these trials under conditions as unfavorable as possible to materialistic socialism, p. 427. And somewhat further. And that unheard of freedom of voices in Dostoevsky's polyphony, which so strikes the reader, is in fact an immediate result of the limitations of Dostoevsky's power over the spirits he has called into being. If Dostoevsky is master in his own home as a writer, is he his own master as a man? No, Dostoevsky the man is not master in his own home, and the disintegration of his personality, its splintering, the fact that he would have liked to believe something which did not inspire in him true faith, the fact that he would have liked to refute something which constantly and repeatedly filled him with doubt, this is what makes him subjectively qualified to be the tormented and necessary reflector of the confusion of his epoch, p. 428. The genetic analysis of Dostoevsky's polyphony which Lunacharsky offers us is, without question, profound, and as long as it remains within the limits of historical genetic analysis does not raise any serious doubts. But doubts begin at that point where Lunacharsky draws from his analysis direct and immediate conclusions about the artistic value and historical progressiveness, as regards art, of the new type of polyphonic novel Dostoevsky had created. The exceptionally acute contradictions of early Russian capitalism and the duality of Dostoevsky as a social personality, his personal inability to take a definite ideological stand, are, if taken by themselves, something negative and historically transitory, but they proved to be the optimal conditions for creating the polyphonic novel, that unheard of freedom of voices in Dostoevsky's polyphony, and this was without question a step forward in the development of the Russian and European novel. Both Dostoevsky's epoch, with its concrete contradictions, and Dostoevsky's biological and social personality, with its epilepsy and ideological duality, have long since faded into the past, but the new structural principle of polyphony, discovered under these conditions, retains and will continue to retain its artistic significance under the completely different conditions of subsequent epochs. Great discoveries of human genius are made possible by the specific conditions of specific epochs, but they never die or lose their value along with the epochs that gave them birth. No clearly incorrect conclusions on the dying out of the polyphonic novel are drawn by Lunacharsky from his genetic analysis. But the final words of his article might give grounds for such an interpretation. Here are those words. Dostoevsky has not yet died, neither here nor in the West, because capitalism has not yet died, and even less the vestiges of capitalism. Hence the importance of devoting careful study to all the problems of this tragic Dostoevskyism f. p. 429. We cannot consider this formulation of the problem successful. Dostoevsky's discovery of the polyphonic novel will outlive capitalism. Dostoevskyism, against which Lunacharsky, following Gorky, rightly calls us to battle, must not, of course, be equated with polyphony. Dostoevskyism is a reactionary, purely monologic extract from Dostoevsky's polyphony. It is locked forever within the limits of a single consciousness, rummages around in it, and creates a cult of the duality of the isolated personality. The important thing in Dostoevsky's polyphony is precisely what happens between various consciousnesses, that is, their interaction and interdependence. One should learn not from Raskolnikov or Sonia, not from Ivan Karamazov or Zosima, ripping their voices out of the polyphonic whole of the novels, and by that act alone distorting them. One should learn from Dostoevsky himself as the creator of the polyphonic novel. In his historical genetic analysis, Lunacharsky investigates only the contradictions of Dostoevsky's epoch and Dostoevsky's own personal duality. But before these important factors could become a new mode of artistic visualization, before they could give birth to the new structure of the polyphonic novel, a lengthy preparation was necessary in general aesthetic and literary traditions. New forms of artistic visualization prepare themselves slowly, over centuries. A given epoch can do no more than create optimal conditions for the final ripening and realization of a new form. To investigate this process of artistic preparation for the polyphonic novel is the task of an historical poetics. A poetics cannot, of course, be divorced from social and historical analyses, but neither can it be dissolved in them. In the following 2 decades, that is, in the 1930s and 40s, problems of Dostoevsky's poetics retreated into the background before other important tasks in the study of his work. Work on the texts continued. There were valuable publications of the manuscripts and notebooks to individual novels. Progress was made on the 4-volume collection of his letters. The history of the writing of individual novels was studied. 43 But specific theoretical works on Dostoevsky's poetics, works which would have been of interest from the point of view of our thesis, the polyphonic novel, did not appear in that period. From that vantage point, several observations by V. Kropotkin * in his brief work F.M. Dostoevsky merit attention. In contrast to very many scholars who see in all of Dostoevsky's works a single soul, the soul of the author himself, Kropotkin emphasizes Dostoevsky's special ability to see precisely the soul of others. Dostoevsky had the seeming capacity to visualize directly someone else's psyche. He looked into someone else's soul as if equipped with a magnifying glass that permitted him to detect the subtlest nuances, to follow the most inconspicuous modulations and transitions in the inner life of a man. Dostoevsky, as if passing over the external barriers, observes directly the psychological processes taking place in a man, and fixes them on paper. There was nothing a priori in Dostoevsky's gift for seeing into someone else's psyche, someone else's soul. To be sure, in him this gift grew to extraordinary proportions, but it relied on introspection as well, on observation of other people, on a diligent study of man in the works of Russian and world literature. That is, it relied on internal and external experience and therefore had objective significance. 44. Refuting incorrect ideas about the subjectivism and individualism of Dostoevsky's psychologism, Kropotkin emphasizes the writer's realistic and social character. In contrast to the degenerate decadent psychologism of Proust or Joyce, signaling the decline and fall of bourgeois literature, Dostoevsky's psychologism in his affirmative works is not subjective, but realistic. His psychologism is a special artistic method for penetrating the objective essence of the contradictory human collective, for penetrating into the very heart of the social relationships which so agitated him, and a special artistic method for reproducing them in the art of the word. Dostoevsky thought in psychologically wrought images, but he thought socially. 45. This correct understanding of Dostoevsky's psychologism, as a mode for visualizing, objectively and realistically, a contradictory collective of other people's psyches, also leads Kropotkin to a correct understanding of Dostoevsky's polyphony, although he himself does not use the term. The history of each individual soul is presented in Dostoevsky not in isolation, but together with a description of the psychological tribulations of many other individuals. Whether the Dostoevskian narrative is conducted in the first person, or in the form of a confession, or in the person of a narrator-author, in all cases we see that the writer proceeds from an assumption of equal rights for simultaneously existing, experiencing persons. His world is the world of a multitude of objectively existing and interacting psychologies, and this excludes from his treatment of psychological processes the subjectivism and solipsism so characteristic of bourgeois decadence. 46. Such are the conclusions of Kropotkin, who, following his own special path, arrived at positions quite similar to our own. In the last decade, literature on Dostoevsky has been enriched by a number of valuable synthesizing works, books and articles, covering all aspects of his creative work, studies by V. Ermolov *V. Kirpitin, G. Friedlander *A. Belkin *F. Evnen and Yat. By Linkis *, among others. But all these studies are dominated by historico-literary and historico-sociological analyses of Dostoevsky's work and the social reality reflected in it. Problems relating strictly to poetics are as a rule treated only in passing, although several of these studies contain valuable, if somewhat random, observations on individual aspects of Dostoevsky's artistic form. Particularly interesting from the point of view of our thesis is Shklovsky's * book Pro and Contra. Remarks on Dostoevsky. Point 47. Shklovsky proceeds from the assumption, first advanced by Grossman, that precisely conflict, the struggle of ideological voices, lies at the very heart of artistic form in Dostoevsky's works, at the very heart of his style. But Shklovsky is interested not so much in Dostoevsky's polyphonic form as in the historical, epical, and real-life biographical sources of the ideological conflict that gave rise to the form. In his own polemical remarks Contra he himself defines the essence of his book in this way. What distinguishes my study is not an emphasis on those stylistic characteristics which I consider self-evident. Dostoevsky himself emphasized them in The Brothers Karamazov, when he titled one of the books of the novel Pro and Contra. In my book I attempt to explain something different. What is the source of that conflict whose trace in fact constitutes Dostoevsky's literary form, and, simultaneously, what accounts for the universality of Dostoevsky's novels, that is, who today would be interested in that conflict? 48. Drawing on large amounts of the most varied historico-literary and biographical material, Shklovsky brings to light, in that lively and witty way characteristic of him, the conflict of historical forces and voices of the epoch, social, political, ideological. It is a conflict running through all stages of Dostoevsky's life and creative activity, permeating all events of his life and organizing both the form and the content of all his works. This conflict remained open-ended both for Dostoevsky's epoch, and for Dostoevsky himself. Thus Dostoevsky died, having resolved nothing, avoiding denouements and not reconciling himself to the wall. 49. With all this one can agree, although it is possible to take issue with some of Shklovsky's positions. But we must emphasize here that if Dostoevsky died having resolved nothing of the ideological problems posed by his epoch, then nevertheless he died having created a new form of artistic visualization, the polyphonic novel, and it will retain its artistic significance when the epoch, with all its contradictions, has faded into the past. Shklovsky's book contains valuable observations that touch on questions of Dostoevsky's Poetics as well. From the point of view of our thesis, two of his observations are especially interesting. The first concerns certain characteristics of Dostoevsky's creative process, and the plans in his notebooks. Fyodor Mikhailovich loved to jot down plans for things, he loved even more to develop, mull over, and complicate his plans. He did not like to finish up a manuscript. This was not, of course, because he was in too great a hurry, since Dostoevsky worked with numerous drafts, becoming inspired by it by the scene, v.sh several times over. 1858, in a letter to M. Dostoevsky May 31, 1858, Pismai, p. 236. But Dostoevsky's plans contain by their very nature an open-endedness which in effect refutes them as plans. I assume that Dostoevsky had too little time, not because he signed too many contracts or because he himself procrastinated with his works. As long as a work remained multi-leveled and multi-voiced, as long as the people in it were still arguing, then despair over the absence of a solution would not set in. The end of a novel signified for Dostoevsky the fall of a new Tower of Babylon. 50. This is a very true observation. In Dostoevsky's rough drafts the polyphonic nature of his work, the fundamental open-endedness of his dialogues, is revealed in raw and naked form. In general, Dostoevsky's creative process, as reflected in rough drafts, differs sharply from that of other writers, Leo Tolstoy, for example. Dostoevsky does not labor over objectified images of people, he seeks no objectified speech for personages, characteristic and typical, he does not seek expressive, graphic, finalizing authorial words, what he seeks above all are words for the hero, maximally full of meaning and seemingly independent of the author, words that express not the hero's character, or his typicality, and not his position under given real-life circumstances, but rather his ultimate semantic, ideological, position in the world, his point of view on the world. For the author and as the author, Dostoevsky seeks words and plot situations that provoke, tease, extort, dialogize. In this lies the profound originality of Dostoevsky's creative process. 51 The study of his manuscript materials from this angle is an interesting and important task. In the passage quoted above, Shklovsky raises the complex question of the fundamental open-endedness of the polyphonic novel. We do in fact observe in Dostoevsky's novels a unique conflict between the internal open-endedness of the characters and dialogue, and the external, in most cases compositional and thematic, completedness of every individual novel. We cannot go deeply into this difficult problem here. We will say only that almost all of Dostoevsky's novels have a conventionally literary, conventionally monologic ending. Especially characteristic in this respect is Crime and Punishment, G. In essence only the Brothers Karamazov has a completely polyphonic ending, but precisely for that reason, from the ordinary, that is, the monologic, point of view, the novel remained uncompleted. Shklovsky's second observation is equally interesting. It concerns the dialogic nature of all elements in Dostoevsky's novelistic structure. It is not only the heroes who quarrel in Dostoevsky, but separate elements in the development of the plot seem to contradict one another, facts are decoded in different ways, the psychology of the characters is self-contradictory, the form is a result of the essence. 52. Indeed, the essential dialogicality of Dostoevsky is in no way exhausted by the external, compositionally expressed dialogues carried on by the characters. The polyphonic novel is dialogic through and through. Dialogic relationships exist among all elements of novelistic structure, that is, they are juxtaposed contrapuntally. And this is so because dialogic relationships are a much broader phenomenon than mere rejoinders in a dialogue, laid out compositionally in the text. They are an almost universal phenomenon, permeating all human speech and all relationships and manifestations of human life, in general, everything that has meaning and significance. Dostoevsky could hear dialogic relationships everywhere, in all manifestations of conscious and intelligent human life. Where consciousness began, there dialogue began for him as well. Only purely mechanistic relationships are not dialogic, and Dostoevsky categorically denied their importance for understanding and interpreting life and the acts of man. His struggle against mechanistic materialism, fashionable physiologism, Claude Bernard, the theory of environmental causality, etc. Thus all relationships among external and internal parts and elements of his novel are dialogic in character, and he structured the novel as a whole as a great dialogue. Within this great dialogue could be heard, illuminating it and thickening its texture, the compositionally expressed dialogues of the heroes. Ultimately, dialogue penetrates within, into every word of the novel, making it double-voiced, into every gesture, every mimic movement on the hero's face, making it convulsive and anguished. This is already the microdialogue that determines the peculiar character of Dostoevsky's verbal style. The final work from the critical literature that we will consider in the present survey is an anthology of essays published in 1959, by the Institute for World Literature of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, entitled The Art of F.M. Dostoevsky. H. In almost all the works of Soviet literary scholars included in this volume, there are many valuable individual observations and also broader theoretical generalizations on questions of Dostoevsky's Poetics. 53 But for us, From the point of view of our thesis, the most interesting is L.P. Grossman's large-scale work Dostoevsky the Artist, and within that work its second chapter, Laws of Composition. In this new work Grossman expands, deepens, and enriches with new insights those concepts which he had been developing in the 1920s and which were analyzed by us above. The composition of every Dostoevskian novel, according to Grossman, is based on the principle of two or several converging tales, which reinforce one another by means of contrast and are linked by the musical principle of polyphony. Following Vogue ** and Vyacheslav Ivanov, whom he cites sympathetically, Grossman emphasizes the musical character of Dostoevsky's composition. We shall quote those of Grossman's observations and conclusions most interesting for us. Dostoevsky himself pointed out this compositional vehicle of a musical type MB and once drew an analogy between his structural system and the musical theory of modulations or counterpositions. He was writing at the time a short novel of 3 chapters, each with a different content, but internally unified. The first chapter was a monologue, polemical and philosophical, the second was a dramatic episode, which prepared the way for the catastrophic denouement in the third chapter. Could these chapters be published separately? Asks the author. After all, they echo one another internally, in them different but inseparable motifs sound, and while this does permit an organic shift of tonalities it does not permit a mechanistic severing of one from the other. This makes it possible to decode the brief but highly significant reference Dostoevsky made in a letter to his brother on the subject of the forthcoming publication of Notes from Underground in the journal Time. The tale is divided into 3 chapters. The first chapter is perhaps 1½ printer's sheets in length. Is it really possible to print it separately? People will laugh at it, and all the more so since without the 2 remaining, main, chapters it loses all its juice. You know what a modulation is in music. It's exactly the same thing here. The first chapter is apparently idle chatter, but suddenly this chatter is resolved, in the last 2 chapters, by an unexpected catastrophe. Letter to Mikhail Dostoevsky, April 13, 1864, Pisma, I, p. 365. Here Dostoevsky, with great subtlety, transfers onto the plane of literary composition the law of musical modulation from one tonality to another. The tale is built on the principle of artistic counterpoint. The psychological torment of the fallen girl in the second chapter corresponds to the insult received by her tormentor in the first, but at the same time, because of its meekness, its refusal to answer back in kind, her torment contradicts his feeling of wounded and embittered self-love. This is indeed point versus point, punctum contra punctum. These are different voices singing variously on a single theme. This is indeed multivoicedness, exposing the diversity of life and the great complexity of human experience. Everything in life is counterpoint, that is, opposition, said one of Dostoevsky's favorite composers, Mikhail, in his notes. Point 54. Grossman's observations on the musical nature of Dostoevsky's compositions are very true and subtle. Transposing Glinka's statement that everything in life is counterpoint from the language of musical theory to the language of poetics, one could say that for Dostoevsky everything in life was dialogue, that is, dialogic opposition. And indeed, from the point of view of philosophical aesthetics, contrapuntal relationships in music are only a musical variety of the more broadly understood concept of dialogic relationships. Grossman sums up the above observations in this way. This was in fact a realization of the law, uncovered by the novelist, that some other story, tragic and terrible, always forces its way into a dry, factual description of real life. In keeping with Dostoevsky's Poetics, these 2 stories might be augmented with new plots and other stories, which account for that frequent and familiar multi-leveledness in Dostoevsky's novels. But a 2-sided illumination of the main theme remains the dominant principle. It is linked with the often studied phenomenon of doubles in Dostoevsky, who fulfill in his conceptual world a function important not only in terms of ideas and psychologies, but in terms of composition as well. Point 55. Such are Grossman's valuable observations. For us they are especially interesting because Grossman, in contrast to other scholars, approaches Dostoevsky's polyphony from the standpoint of composition. What interests him is not so much the ideological multivoicedness of Dostoevsky's novels as the specifically compositional application of counterpoint, linking together the various tales incorporated into the novel, the various stories, the various planes. Such is the interpretation of Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel in that portion of the critical literature that concerned itself at all with questions of his Poetics. To this day, the majority of critical and historico-literary studies on him still ignore the uniqueness of his artistic form and seek this uniqueness in his content, in themes, ideas, individual images extracted from the novels and evaluated solely from the point of view of real-life content. But in so doing the content itself is inevitably impoverished, it loses the most essential thing, the new thing that Dostoevsky had glimpsed. Without understanding this new form of visualization, one cannot correctly understand that which was seen and unveiled in life for the first time with the help of that form. Artistic form, correctly understood, does not shape already prepared and found content, but rather permits content to be found and seen for the first time. That which in the European and pre-Dostoevskian Russian novel constituted the ultimate whole, the unified, monologic world of the author's consciousness, becomes in Dostoevsky's novel a part, an element of the whole. That which had been all of reality here becomes only one of the aspects of reality, that which bound together the whole, the pragmatic progression of the plot and a personal style and tone, here becomes only one subordinated element. New principles appear for an artistic combination of elements and for the construction of the whole. What appears, metaphorically speaking, is novelistic counterpoint. But the consciousness of critics and scholars has up to now been enslaved by the ideology of Dostoevsky's heroes. Dostoevsky's artistic intention has not yet won clear theoretical recognition. It seems that each person who enters the labyrinth of the polyphonic novel somehow loses his way in it and fails to hear the whole behind the individual voices. It often happens that even the dim outlines of the whole are not grasped. The artistic principles governing the combination of voices cannot be detected by the ear. Everyone interprets in his own way Dostoevsky's ultimate word, but all equally interpret it as a single word, a single voice, a single accent, and therein lies their fundamental mistake. The unity of the polyphonic novel, a unity standing above the word, above the voice, above the accent, has yet to be discovered. Chapter 2. The hero, and the position of the author with regard to the hero, in Dostoevsky's art. We have advanced a thesis, and in the light of this thesis provided a somewhat monologic survey of the more substantial attempts to define the basic characteristic of Dostoevsky's art. In the process of this critical analysis, we have made our own point of view clearer. Now we must move on to a more detailed and documented development of this position, based on the material of Dostoevsky's works. We will pause, in turn, on three aspects of our thesis: on the relative freedom and independence enjoyed by the hero and his voice under the conditions of polyphonic design, on the special placement of the idea in such a design, and, finally, on those new principles of linkage shaping the novel into a whole. The present chapter is devoted to the hero. The hero interests Dostoevsky not as some manifestation of reality that possesses fixed and specific socially typical or individually characteristic traits, nor as a specific profile assembled out of unambiguous and objective features which, taken together, answer the question who is he. No, the hero interests Dostoevsky as a particular point of view on the world and on oneself, as the position enabling a person to interpret and evaluate his own self and his surrounding reality. What is important to Dostoevsky is not how his hero appears in the world but first and foremost how the world appears to his hero, and how the hero appears to himself. This is a very important and fundamental feature of the way a fictional character is perceived. The hero as a point of view, as an opinion on the world and on himself, requires utterly special methods of discovery and artistic characterization. And this is so because what must be discovered and characterized here is not the specific existence of the hero, not his fixed image, but the sum total of his consciousness and self-consciousness, ultimately the hero's final word on himself and on his world. Consequently, those elements out of which the hero's image is composed are not features of reality, features of the hero himself or of his everyday surroundings, but rather the significance of these features for the hero himself, for his self-consciousness. All the stable and objective qualities of a hero, his social position, the degree to which he is sociologically or characterologically typical, his habitus, his spiritual profile, and even his very physical appearance, that is, everything that usually serves an author in creating a fixed and stable image of the hero, who he is, becomes in Dostoevsky the object of the hero's own introspection, the subject of his self-consciousness, and the subject of the author's visualization and representation. Turns out to be in fact a function of the self-consciousness. At a time when the self-consciousness of a character was usually seen merely as an element of his reality, as merely one of the features of his integrated image, here, on the contrary, all of reality becomes an element of the character's self-consciousness. The author retains for himself, that is, for his exclusive field of vision, not a single essential definition, not a single trait, not the smallest feature of the hero. He enters it all into the field of vision of the hero himself, he casts it all into the crucible of the hero's own self-consciousness. In the author's field of vision, as an object of his visualization and representation, there remains only pure self-consciousness in its totality. Even in the earliest Gogolian period of his literary career, Dostoevsky is already depicting not the poor government clerk but the self-consciousness of the poor clerk, Devishkin, Galyatkin, even Prokharchin. That which was presented in Gogol's field of vision as an aggregate of objective features, coalescing in a firm socio-characterological profile of the hero, is introduced by Dostoevsky into the field of vision of the hero himself, and there becomes the object of his agonizing self-awareness. Even the very physical appearance of the poor clerk, described by Gogol, Dostoevsky forces his hero to contemplate in the mirror. 1 And thanks to this fact all the concrete features of the hero, while remaining fundamentally unchanged in content, are transferred from one plane of representation to another, and thus acquire a completely different artistic significance. They can no longer finalize and close off a character, can no longer construct an integral image of him or provide an artistic answer to the question, who is he? We see not who he is, but how he is conscious of himself. Our act of artistic visualization occurs not before the reality of the hero, but before a pure function of his awareness of that reality. In this way the Gogolian hero becomes Dostoevsky's hero. 2. One might offer the following, and somewhat simplified, formula for the revolution that the young Dostoevsky brought about in Gogol's world. He transferred the author and the narrator, with all their accumulated points of view and with the descriptions, characterizations, and definitions of the hero provided by them, into the field of vision of the hero himself, thus transforming the finalized and integral reality of the hero into the material of the hero's own self-consciousness. Not without reason does Dostoevsky force Makar Devishkin to read Gogol's Overcoat and to take it as a story about himself, as slander against himself. This is how Dostoevsky literally introduces the author into the hero's field of vision. Dostoevsky carried out, as it were, a small-scale Copernican revolution when he took what had been a firm and finalizing authorial definition and turned it into an aspect of the hero's self-definition. The content of Gogol's world, the world of the overcoat, the nose, Nevsky Prospect, and Notes of a Madman, remained quite unchanged in Dostoevsky's earliest works, Poor Folk and The Double. But in Dostoevsky the distribution of this identical material among the structural elements of the work is completely different. What the author used to do is now done by the hero, who illuminates himself from all possible points of view. The author no longer illuminates the hero's reality but the hero's self-consciousness, as a reality of the second order. The dominant governing the entire act of artistic visualization and construction had been shifted, and the whole world took on a new look, although in essence almost no new non-Gogolian material had been introduced by Dostoevsky. 3. Not only the reality of the hero himself, but even the external world and the everyday life surrounding him are drawn into the process of self-awareness, are transferred from the author's to the hero's field of vision. They no longer lie in a single plane with the hero, alongside him and external to him in the unified world of the author, and for this reason they cannot serve as causal or genetic factors determining the hero, they cannot fulfill in the work any explanatory function. Alongside and on the same plane with the self-consciousness of the hero, which has absorbed into itself the entire world of objects, there can be only another consciousness, alongside its field of vision, another field of vision, alongside its point of view on the world, another point of view on the world. To the all-devouring consciousness of the hero the author can juxtapose only a single objective world, a world of other consciousnesses with rights equal to those of the hero. One must not interpret the self-consciousness of a hero on the socio-characterological plane and see it merely as a new trait of the character, that is, see in Dostoevsky or Galyotkin a Gogolian hero plus self-consciousness. That is exactly how Dostoevsky was understood by Belinsky *I. He cites the passage with the mirror and the torn-off button, a passage which struck him especially, but he does not grasp its formal artistic significance. For him, self-consciousness merely enriches the image of the poor clerk in a humanistic direction, arranging itself alongside other features in a fixed image of the character constructed within the usual authorial field of vision. Perhaps this is what prevented Belinsky from correctly assessing the double as well. Self-consciousness, as the artistic dominant governing the construction of a character, cannot lie alongside other features of his image. It absorbs these other features into itself as its own material and deprives them of any power to define and finalize the hero. Self-consciousness can be made the dominant in the representation of any person. But not all persons are equally favorable material for such a representation. The Gogolian clerk in this respect offered too narrow a potential. Dostoevsky sought a hero who would be occupied primarily with the task of becoming conscious, the sort of hero whose life would be concentrated on the pure function of gaining consciousness of himself and the world. And at this point in his work there begin to appear the dreamer and the underground man. Both dreamerness and undergroundness are socio-characterological features of people, but here they also answer to Dostoevsky's artistic dominant. The consciousness of a dreamer or an underground man, who are not personified, and cannot be personified, is most favorable soil for Dostoevsky's creative purposes, for it allows him to fuse the artistic dominant of the representation with the real life and characterological dominant of the represented person. Oh, if I had done nothing simply out of laziness! Heavens, how I would have respected myself then! I would have respected myself because I would at least have been capable of being lazy. There would at least have been in me one positive quality, as it were, in which I could have believed myself. Question: who is he? Answer: a loafer. After all, it would have been pleasant to hear that about oneself. It would mean that I was positively defined, it would mean that there was something to be said about me. Loafer, why, after all, it is a calling and an appointment, it is a career, gentlemen. SS4, 147, Notes from Underground, Part 1, 6. The underground man not only dissolves in himself all possible fixed features of his person, making them all the object of his own introspection, but in fact he no longer has any such traits at all, no fixed definitions, there is nothing to say about him, he figures not as a person taken from life but rather as the subject of consciousness and dream. And for the author as well, he is not a carrier of traits and qualities that could have been neutral toward his self-consciousness and could have finalized him. No, what the author visualizes is precisely the hero's self-consciousness and the inescapable open-endedness, the vicious circle of that self-consciousness. Thus the real-life characterological definition of the underground man and the artistic dominant of his image are fused into one. Only among the classicists, only in Racine is it possible to find so deep and complete a concurrence between the form of the hero and the form of the man, between the dominant by which the image is constructed and the dominant of the hero's character. This comparison of Dostoevsky with Racine sounds like a paradox, for the material out of which each realizes a whole and adequate art is indeed far too diverse. Racine's hero is all objective existence, stable and fixed, like plastic sculpture. Dostoevsky's hero is all self-consciousness. Racine's hero is an immobile and finite substance, Dostoevsky's hero is infinite function. Racine's hero is equal to himself, Dostoevsky's hero never for an instant coincides with himself. But artistically, Dostoevsky's hero is just as precise as Racine's. Self-consciousness, as the artistic dominant in the construction of the hero's image, is by itself sufficient to break down the monologic unity of an artistic world, but only on condition that the hero, as self-consciousness, is really represented and not merely expressed, that is, does not fuse with the author, does not become the mouthpiece for his voice, only on condition, consequently, that accents of the hero's self-consciousness are really objectified and that the work itself observes a distance between the hero and the author. If the umbilical cord uniting the hero to his creator is not cut, then what we have is not a work of art but a personal document. Dostoevsky's works are in this sense profoundly objective, because the hero's self-consciousness, once it becomes the dominant, breaks down the monologic unity of the work, without, of course, violating artistic unity of a new and non-monologic type. The hero becomes relatively free and independent, because everything in the author's design that had defined him and, as it were, sentenced him, everything that had qualified him to be once and for all a completed image of reality, now no longer functions as a form for finalizing him, but as the material of his self-consciousness. In a monologic design, the hero is closed and his semantic boundaries strictly defined, he acts, experiences, thinks, and is conscious within the limits of what he is, that is, within the limits of his image defined as reality. He cannot cease to be himself, that is, he cannot exceed the limits of his own character, typicality, or temperament without violating the author's monologic design concerning him. Such an image is constructed in the objective authorial world, objective in relation to the hero's consciousness. The construction of that authorial world with its points of view and finalizing definitions presupposes a fixed external position, a fixed authorial field of vision. The self-consciousness of the hero is inserted into this rigid framework, to which the hero has no access from within and which is part of the authorial consciousness defining and representing him, and is presented against the firm background of the external world. Dostoevsky renounces all these monologic premises. Everything that the author monologist kept for himself, using it to create the ultimate unity of a work and the world portrayed in it, Dostoevsky turns over to his hero, transforming all of it into an aspect of the hero's self-consciousness. There is literally nothing we can say about the hero of Notes from Underground that he does not already know himself, his typicality for his time and social group, the sober psychological or even psychopathological delineation of his internal profile, the category of character to which his consciousness belongs, his comic as well as his tragic side, all possible moral definitions of his personality, and so on. All of this, in keeping with Dostoevsky's design, the hero knows perfectly well himself, and he stubbornly and agonizingly soaks up all these definitions from within. Any point of view from without is rendered powerless in advance and denied the finalizing word. Because the dominant of representation in this literary work coincides maximally with the dominant of that which is represented, the formal task of the author can be very clearly expressed in the content. What the underground man thinks about most of all is what others think or might think about him. He tries to keep one step ahead of every other consciousness, every other thought about him, every other point of view on him. At all the critical moments of his confession he tries to anticipate the possible definition or evaluation others might make of him, to guess the sense and tone of that evaluation, and tries painstakingly to formulate these possible words about himself by others, interrupting his own speech with the imagined rejoinders of others. Isn't that shameful, isn't that humiliating, you will say, perhaps, shaking your heads contemptuously. You long for life and try to settle the problems of life by a logical tangle. You may be truthful in what you have said but you have no modesty, out of the pettiest vanity you bring your truth to public exposure, to the marketplace, to ignominy. You doubtlessly mean to say something, but hide your real meaning for fear, because you lack the resolution to say it, and only have a cowardly impudence. You boast of consciousness, but you are unsure of your ground, for though your mind works, yet your heart is corrupted by depravity, and you cannot have a full, genuine consciousness without a pure heart. And how tiresome you are, how you thrust yourself on people and grimace. Lies, lies, lies. Of course I myself have made up just now all the things you say. That, too, is from underground. For 40 years I have been listening to your words there through a crack under the floor. I have invented them myself. After all, there was nothing else I could invent. It is no wonder that I have learned them by heart and that it has taken a literary form. SS 4, 164-65, Notes from Underground, Part 1, 11. The hero from the underground eavesdrops on every word someone else says about him. He looks at himself, as it were, in all the mirrors of other people's consciousnesses. He knows all the possible refractions of his image in those mirrors. And he also knows his own objective definition, neutral both to the other's consciousness and to his own self-consciousness, and he takes into account the point of view of a third person. But he also knows that all these definitions, prejudiced as well as objective, rest in his hands and he cannot finalize them precisely because he himself perceives them. He can go beyond their limits and can thus make them inadequate. He knows that he has the final word, and he seeks at whatever cost to retain for himself this final word about himself, the word of his self-consciousness, in order to become in it that which he is not. His consciousness of self lives by its unfinalizability, by its unclosedness and its indeterminacy. And this is not merely a character trait of the underground man's self-consciousness, it is also the dominant governing the author's construction of his image. The author does indeed leave the final word to his hero. And precisely that final word, or, more accurately, the tendency toward it, is necessary to the author's design. The author constructs the hero not out of words foreign to the hero, not out of neutral definitions. He constructs not a character, nor a type, nor a temperament. In fact, he constructs no objectified image of the hero at all, but rather the hero's discourse about himself and his world. Dostoevsky's hero is not an objectified image but an autonomous discourse, pure voice. We do not see him, we hear him. Everything that we see and know apart from his discourse is non-essential and is swallowed up by discourse as its raw material, or else remains outside it as something that stimulates and provokes. We will demonstrate below that the entire artistic construction of a Dostoevskian novel is directed toward discovering and clarifying the hero's discourse, and performs provoking and directing functions in relation to that discourse. The epithet "a cruel talent," applied to Dostoevsky by N.K. Mikhailovsky * has some justification, although not as simple a one as it seemed at the time. The special sort of moral torture that Dostoevsky inflicts upon his heroes, in order to force out of them that ultimate word of a self-consciousness pushed to its extreme limits, permits him to take all that is merely material, merely an object, all that is fixed and unchanging, all that is external and neutral in the representation of a person, and dissolve it in the realm of the hero's self-consciousness and self-utterance. To convince ourselves of the artistic depth and subtlety of these provocative artistic devices of Dostoevsky, it is enough to compare him with recent enthusiastic imitators of this cruel talent, the German expressionists Kornfeld * Werfel * and others. In most cases these writers cannot get beyond provocations of hysteria and various hysterical frenzies, because they are incapable of creating around the hero that extremely complex and subtle atmosphere that would force him to reveal and explain himself dialogically, to catch aspects of himself in others' consciousnesses, to build loopholes for himself, prolonging and thereby laying bare his own final word as it interacts intensely with other consciousnesses. Those who are artistically the most restrained, such as Werfel, create a symbolic setting for the hero's self-revelation. Such, for example, is the court scene from Werfel's Spiegelmannsch, in which the hero passes judgment on himself and the judge takes minutes and summons witnesses. This dominant of self-consciousness in the construction of the hero is correctly grasped by the expressionists, but they are incapable of compelling self-consciousness to reveal itself spontaneously and in an artistically convincing way. What results is either a crude and deliberate experiment on the hero, or a symbolic action. The self-clarification, self-revelation of the hero, his discourse about himself not predetermined, as the ultimate goal of his construction, by some neutral image of him, does indeed sometimes make the author's setting fantastic, even for Dostoevsky. For Dostoevsky, the verisimilitude of a character is verisimilitude of the character's own internal discourse about himself in all its purity, but, in order to hear and display that discourse, in order to incorporate it into the field of vision of another person, the laws of that other field must be violated, for the normal field can find a place for the object image of another person but not for another field of vision in its entirety. Some fantastical viewpoint must be sought for the author outside ordinary fields of vision. Here is what Dostoevsky says in the author's foreword to A Meek One. Now for the story itself. I have called it a fantastic story, whereas I personally consider it highly realistic. There is, however, a fantastic element in it, that is, in the very composition of the story, and this, I think, needs to be explained beforehand. The fact is that this is neither a narrative nor a collection of notes. Imagine to yourself a husband whose wife has committed suicide only a few hours ago by jumping out of the window. Her body is laid out on the table. He is confused and has not arranged his thoughts. He is pacing his rooms, trying to take in what has happened, and bring his thoughts to a focus. The man, it must be said, is an inveterate hypochondriac, one of those who talk to themselves. And so he is talking to himself, going over what has happened and trying to take it all in. Despite his seeming coherence, he often contradicts himself both in his logic and his feelings. He both justifies himself and accuses her, then goes into irrelevant explanations. Coarseness of heart and mind is mingled with depth of feeling. By degrees he does take it all in and focuses his thoughts. A train of memories he has called up bring him at last irresistibly to the truth, and truth irresistibly ennobles his heart and mind. Towards the end the very tone of his narrative becomes different from its incoherent beginning. The truth is revealed to the poor man quite clearly and definitely, sufficiently for himself to see at least. So much for the theme. The telling of the story, of course, takes a few hours in breaks and snatches. It is disconnected in form, for he either argues with himself or addresses some unseen listener, a judge as it were. However, it is always like that in real life. If a stenographer could have listened to him and taken it all down, it would have sounded rather less smooth and finished than my account, but I do believe that the psychological sequence would have probably been the same. Now this hypothetical stenographer, whose notes I have given shape to, is what I call fantastic in my story. However, something of the sort has been allowed in literature before. Victor Hugo, for instance, in his masterpiece Le Dernier Jour d'un Condamné, The Last Day of a Man Condemned, resorted to almost the same medium, and though he portrayed no stenographer, he made it even less credible by assuming that a man sentenced to death was able, and had sufficient time, to make notes not only of his last day on earth, but also of his last hour and, actually, his last minute. Were it not for this fantastic situation, however, the work itself would not have been written, the most realistic and the most truthful of all his books. SSX, 378-79. We have quoted this foreword almost in its entirety because the statements expressed there are of extraordinary importance for understanding Dostoevsky's creative method, the truth at which the hero must and indeed ultimately does arrive through clarifying the events to himself, can essentially be for Dostoevsky only the truth of the hero's own consciousness. It cannot be neutral toward his self-consciousness. In the mouth of another person, a word or a definition identical in content would take on another meaning and tone, and would no longer be the truth. Only in the form of a confessional self-utterance, Dostoevsky maintained, could the final word about a person be given, a word truly adequate to him. But how can this word be introduced into the story without destroying the individuality of the word, and at the same time without destroying the fabric of the story, without reducing the story to a simple motivating device for the introduction of the confession. The fantastical form of a meek one is only one possible solution to this problem, and it is limited by the scope of a novella. But what artistic effort was required of Dostoevsky to replace the functions of a fantastic stenographer throughout an entire multi-voiced novel? The issue here is not, of course, pragmatic difficulties or external compositional devices. Tolstoy, for example, calmly introduces the final thoughts of his dying hero, the final flicker of consciousness with its final word, directly into the fabric of the story and straight from the author, as early as the Sevastopol stories, but it is especially evident in the later works, the death of Ivan Ilyich, Master and Man. For Tolstoy the very problem does not even arise, he has no need to stipulate the fantastic nature of his device. Tolstoy's world is monolithically monologic, the hero's discourse is confined in the fixed framework of the author's discourse about him. Even the hero's final word is given in the shell of someone else's, the author's, word. The hero's self-consciousness is only one aspect of his fixed image and is in fact predetermined by that image, even where thematically consciousness undergoes a crisis and the most radical inner revolution, as in Master and Man. In Tolstoy, self-consciousness and spiritual rebirth remain entirely in the realm of content and have no form-shaping significance. The ethical unfinalizability of a man before his death does not become the structural and artistic unfinalizability of the hero. The artistic structure of Brekhunov's or Ivan Ilych's image differs in no way from that of the old Prince Bolkonsky or Natasha Rostova. For all their thematic importance in Tolstoy's work, a character's self-consciousness and discourse never become the dominant by which he is constructed. A second autonomous voice, alongside the author's voice, does not appear in Tolstoy's world. For that reason there is no problem of linking voices, and no problem of a special positioning for the author's point of view. Tolstoy's discourse and his monologically naive point of view permeate everywhere, into all corners of the world and the soul, subjugating everything to its unity. In Dostoevsky, the author's word stands opposite the fully valid and pure unalloyed word of the hero. Therefore a problem does arise with the positioning of authorial discourse, the problem of its formal and artistic position with regard to the hero's discourse. This problem lies deeper than the question of authorial discourse on the superficial level of composition, and deeper than any superficially compositional device for eliminating authorial discourse by means of the Erzählung form, first-person narration, or by the introduction of a narrator, or by constructing the novel in scenes and thus reducing authorial discourse to the status of a stage direction. All these compositional devices for eliminating or weakening authorial discourse at the level of composition do not in themselves tackle the essence of the problem. Their underlying artistic meaning can be profoundly different, depending on the different artistic tasks they perform. The Erzählung form of The Captain's Daughter by Alexander Pushkin, 1836 is infinitely far removed from the Erzählung form of Notes from Underground, even if we abstractly think away the content that fills these forms. Gryna's story is constructed by Pushkin in a fixed monologic field of vision, even though this field is not represented externally in the composition because there is no direct authorial discourse. But it is precisely that field of vision that determines the entire construction. As a result, the fixed image of Gryna is an image, and not a discourse. Gryna's discourse is an element of his image, that is, it is fully exhausted by functions of characterization and pragmatic development of the plot. Gryna's point of view on the world and its events is likewise only a component of his image. He is presented as a characteristic reality, and not as a directly signifying, fully weighted semantic position. The direct and unmediated power to mean belongs only to the authorial point of view lying at the base of the construction, everything else is merely its object. The introduction of a narrator may in fact not weaken the monologism of the author's position at all, which would continue to see and know all things only in one way, and it need not strengthen at all the semantic weight and independence of the hero's discourse. Of such a sort, for example, is Pushkin's narrator Belkin.J. Thus all these compositional devices are in themselves still incapable of destroying the monologism of an artistic world. But in Dostoevsky they do in fact perform this function, becoming a tool in the realization of his polyphonic artistic design. We will see below how and by what means they perform this function. But for our present purposes only the artistic design itself is important, and not the means for concretely realizing it. Self-consciousness, as the artistic dominant in the structure of a character's image, presupposes a radically new authorial position with regard to the represented person. We repeat, what is at issue here is not the discovery of new features or new types of man, for those could be discovered, glimpsed, and portrayed in art through an ordinary monologic approach to the person, that is, without any radical change in the author's position. No, at issue here is precisely the discovery of a new integral view on the person, the discovery of personality, Askoldov, or the man in man, Dostoevsky, possible only by approaching the person from a correspondingly new and integral authorial position. We will try to clarify in somewhat greater detail this integral position, this fundamentally new form for visualizing a human being in art. In Dostoevsky's earliest literary work one can already see something like a revolt of the hero against literature's second-hand, externalizing, and finalizing approach to the little man. As we noted above, Makar Devishkin read Gogol's Overcoat and was deeply offended by it personally. He recognized himself in Akaky Akakievich and was outraged that his poverty had been spied upon, that his entire life had been analyzed and described, that he had been defined once and for all, that he had been left with no other prospects. One hides oneself sometimes, one hides oneself, one tries to conceal one's weak points, one's afraid to show one's nose at times anywhere because one is afraid of tittle-tattle, because they can work up a tale against you about anything in the world, anything. And here now all one's private and public life is being dragged into literature, it is all printed, read, laughed, and gossiped about. SSI, 146, Poor Folk, letter of July 8. Devishkin was especially outraged that Akaky Akakievich had died unchanged, just the same as he had always been. Devishkin had glimpsed himself in the image of the hero of the Overcoat, which is to say, as something totally quantified, measured, and defined to the last detail. All of you is here, there is nothing more in you, and nothing more to be said about you. He felt himself to be hopelessly predetermined and finished off, as if he were already quite dead, yet at the same time he sensed the falseness of such an approach. This peculiar revolt of the hero against his literary finalization is presented by Dostoevsky in the consistent, primitive forms of Devishkin's consciousness and speech. The serious and deeper meaning of this revolt might be expressed this way: a living human being cannot be turned into the voiceless object of some second-hand, finalizing cognitive process. In a human being there is always something that only he himself can reveal, in a free act of self-consciousness and discourse, something that does not submit to an externalizing second-hand definition. In Poor Folk Dostoevsky made his first attempt to show, although still incompletely and unclearly, that internally unfinalizable something in man, the thing that Gogol and the other authors of tales about poor government clerks could not show from their monologic positions. Thus in his first work Dostoevsky is already beginning to grope his way toward his future radically new position with regard to the hero. In Dostoevsky's subsequent works, the characters no longer carry on a literary polemic with finalizing second-hand definitions of man, although the author himself sometimes does this for them, in very subtle ironic parodic form, but they all do furious battle with such definitions of their personality in the mouths of other people. They all acutely sense their own inner unfinalizability, their capacity to outgrow, as it were, from within and to render untrue any externalizing and finalizing definition of them. As long as a person is alive he lives by the fact that he is not yet finalized, that he has not yet uttered his ultimate word. We have already noted how agonizingly the underground man eavesdrops on all actual and potential words others say of him, and how he tries to outguess and outweed all possible definitions of his personality others might offer. The hero of Notes from Underground is the first hero ideologist in Dostoevsky's work. One of his basic ideas, which he advances in his polemic with the socialists, is precisely the idea that man is not a final and defined quantity upon which firm calculations can be made. Man is free, and can therefore violate any regulating norms which might be thrust upon him. Dostoevsky's hero always seeks to destroy that framework of other people's words about him that might finalize and deaden him. Sometimes this struggle becomes an important tragic motif in the character's life, as, for example, with Nastasia Filipovna. In The Major Heroes, in such protagonists of the great dialogue as Raskolnikov, Sonya, Mishkin, Stavrogin, Ivan, and Dmitry Karamazov, the profound consciousness of their own unfinalizability and indeterminacy is realized in very complex ways, by ideological thought, crime, or heroic deed. Point 4. A man never coincides with himself. One cannot apply to him the formula of identity AA. In Dostoevsky's artistic thinking, the genuine life of the personality takes place at the point of non-coincidence between a man and himself, at his point of departure beyond the limits of all that he is as a material being, a being that can be spied on, defined, predicted apart from its own will, at second hand. The genuine life of the personality is made available only through a dialogic penetration of that personality, during which it freely and reciprocally reveals itself. The truth about a man in the mouths of others, not directed to him dialogically and therefore a second-hand truth, becomes a lie degrading and deadening him, if it touches upon his holy of holies, that is, the man in man. We will cite several statements by Dostoevsky's heroes that express the same thought about second-hand analyses of the human soul. In The Idiot, Mishkin and Aglaya are discussing Ippolit's unsuccessful attempted suicide. Mishkin gives an analysis of the deeper motives behind the act. Aglaya says to him, "I find all this very mean on your part, for it's very brutal to look on and judge a man's soul, as you judge Ippolit. You have no tenderness, nothing but truth, and so you judge unjustly." SS 6, 484, The Idiot, Part 3, ch. 8. Truth is unjust when it concerns the depths of someone else's personality. The same motif sounds even more clearly, if in somewhat more complex form, in the brothers Karamazov, in Alyosha's conversation with Liza about Captain Snegirev, who had trampled underfoot the money offered him. Having told the story, Alyosha analyzes Snegirev's emotional state and, as it were, predetermines his further behavior by predicting that next time he would without fail take the money. To this Liza replies, "Listen, Alexey Fyodorovich. Isn't there in all our analysis, I mean your analysis? No, better call it ours, aren't we showing contempt for him, for that poor man, in analyzing his soul like this, as it were, from above, in deciding so certainly that he will take the money?" SS 9, 271-72, The Brothers Karamazov, Book 5, I. An analogous motif, that of the impermissibility of some other outside person penetrating the depths of a personality, is heard in Stavrogin's angry words uttered in Tikhon's cell, where he had come with his confession. "Listen, I don't like spies and psychologists, at least those who poke into my soul." 5. It must be pointed out that in the given instance Stavrogin is utterly wrong in his attitude toward Tikhon. Tikhon approaches him in a profoundly dialogic manner, and understands fully the unfinalizability of his inner personality. At the very end of his creative career, Dostoevsky defined in his notebook the distinguishing features of his realism in this way. "With utter realism to find the man in man. They call me a psychologist, this is not true. I am merely a realist in the higher sense, that is, I portray all the depths of the human soul." 6. We will have occasion to return more than once to this remarkable formula. But at this point it is important to emphasize three of its aspects. First, Dostoevsky considers himself a realist, but not a subjective romantic trapped in the world of his own consciousness. He solves his new task, portraying all the depths of the human soul, with utter realism, that is, he sees these depths outside himself, in the souls of others. Second, Dostoevsky believes that this new task cannot be adequately performed by realism in the usual sense, that is, by what is in our terminology monologic realism. What is needed here is a special approach to the man in man, that is, a realism in the higher sense. Third, Dostoevsky categorically denies that he is a psychologist. We must examine this third aspect in somewhat more detail. Toward the psychology of his day, as it was expressed in scientific and artistic literature, and as it was practiced in the law courts, Dostoevsky had no sympathy at all. He saw in it a degrading reification of a person's soul, a discounting of its freedom and its unfinalizability, and of that peculiar indeterminacy and indefiniteness which in Dostoevsky constitute the main object of representation, for in fact Dostoevsky always represents a person on the threshold of a final decision, at a moment of crisis, at an unfinalizable, and unpredeterminable, turning point for his soul. Dostoevsky constantly and severely criticized mechanistic psychology, both its pragmatic lines based on the concepts of natural law and utility, and even more its physiological line, which reduced psychology to physiology. He ridicules it in his novels as well. It is enough to remember the tubercles on the brain in Liebezayatnikov's explanation of Katerina Ivanovna's spiritual crisis, Crime and Punishment, K, or the transformation of Claude Bernard's name into a pejorative symbol of man's liberation from responsibility, the Bernards of Mytniksa Karamazov, the brothers Karamazov. L. But particularly revealing for an understanding of Dostoevsky's artistic position is his criticism of legal investigative psychology, which is at best a double-edged sword, that is, something that permits mutually exclusive solutions to be accepted with an equal probability of being true, and at worst simply a lie degrading the individual. In Crime and Punishment, the remarkable court investigator Porfiry Petrovich, it was he who called psychology a double-edged sword, is governed not by it, that is not by legal investigative psychology, but by a special dialogic intuition that allows him to penetrate the unfinalized and unresolved soul of Raskolnikov. The three meetings of Porfiry with Raskolnikov are in no sense ordinary investigative interrogations, but this is not only because they do not follow the proper form, a point Porfiry continually emphasizes, but because they violate the very basis of the traditional psychological relationship between investigator and criminal. This Dostoevsky emphasizes. All three of Porfiry's meetings with Raskolnikov are authentic and remarkable polyphonic dialogues. The most profound picture of false psychology in practice is provided by the scenes of Dmitri's preliminary investigation and trial in the brothers Karamazov. The investigator, judges, prosecutor, defense attorney, and commission of experts are all equally incapable of approaching the unfinalized and undecided core of Dmitri's personality, for he is a man who stands, in essence throughout his entire life, on the threshold of great internal decisions and crises. In place of this living core, bursting with new life, they substitute a sort of ready-made definitiveness, naturally and normally predetermined in all its words and acts by psychological laws. All who judge Dmitri are devoid of a genuinely dialogic approach to him, a dialogic penetration into the unfinalized core of his personality. They seek and see in him only the factual, palpable definitiveness of experiences and actions, and subordinate them to already defined concepts and schemes. The authentic Dmitri remains outside their judgment, he will pass judgment on himself. This is why Dostoevsky did not consider himself a psychologist in any sense of the term. What is important for us, of course, is not the philosophical and theoretical side of his criticism in and of itself. It cannot satisfy us and in any case suffers from a misunderstanding of the dialectics of freedom and necessity in the acts and consciousness of a man. 7 What is important for us here is the striving of Dostoevsky's artistic energies and the new form of his artistic visualization of the inner man. It is appropriate here to emphasize that the major emotional thrust of all Dostoevsky's work, in its form as well as its content, is the struggle against a reification of man, of human relations, of all human values under the conditions of capitalism. Dostoevsky did not, to be sure, completely understand the deep economic roots of reification. Nowhere, as far as we know, did he use the actual term reification, but it is this term precisely that best expresses the deeper sense of his struggle on behalf of man. With great insight, Dostoevsky was able to see how this reifying devaluation of man had permeated into all the pores of contemporary life, and even into the very foundations of human thinking. In his criticism of this reifying mode of thought, he sometimes addresses the wrong social party, as Ermolov expressed it. He accused all the representatives of the revolutionary democratic movement and Western socialism, considering them outgrowths of the capitalist spirit. But, we repeat, what is important for us is not the abstractly theoretical and not the journalistic side of his criticism, but rather the larger sense of his artistic form, which liberates and reifies the human being. Thus the new artistic position of the author with regard to the hero in Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel is a fully realized and thoroughly consistent dialogic position, one that affirms the independence, internal freedom, unfinalizability, and indeterminacy of the hero. For the author, the hero is not he and not I, but a fully valid thou, that is, another and other autonomous I, thou art. The hero is the subject of a deeply serious, real dialogic mode of address, not the subject of a rhetorically performed or conventionally literary one. And this dialogue, the great dialogue of the novel as a whole, takes place not in the past, but right now, that is, in the real present of the creative process. Point 9. This is no stenographer's report of a finished dialogue, from which the author has already withdrawn and over which he is now located as if in some higher decision-making position, that would have turned an authentic and unfinished dialogue into an objectivized and finalized image of a dialogue, of the sort usual for every monologic novel. The great dialogue in Dostoevsky is organized as an unclosed whole of life itself, life poised on the threshold. Dostoevsky realizes a dialogic relationship toward his characters at every moment of the creative process and at the moment of its completion. This is part of his general design, and thus remains in even the most finished novel as an indispensable element for shaping form. In Dostoevsky's novels, the author's discourse about a character is organized as discourse about someone actually present, someone who hears him, the author, and is capable of answering him. Such organization of authorial discourse in Dostoevsky's works is no conventional device, but rather the unconditional ultimate position of the author. In the 5th chapter of our work we will try to show that the distinctiveness of Dostoevsky's verbal style is due to the overriding importance of precisely such dialogically oriented discourse, and to the negligible role played by monologically closed-off discourse, by words that expect no answer. In Dostoevsky's larger design, the character is a carrier of a fully valid word and not the mute, voiceless object of the author's words. The author's design for a character is a design for discourse. Thus the author's discourse about a character is discourse about discourse. It is oriented toward the hero as if toward a discourse, and is therefore dialogically addressed to him. By the very construction of the novel, the author speaks not about a character, but with him. And it cannot be otherwise. Only a dialogic and participatory orientation takes another person's discourse seriously, and is capable of approaching it both as a semantic position and as another point of view. Only through such an inner dialogic orientation can my discourse find itself in intimate contact with someone else's discourse, and yet at the same time not fuse with it, not swallow it up, not dissolve in itself the other's power to mean, that is, only thus can it retain fully its independence as a discourse. To preserve distance in the presence of an intense semantic bond is no simple matter. But distance is an integral part of the author's design, for it alone guarantees genuine objectivity in the representation of a character. Self-consciousness as the dominant in the construction of a character's image requires the creation of an artistic atmosphere that would permit his discourse to reveal and illuminate itself. Not a single element in this atmosphere can be neutral, everything must touch the character to the quick, provoke him, interrogate him, even polemicize with him and taunt him. Everything must be directed toward the hero himself, turned toward him. Everything must make itself felt as discourse about someone actually present, as the word of a second and not of a third person. The semantic point of view of a third person, on whose territory a stable image of the hero is constructed, would destroy this atmosphere, and therefore such a point of view does not enter into Dostoevsky's creative world, and this is not because such a viewpoint is unavailable, due to the character's autobiographical origins, or to Dostoevsky's extreme polemicism, but because it does not enter into Dostoevsky's creative design. This design requires a thorough dialogization of all elements in the construction. Here is the source of that apparent nervousness, that extreme overstrain and agitation of the atmosphere in Dostoevsky's novels that superficially conceal the most subtle artistic calculations, the balance and necessity of each tone, each accent, each unexpected turn of events, each scandal, each eccentricity. Only in the light of this artistic project can one understand the authentic function of such compositional elements as the narrator and his tone, the compositionally expressed dialogue, and the peculiarities of narration direct from the author, in those places where it exists. Such is the relative independence of characters within the limits of Dostoevsky's creative design. Here we must warn against one possible misunderstanding. It might seem that the independence of a character contradicts the fact that he exists, entirely and solely, as an aspect of a work of art, and consequently is wholly created from beginning to end by the author. In fact, there is no such contradiction. The character's freedom we speak of here exists within the limits of the artistic design, and in that sense is just as much a created thing as is the unfreedom of the objectivized hero. But to create does not mean to invent. Every creative act is bound by its own special laws, as well as by the laws of the material with which it works. Every creative act is determined by its object and by the structure of its object, and therefore permits no arbitrariness. In essence, it invents nothing, but only reveals what is already present in the object itself. It is possible to arrive at a correct thought, but this thought has its own logic and therefore cannot be invented, that is, it cannot be fabricated from beginning to end. Likewise, an artistic image, of whatever sort, cannot be invented, since it has its own artistic logic, its own norm-generating order. Having set a specific task for himself, the creator must subordinate himself to this order. Dostoevsky's hero is likewise not invented, just as the hero of the ordinary realistic novel, and the romantic hero, and the hero of the classicists are not invented. But each has his own order, his own logic, which enters into the realm of the author's artistic intention but is not infringed upon by the author's whim. Once he has chosen a hero and the dominant of his hero's representation, the author is already bound by the inner logic of what he has chosen, and he must reveal it in his representation. The logic of self-consciousness permits only certain artistic means for revealing and representing itself. Self-consciousness can be interrogated and provoked into revealing and representing itself, but not by giving it a predetermined or finalizing image. Such an objectified image is precisely what is inadequate to the very thing that the author has selected as his subject. Thus the freedom of a character is an aspect of the author's design. A character's discourse is created by the author, but created in such a way that it can develop to the full its inner logic and independence as someone else's discourse, the word of the character himself. As a result, it does not fall out of the author's design, but only out of a monologic authorial field of vision. And the destruction of this field of vision is precisely a part of Dostoevsky's design. In his book on the language of artistic literature, V.V. Vinogradov * refers to a very interesting, almost polyphonic plan for an unfinished novel by N.G. Chernyshevsky *. He cites it as an example of the impulse toward a maximally objective construction of the author's image. Chernyshevsky's novel in manuscript had several titles, one of which was The Pearl of Creation. In his foreword to the novel, Chernyshevsky reveals the essence of his design in this way. To write a novel without love, without a single female character, is a very difficult thing. But I felt the need to try my strength at a task even more difficult, to write a purely objective novel, in which there would be no trace not only of my personal attitudes, but also of my personal sympathies. In Russian literature there is not a single such novel. Onegin and a hero of our time are unabashedly subjective things, Dead Souls contains no portrait of the author nor portraits of his acquaintances, but the personal sympathies of the author have certainly been incorporated. They are in fact the source of that strong impression the novel produces. It seems that for me, a man of strong and fixed convictions, the most difficult thing would be to write as Shakespeare wrote. He portrays people and life without saying what he himself thinks on the questions that are resolved by his characters in a way appropriate for each. Othello says yes, Iago says no, Shakespeare says nothing. He has no desire to state his love or lack of love for a yes or a no. It is understood that I am speaking of the manner, and not of the strength, of the talent. Try to discover whom I sympathize with and whom I don't. You won't find out. In the Pearl of Creation each poetic position is examined from all four sides. Try to discover which opinion I sympathize with, which I do not. Try to discover how one point of view passes over into another completely incompatible with it. This is the true meaning of the title The Pearl of Creation. Here, as in Mother of Pearl, are all the shades of colors in the rainbow. But as in Mother of Pearl all these shades slide by one another, and play against a background of snowy whiteness. It is thus to my novel that the lines of verse in the epigraph refer. Wyshny, so wise, und called, weis. The second line refers to me. There is whiteness, like the whiteness of snow in my novel, but coldness, like the coldness of ice in its author. To be cold, like ice, this was difficult for me, for a person who loves ardently what he loves. But I succeeded. Thus I see that I have the necessary power of artistic creativity to become a novelist. My characters are very diverse in the expressions their faces must assume. Think of each what you will, each says for himself, the full right is on my side, you be the judge of these conflicting claims. I do not judge. These characters praise one another, condemn one another, all that is none of my business. Point 10. Such is Chernyshevsky's intention, insofar, naturally, as we can judge from his foreword. We see that Chernyshevsky was groping here toward the essentially new structural form of an objective novel, as he calls it. Chernyshevsky himself emphasizes the utter novelty of the form. In all of Russian literature there is not a single such novel, and contrasts it to the ordinary subjective novel, we would have said monologic. What, according to Chernyshevsky, is the essence of this new novelistic structure? The subjective point of view of the author must not be represented in it, neither must the author's sympathies and antipathies, his agreement or disagreement with the individual characters, nor his personal ideological position, without saying what he himself thinks on the questions that are resolved by his characters. This does not mean, of course, that Chernyshevsky had in mind a novel without an authorial position. Such a novel is in general impossible. Vinogradov is absolutely correct when he writes, the tendency toward objectifying the artistic reproduction and the various devices for objective construction are all merely special, but correlative, principles for constructing an image of the author. 11. The issue here is not an absence of, but a radical change in, the author's position, and Chernyshevsky himself emphasizes that this new position is considerably more difficult than the ordinary position and presupposes an enormous power of poetic creativity. This new objective authorial position, whose realization Chernyshevsky finds only in Shakespeare, permits the characters' points of view to unfold to their maximal fullness and independence. Each character freely, without the author's interference, reveals and substantiates the rightness of his own position. Each says for himself, the full right is on my side, you judge these conflicting claims. I do not judge. Precisely in this freedom for others' points of view to reveal themselves without any finalizing evaluations from the author does Chernyshevsky see the chief advantage of the new objective form of novel. We emphasize that Chernyshevsky saw in this no betrayal of his strong and fixed convictions. Thus we can say that Chernyshevsky came very close indeed to the idea of polyphony. What is more, Chernyshevsky also comes close here to the concepts of counterpoint and the image of an idea. Try to discover, he says, how one point of view passes over into another completely incompatible with it. This is the true meaning of the title The Pearl of Creation. Here, as in mother of pearl, are all the shades of colors in the rainbow. This is in fact a splendid graphic definition of counterpoint in literature. Such is the interesting conception of new novelistic structure by one of Dostoevsky's contemporaries, who keenly sensed, as Dostoevsky himself did, the extraordinary multi-voicedness of his epoch. True, this conception cannot be called polyphonic in the full sense of the word. The new authorial position in it is characterized as something essentially negative, as an absence of the usual authorial subjectivity. There is no mention of the author's dialogic activity, without which a new authorial position cannot be realized. But nevertheless Chernyshevsky clearly felt the need to go beyond the limits of the prevailing monologic form of the novel. Here it is again appropriate to emphasize the positive and active quality of the new authorial position in a polyphonic novel. It would be absurd to think that the author's consciousness is nowhere expressed in Dostoevsky's novels. The consciousness of the creator of a polyphonic novel is constantly and everywhere present in the novel, and is active in it to the highest degree. But the function of this consciousness and the forms of its activity are different than in the monologic novel. The author's consciousness does not transform others' consciousnesses, that is, the consciousnesses of the characters, into objects, and does not give them second-hand and finalizing definitions. Alongside and in front of itself it senses others' equally valid consciousnesses, just as infinite and open-ended as itself. It reflects and recreates not a world of objects, but precisely these other consciousnesses with their worlds, recreates them in their authentic unfinalizability, which is, after all, their essence. The consciousnesses of other people cannot be perceived, analyzed, defined as objects or as things. One can only relate to them dialogically. To think about them means to talk with them, otherwise they immediately turn to us their objectivized side, they fall silent, close up, and congeal into finished, objectivized images. An enormous and intense dialogic activity is demanded of the author of a polyphonic novel. As soon as this activity slackens, the characters begin to congeal, they become mere things, and monologically formed chunks of life appear in the novel. Such chunks, which fall out of the polyphonic design, can be found in all of Dostoevsky's novels, but they do not of course determine the nature of the whole. The author of a polyphonic novel is not required to renounce himself or his own consciousness, but he must to an extraordinary extent broaden, deepen, and rearrange this consciousness, to be sure, in a specific direction, in order to accommodate the autonomous consciousnesses of others. This was a very difficult and unprecedented project, something Chernyshevsky apparently understood very well when he devised his plan for the objective novel. But it was essential if the polyphonic nature of life itself was to be artistically recreated. Every true reader of Dostoevsky, who perceives his novels not in the monologic mode and who is capable of rising to Dostoevsky's new authorial position, can sense this peculiar active broadening of his consciousness, not solely in the sense of an assimilation of new objects, human types, character, natural and social phenomena, but primarily in the sense of a special dialogic mode of communication with the autonomous consciousnesses of others, something never before experienced, an active dialogic penetration into the unfinalizable depths of man. The finalizing activity of the author of a monologic novel is, indeed, especially evident in the fact that such authors cast a mantle of objectivity over every point of view they do not share, turning it, to one degree or another, into a thing. In contrast to this, Dostoevsky's authorial activity is evident in his extension of every contending point of view to its maximal force and depth, to the outside limits of plausibility. He strives to expose and develop all the semantic possibilities embedded in a given point of view. Chernyshevsky, as we have seen, strove for the same thing in his Pearl of Creation. This Dostoevsky knew how to do with extraordinary power. And this activity, the intensifying of someone else's thought, is possible only on the basis of a dialogic relationship to that other consciousness, that other point of view. We see no special need to point out that the polyphonic approach has nothing in common with relativism, or with dogmatism. but it should be noted that both relativism and dogmatism equally exclude all argumentation, all authentic dialogue, by making it either unnecessary, relativism, or impossible, dogmatism. Polyphony as an artistic method lies in an entirely different plane. The new position of the author in the polyphonic novel can be made clearer if we juxtapose it concretely with a distinctly expressed monologic position in a specific work. We shall therefore analyze briefly, from the vantage point most relevant to us, Leo Tolstoy's short story Three Deaths 1858. This work, not large in size but nevertheless tri-leveled, is very characteristic of Tolstoy's monologic manner. Three deaths are portrayed in the story, the deaths of a rich noblewoman, a coachman, and a tree. But in this work Tolstoy presents death as a stage of life, as a stage illuminating that life, as the optimal point for understanding and evaluating that life in its entirety. Thus one could say that the story in fact portrays three lives totally finalized in their meaning and in their value. And in Tolstoy's story all three lives, and the levels defined by them, are internally self-enclosed and do not know one another. There is no more than a purely external pragmatic connection between them, necessary for the compositional and thematic unity of the story. The coachman Syriaga, transporting the ailing noblewoman, removes the boots from a coachman who is dying in a roadside station. The dying man no longer has any need for boots, and then, after the death of the coachman, cuts down a tree in the forest to make a cross for the man's grave. In this way three lives and three deaths come to be externally connected. But an internal connection, a connection between consciousnesses, is not present here. The dying noblewoman knows nothing of the life and death of the coachman or the tree, they do not enter into her field of vision or her consciousness. And neither the noblewoman nor the tree enter the consciousness of the dying coachman. The lives and deaths of all three characters, together with their worlds, lie side by side in a unified objective world and are even externally contiguous, but they know nothing of one another and are not reflected in one another. They are self-enclosed and deaf, they do not hear and do not answer one another. There are not and cannot be any dialogic relationships among them. They neither argue nor agree. But all three personages, with their self-enclosed worlds, are united, juxtaposed and made meaningful to one another in the author's unified field of vision and consciousness that encompasses them. He, the author, knows everything about them, he juxtaposes, contrasts, and evaluates all three lives and all three deaths. All three lives and deaths illuminate one another, but only for the author, who is located outside them and takes advantage of his external position to give them a definitive meaning, to finalize them. The all-encompassing field of vision of the author enjoys an enormous and fundamental surplus in comparison with the fields of vision of the characters. The noblewoman sees and understands only her own little world, her own life and her own death. She does not even suspect the possibility of the sort of life and death experienced by the coachman or the tree. Therefore she cannot herself understand and evaluate the lie of her own life and death, she does not have the dialogizing background for it. And the coachman is not able to understand and evaluate the wisdom and truth of his life and death. All this is revealed only in the author's field of vision, with its surplus. The tree, of course, is by its very nature incapable of understanding the wisdom and beauty of its death, the author does that for it. Thus the total finalizing meaning of the life and death of each character is revealed only in the author's field of vision, and thanks solely to the advantageous surplus which that field enjoys over every character, that is, thanks to that which the character cannot himself see or understand. This is the finalizing, monologic function of the author's surplus field of vision. As we have seen, there are no dialogic relationships between characters and their worlds. But the author does not relate to them dialogically either. A dialogic position with regard to his characters is quite foreign to Tolstoy. He does not extend his own point of view on a character to the character's own consciousness, and in principle he could not, likewise the character is not able to respond to the author's point of view. In a monologic work the ultimate and finalizing authorial evaluation of a character is, by its very nature, a second-hand evaluation, one that does not presuppose or take into account any potential response to this evaluation on the part of the character himself. The hero is not given the last word. He cannot break out of the fixed framework of the author's second-hand evaluation finalizing him. The author's attitude encounters no internal dialogic resistance on the part of the character. The words and consciousness of the author, Leo Tolstoy, are nowhere addressed to the hero. Do not question him, and expect no response from him. The author neither argues with his hero nor agrees with him. He speaks not with him, but about him. The final word belongs to the author, and that word, based on something the hero does not see and does not understand, on something located outside the hero's consciousness, can never encounter the hero's words on a single dialogic plane. That external world in which the characters of the story live and die is the author's world, an objective world vis-a-vis the consciousnesses of the characters. Everything within it is seen and portrayed in the author's all-encompassing and omniscient field of vision. Even the noblewoman's world, her apartment, its furnishings, the people close to her and their experiences, the doctors, and so forth, is portrayed from the author's point of view, and not as the noblewoman herself sees and experiences that world, although while reading the story we are also fully aware of her subjective perception of that world. And the world of the coachman, the hut, the stove, the cook, etc., and of the tree, nature, the forest, all these things are, as is the noblewoman's world, parts of one and the same objective world, seen and portrayed from one and the same authorial position. The author's field of vision nowhere intersects or collides dialogically with the character's fields of vision or attitudes, nowhere does the word of the author encounter resistance from the hero's potential word, a word that might illuminate the same object differently, in its own way, that is, from the vantage point of its own truth. The author's point of view cannot encounter the hero's point of view on one plane, on one level. The point of view of the hero, in those places where the author lets it be seen, always remains an object of the author's point of view. Thus, despite the multiple levels in Tolstoy's story, it contains neither polyphony nor, in our sense, counterpoint. It contains only one cognitive subject, all else being merely objects of its cognition. Here a dialogic relationship of the author to his heroes is impossible, and thus there is no great dialogue in which characters and author might participate with equal rights. There are only the objectivized dialogues of characters, compositionally expressed within the author's field of vision. In the above story Tolstoy's monologic position comes to the fore very distinctly and with great external visibility. That is the reason we chose this story. In Tolstoy's novels and in his longer stories, the issue is, of course, considerably more complex. In the novels, the major characters and their worlds are not self-enclosed and deaf to one another, they intersect and are interwoven in a multitude of ways. The characters do know about each other, they exchange their individual truths, they argue or agree, they carry on dialogues with one another, including dialogues on ultimate questions of worldview. Such characters as Andrei Bolkonsky, Pierre Bezukhov, Levin, and Nekhlyadov have their own well-developed fields of vision, sometimes almost coinciding with the author's, that is, the author sometimes sees the world as if through their eyes, their voices sometimes almost merge with the author's voice. But not a single one ends up on the same plane with the author's word and the author's truth, and with none of them does the author enter into dialogic relations. All of them, with their fields of vision, with their quests and their controversies, are inscribed into the monolithically monologic whole of the novel that finalizes them all, and that is never, in Tolstoy, the kind of great dialogue that we find in Dostoevsky. All the clamps and finalizing moments of this monologic whole lie in the zone of authorial surplus, a zone that is fundamentally inaccessible to the consciousnesses of the characters. Let us return to Dostoevsky. How would Three Deaths look if, and let us permit ourselves for a moment this strange assumption, Dostoevsky had written them, that is, if they had been structured in a polyphonic manner? First of all, Dostoevsky would have forced these three planes to be reflected in one another, he would have bound them together with dialogic relationships. he would have introduced the life and death of the coachman and the tree into the field of vision and consciousness of the noblewoman, and the noblewoman's life into the field of vision and consciousness of the coachman. He would have forced his characters to see and know all those essential things that he himself, the author, sees and knows. He would not have retained for himself any essential authorial surplus, essential, that is, from the point of view of the desired truth. He would have arranged a face-to-face confrontation between the truth of the noblewoman and the truth of the coachman, and he would have forced them to come into dialogic contact, although not necessarily in direct compositionally expressed dialogues, of course, and he would himself have assumed, in relation to them, a dialogic position with equal rights. The entire work would have been constructed by him as a great dialogue, but one where the author acts as organizer and participant in the dialogue without retaining for himself the final word, that is, he would have reflected in his work in the dialogic nature of human life and human thought itself. And in the words of the story not only the pure intonations of the author would be heard, but also the intonations of the noblewoman and the coachman, that is, words would be double-voiced, in each word an argument, a micro-dialogue, would ring out, and there could be heard echoes of the great dialogue. Of course Dostoevsky would never have depicted three deaths, in his world, where self-consciousness is the dominant of a person's image and where the interaction of full and autonomous consciousnesses is the fundamental event. Death cannot function as something that finalizes and elucidates life. Death in the Tolstoyan interpretation of it is totally absent from Dostoevsky's world. 12 Dostoevsky would have not depicted the deaths of his heroes, but the crises and turning points in their lives, that is, he would have depicted their lives on the threshold. And his heroes would have remained internally unfinalized, for self-consciousness cannot be finalized from within. Such would have been a polyphonic treatment of the story. Dostoevsky never left anything of any real consequence outside the realm of his major hero's consciousness, that is, outside the consciousness of those heroes who participate as equals in the great dialogues of his novels. He brings them into dialogic contact with everything essential that enters the world of his novels. Whenever someone else's truth is presented in a given novel, it is introduced without fail into the dialogic field of vision of all the other major heroes of the novel. Ivan Karamazov, for example, knows and understands Zosima's truth, as well as Dmitri's truth, and Alyosha's truth, and the truth of that old sensualist, his father Fyodor Pavlovich. Dmitri understands all these truths as well. Alyosha, too, understands them perfectly. In The Possessed, there is not a single idea that fails to find a dialogic response in Stavrogin's consciousness. For himself Dostoevsky never retains any essential surplus of meaning, but only that indispensable minimum of pragmatic, purely information-bearing surplus necessary to carry forward the story. For if any essential surplus of meaning were available to the author, it would transform the great dialogue of the novel into a finalized and objectivized dialogue, or into a dialogue rhetorically performed. We shall cite some excerpts from Raskolnikov's first great interior monologue. At the beginning of Crime and Punishment, the issue is Tunikov's decision to marry Luzhin. It's clear that Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the central figure in the business, and no one else. Oh yes, she can ensure his happiness, keep him in the university, make him a partner in the office, make his whole future secure. Perhaps he may even be a rich man later on, prosperous, respected, and may even end his life a famous man. But my mother? It's all Rodia, precious Rodia, her firstborn. For such a son who would not sacrifice such a daughter. Oh, loving, over-partial hearts. Why, for his sake we would not shrink even from Sonia's fate. Sonia, Sonia Marmeladova, the eternal victim so long as the world lasts. Have you taken the measure of your sacrifice, both of you? Is it right? Can you bear it? Is it any use? Is there sense in it? And let me tell you, Downia, Sonia's life is no worse than life with Mr. Luzhin. There can be no question of love, mother writes. And what if there can be no respect either, if on the contrary there is aversion, contempt, repulsion, What then? So you will have to keep up your appearance, too. Is not that so? Do you understand what that smartness means? Do you understand that the Luzhin smartness is just the same thing as Sonia's and maybe worse, viler, baser, because in your case, Downia, it's a bargain for luxuries, after all, but with Sonia it's simply a question of starvation. It has to be paid for, Downia, this smartness. And what if it's more than you can bear afterwards, if you regret it? The bitterness, the misery, the curses, the tears hidden from all the world, for you are not a Marfa Petrovna. And how will your mother feel then? Even now she is uneasy, she is worried, but then, when she sees it all clearly. And I? Yes, indeed, what have you taken me for? I won't have your sacrifice, Downia, I won't have it, mother. It shall not be, so long as I am alive, shall not, it shall not. I won't accept it. Or throw up life altogether, he cried suddenly, in a frenzy, accept one's lot humbly as it is, once for all and stifle everything in oneself, giving up all claim to activity, life, and love. Do you understand, sir, do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? Marmeladov's question came suddenly into his mind, for every man must have somewhere to turn. SSV, 49-51, Crime and Punishment, Part I, ch. 4. This interior dialogue, as we have said, takes place at the very beginning, on the second day of the novel's action, before the final decision to murder the old woman has been made. Raskolnikov has just received his mother's detailed letter with the history of Downia and Svidrigailov and the news about the engagement to Luzhin. The evening before, Raskolnikov had met Marmeladov and had learned from him the whole history of Sonia. And all these future major characters of the novel are already reflected here in Raskolnikov's consciousness. They have entered into a thoroughly dialogized interior monologue, entered with their own truths, with their own positions in life, and Raskolnikov has entered into a fundamental and intense interior dialogue with them, a dialogue of ultimate questions and ultimate life decisions. From the very beginning he already knows everything, takes everything into account, anticipates everything. He has already entered into dialogic contact with the whole of life surrounding him. The excerpt we cited from Raskolnikov's dialogized interior monologue is a splendid model of the microdialogue. All words in it are double-voiced, and in each of them a conflict of voices takes place. In the beginning of the passage Raskolnikov actually recreates Downia's words with her evaluating and persuading intonations, and over her intonations he layers his own, ironic, indignant, precautionary, that is, in these words two voices are sounding simultaneously, Raskolnikov's and Downia's. In the subsequent words it's all Rodia, precious Rodia, her firstborn, etc., one can already hear the mother's voice with her intonations of love and tenderness, and at the same time there is Raskolnikov's voice with its intonations of bitter irony, indignation, at the gesture of sacrifice, and sorrowful reciprocal love. Further we hear in Raskolnikov's words both Sonia's voice and Marmeladov's voice. Dialogue has penetrated inside every word, provoking in it a battle and the interruption of one voice by another. This is microdialogue. Thus, at the very beginning of the novel the leading voices in the great dialogue have already begun to sound. These voices are not self-enclosed or deaf to one another. They hear each other constantly, call back and forth to each other, and are reflected in one another, especially in the microdialogues. And outside this dialogue of conflicting truths not a single essential act is realized, nor a single essential thought of the major characters. In the subsequent course of the novel, nothing incorporated into its content, people, ideas, things, remains external to Raskolnikov's consciousness, everything is projected against him and dialogically reflected in him. All possible evaluations and points of view on his personality, his character, his idea, his acts are extended to his own consciousness and addressed to him in dialogues with Porfiry, Sonia, Svidrigailov, Downia, and others. All others' perception of the world intersects with his perception. Everything that he sees and observes, both Petersburg slums and monumental Petersburg, all his chance encounters and trivial happenings, everything is drawn into dialogue, responds to his questions and puts new questions to him, provokes him, argues with him, or reinforces his own thoughts. The author retains for himself no essential surplus of meaning and enters on an equal footing with Raskolnikov into the great dialogue of the novel as a whole. This is the new position of the author with regard to the hero in Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel. Chapter 3. The idea in Dostoevsky. Let us now move on to the next aspect of our thesis, the positioning of the idea in Dostoevsky's artistic world. The polyphonic project is incompatible with a mono-ideational framework of the ordinary sort. In the positioning of the idea, Dostoevsky's originality emerges with special force and clarity. In our analysis we shall avoid matters of content in the ideas introduced by Dostoevsky. What is important for us here is their artistic function in the work. Dostoevsky's hero is not only a discourse about himself and his immediate environment, but also a discourse about the world. He is not only cognizant, but an ideologist as well. The underground man is already an ideologist. But the ideological creativity of Dostoevsky's characters reaches full significance only in the novels. There, the idea really does become almost the hero of the work. Even there, however, the dominant of the hero's representation remains what it had been earlier, self-consciousness. Thus discourse about the world merges with confessional discourse about oneself. The truth about the world, according to Dostoevsky, is inseparable from the truth of the personality. The categories of self-consciousness that were already determining the life of Devishkin and even more so of Galyadkin, acceptance or non-acceptance, rebellion or reconciliation, now become the basic categories for thinking about the world. Thus the loftiest principles of a worldview are the same principles that govern the most concrete personal experiences. And the result is an artistic fusion, so characteristic for Dostoevsky, of personal life with worldview, of the most intimate experiences with the idea. Personal life becomes uniquely unselfish and principled, and lofty ideological thinking becomes passionate and intimately linked with personality. This merging of the hero's discourse about himself with his ideological discourse about the world greatly increases the direct signifying power of a self-utterance, strengthens its internal resistance to all sorts of external finalization. The idea helps self-consciousness assert its sovereignty in Dostoevsky's artistic world, and helps it triumph over all fixed, stable, neutral images. But on the other hand, the idea itself can preserve its power to mean, its full integrity as an idea, only when self-consciousness is the dominant in the artistic representation of the hero. In a monologic artistic world, the idea, once placed in the mouth of a hero who is portrayed as a fixed and finalized image of reality, inevitably loses its direct power to mean, becoming a mere aspect of reality, one more of reality's predetermined features, indistinguishable from any other manifestation of the hero. An idea of this sort might be characteristic of a social type or an individual, or it might ultimately be a simple intellectual gesture on the part of the hero, an intellectual expression of his spiritual face. The idea ceases to be an idea and becomes a simple artistic characterizing feature. As such, as a characteristic, it is combined with the hero's image. If, in a monologic world, an idea retains its power to signify as an idea, then it is inevitably separated from the fixed image of the hero and is no longer artistically combined with this image. The idea is merely placed in his mouth, but it could with equal success be placed in the mouth of any other character. For the author it is important only that a given true idea be uttered somewhere in the context of a given work. Who utters it, and when, is determined by considerations of composition, by what is convenient or appropriate, or by purely negative criteria. It must not jeopardize the verisimilitude of the image of him who utters it. Such an idea, in itself, belongs to no one. The hero is merely the carrier of an independently valid idea. As a true signifying idea it gravitates towards some impersonal, systemically monologic context, in other words, it gravitates toward the systemically monologic worldview of the author himself. A monologic artistic world does not recognize someone else's thought, someone else's idea, as an object of representation. In such a world, everything ideological falls into two categories. Certain thoughts, true, signifying thoughts, gravitate toward the author's consciousness, and strive to shape themselves in the purely semantic unity of a worldview. Such a thought is not represented, it is affirmed. Its affirmation finds objective expression in a special accent of its own, in its special position within the work as a whole, in the very verbal and stylistic form of its utterance, and in a whole series of other infinitely varied means for advancing a thought as a signifying, affirmed thought. We can always hear them in the context of the work. An affirmed thought always sounds different from an unaffirmed one. Other thoughts and ideas, untrue or indifferent from the author's point of view, not fitting into his worldview, are not affirmed. They are either polemically repudiated, or else they lose their power to signify directly and become simple elements of characterization, the mental gestures of the hero or his more stable mental qualities. In the monologic world, tertium non datur, a thought is either affirmed or repudiated, otherwise it simply ceases to be a fully valid thought. An unaffirmed thought, if it is to enter into the artistic structure, must be deprived in general of its power to mean, must become a psychical fact. And as for polemically repudiated thoughts, they also are not represented, because denial, whatever form it takes, excludes the possibility of any genuine representation of the idea. Someone else's repudiated thought cannot break out of a monologic context. On the contrary, it is confined all the more harshly and implacably within its own boundaries. Another's repudiated thought is not capable of creating alongside one consciousness another autonomous consciousness, if repudiation remains a purely theoretical repudiation of the thought as such. The artistic representation of an idea is possible only when the idea is posed in terms beyond affirmation and repudiation, but at the same time not reduced to simple psychical experience deprived of any direct power to signify. In a monologic world, such a status for the idea is impossible. It contradicts the most basic principles of that world. These basic principles go far beyond the boundaries of artistic creativity alone. They are the principles behind the entire ideological culture of recent times. What are these principles? Ideological monologism found its clearest and theoretically most precise expression in idealistic philosophy. The monistic principle, that is, the affirmation of the unity of existence, is, in idealism, transformed into the unity of the consciousness. For us, of course, the important thing is not the philosophical side of the question, but rather something characteristic of ideology in general, something also present here in this idealistic transformation of the monism of existence into the monologism of consciousness. And even this general characteristic of ideology is important to us only from the point of view of its further application in art. The unity of consciousness, replacing the unity of existence, is inevitably transformed into the unity of a single consciousness. When this occurs, it makes absolutely no difference what metaphysical form the unity takes: consciousness in general, Bewusstsein überhaupt, the absolute I, the absolute spirit, the normative consciousness, and so forth. Alongside this unified and inevitably single consciousness can be found a multitude of empirical human consciousnesses. From the point of view of consciousness in general, this plurality of consciousnesses is accidental and, so to speak, superfluous. Everything in them that is essential and true is incorporated into the unified context of consciousness in general and deprived of its individuality. That which is individual, that which distinguishes one consciousness from another and from others, is cognitively not essential and belongs to the realm of an individual human being's psychical organization and limitations. From the point of view of truth, there are no individual consciousnesses. Idealism recognizes only one principle of cognitive individualization: error. True judgments are not attached to a personality, but correspond to some unified, systemically monologic context. Only error individualizes. Everything that is true finds a place for itself within the boundaries of a single consciousness, and if it does not actually find for itself such a place, this is so for reasons incidental and extraneous to the truth itself. In the ideal, a single consciousness and a single mouth are absolutely sufficient for maximally full cognition. There is no need for a multitude of consciousnesses, and no basis for it. It should be pointed out that the single and unified consciousness is by no means an inevitable consequence of the concept of a unified truth. It is quite possible to imagine and postulate a unified truth that requires a plurality of consciousnesses, one that cannot in principle be fitted into the bounds of a single consciousness, one that is, so to speak, by its very nature full of event potential and is born at a point of contact among various consciousnesses. The monologic way of perceiving cognition and truth is only one of the possible ways. It arises only where consciousness is placed above existence, and where the unity of existence is transformed into the unity of consciousness. In an environment of philosophical monologism, the genuine interaction of consciousnesses is impossible, and thus genuine dialogue is impossible as well. In essence, idealism knows only a single mode of cognitive interaction among consciousnesses. Someone who knows and possesses the truth instructs someone who is ignorant of it and in error, that is, it is the interaction of a teacher and a pupil, which, it follows, can be only a pedagogical dialogue. Point 1. A monologic perception of consciousness holds sway in other spheres of ideological creativity as well. All that has the power to mean, all that has value, is everywhere concentrated around one center, the carrier. All ideological creative acts are conceived and perceived as possible expressions of a single consciousness, a single spirit. Even when one is dealing with a collective, with a multiplicity of creating forces, unity is nevertheless illustrated through the image of a single consciousness, the spirit of a nation, the spirit of a people, the spirit of history, and so forth. Everything capable of meaning can be gathered together in one consciousness and subordinated to a unified accent. Whatever does not submit to such a reduction is accidental and unessential. The consolidation of monologism and its permeation into all spheres and ideological life was promoted in modern times by European rationalism, with its cult of a unified and exclusive reason, and especially by the Enlightenment, during which time the basic generic forms of European artistic prose took shape. All of European utopianism was likewise built on this monologic principle. Here too belongs utopian socialism, with its faith in the omnipotence of the conviction. Semantic unity of any sort is everywhere represented by a single consciousness and a single point of view. This faith in the self-sufficiency of a single consciousness in all spheres of ideological life is not a theory created by some specific thinker. No, it is a profound structural characteristic of the creative ideological activity of modern times, determining all its external and internal forms. We are interested only in its manifestations in literary art. In literature, as we have seen, the statement of an idea is usually thoroughly monologistic. An idea is either confirmed or repudiated. All confirmed ideas are merged in the unity of the author's seeing and representing consciousness. The unconfirmed ideas are distributed among the heroes, no longer as signifying ideas, but rather as socially typical or individually characteristic manifestations of thought. The one who knows, understands, and sees is in the first instance the author himself. He alone is an ideologist. The author's ideas are marked with the stamp of his individuality. Thus the author combines in his person a direct and fully competent ideological power to mean with individuality, in such a way that they do not weaken one another. But this occurs in his person alone. In the characters, individuality kills the signifying power of their ideas, or, if these ideas retain their power to mean, then they are detached from the individuality of the character and are merged with that of the author. Hence the single ideational accent of the work, the appearance of a second accent would inevitably be perceived as a crude contradiction within the author's worldview. In a work of the monologic type, a confirmed and fully valid authorial idea can perform a triple function. First, it is the principle for visualizing and representing the world, the principle behind the choice and unification of material, the principle behind the ideological single-toned quality of all the elements of the work. Second, the idea can be presented as a more or less distinct or conscious deduction drawn from the represented material. Third and finally, an authorial idea can receive direct expression in the ideological position of the main hero. The idea, as a principle of representation, merges with the form. It determines all formal accents, all those ideological evaluations that constitute the formal unity of an artistic style and the unified tone of the work. The deeper layers of this form-shaping ideology, which determine the basic generic characteristics of artistic works, are traditional. They take shape and develop over the course of centuries. To these deeper layers of form also belongs the very concept we are analyzing here, artistic monologism. In the presence of the monologic principle, ideology, as a deduction, as a semantic summation of representation, inevitably transforms the represented world into a voiceless object of that deduction. The forms of this ideological deduction can themselves be most varied. Depending on these forms, the positioning of represented material changes. It can be a simple illustration to an idea, a simple example. It can be material for ideological generalization, as in the experimental novel, or it can exist in more complex relationship to the final result. Where the representation is oriented entirely toward ideological deduction, we have an ideational philosophical novel, Voltaire's Candide, for example, or, in the worst instance, simply a crudely tendentious novel. And even if this direct, straightforward orientation is absent, an element of ideological deduction is nevertheless present in every representation, however modest or concealed the formal functions of that deduction might be. The accents of ideological deduction must not contradict the form-shaping accents of the representation itself. If such a contradiction exists, it is felt to be a flaw, for within the limits of a monologic world contradictory accents collide within a single voice. A unity of viewpoint must weld into one both the most formal elements of style and the most abstract philosophical deductions. In one plane together with form-shaping ideology and ultimate ideological deduction can also be found the semantic position of the hero. The point of view of the hero can be transferred from the objectivized sphere into the sphere of principle. In that case, the ideological principles which underlie the construction no longer merely represent the hero, defining the author's point of view toward him, but are expressed by the hero himself, defining his own personal point of view on the world. Such a hero is formally very different from heroes of the ordinary type. There is no need to go beyond the bounds of a given work to seek other documents that attest to a concurrence of the author's ideology with the ideology of the hero. Such a concurrence in matters of content, moreover, established elsewhere than in the work, does not in itself have any persuasive power. Any unity between an author's ideological principles of representation and the hero's ideological position must be revealed in the work itself, as a single accent common both to the authorial representation and to the speech and experiences of the hero, and not as some concurrence in the content of the hero's thoughts with the author's ideological views, uttered in some other place. The very discourse of a hero and his experiences are presented differently. They are not turned into objects, but rather they characterize the object toward which they are directed and not only the speaker himself. The discourse of such a hero lies in a single plane with the discourse of the author. The absence of any distance between the author's position and the hero's position is also manifested in a whole series of other formal characteristics. The hero, for example, is not closed and not internally finalized, like the author himself, and for that reason he does not fit wholly into the Procrustean bed of the plot, which is in any case conceived as only one of many possible plots and is consequently in the final analysis merely accidental for a given hero. This open-ended hero is characteristic for Romanticism. For Byron, Chateaubriand, Lermontov's Pechorin is in some ways the sort of hero. Finally, the ideas of the author can be scattered sporadically throughout the whole work. They can appear in authorial speech as isolated sayings, as maxims, as whole arguments, or they can be placed in the mouth of one or another character, often in quite large and compact chunks, without, however, merging with the character's individual personality, Turgenev's Poetics for example. This whole mass of ideology, both organized and unorganized, from the form-shaping principles to the random and removable maxims of the author, must be subordinated to a single accent and must express a single and unified point of view. All else is merely the object of this point of view, subaccentual material. Only that idea which has fallen into the rut of the author's point of view can retain its significance without destroying the single accented unity of the work. Whatever these authorial ideas, whatever function they fulfill, they are not represented, they either represent and internally govern a representation, or they shed light on some other represented thing, or, finally, they accompany the representation as a detachable semantic ornament. They are expressed directly, without distance. And within the bounds of that monologic world shaped by them, someone else's idea cannot be represented. It is either assimilated, or polemically repudiated, or ceases to be an idea. Dostoevsky was capable of representing someone else's idea, preserving its full capacity to signify as an idea, while at the same time also preserving a distance, neither confirming the idea nor merging it with his own expressed ideology. The idea, in his work, becomes the subject of artistic representation, and Dostoevsky himself became a great artist of the idea. It comes as no surprise that the image of an artist of the idea had already occurred to Dostoevsky in 1846-47, that is, at the very beginning of his career as a writer. We have in mind the image of Ordynov, the hero in The Landlady. He is a lonely young scholar. He has his own creative system, his own unusual approach to the scientific idea. He was creating a system for himself, it was being evolved in him over the years, and the dim, vague, but marvelously soothing image of an idea, embodied in a new, clarified form, was gradually emerging in his soul. And this form craved expression, fretting his soul. He was still timidly aware of its originality, its truth, its independence. Creative genius was already showing, it was gathering strength and taking shape. SSI, 425, The Landlady, Part I, 1. And further, at the end of the story, possibly a complete, original, independent idea really did exist within him, perhaps he had been destined to be the artist in science. SSI, 498, The Landlady, Part 2, 3. Dostoevsky was also destined to become just such an artist of the idea, not in science, but in literature. What are the conditions that make possible in Dostoevsky the artistic expression of an idea? We must remember first of all that the image of an idea is inseparable from the image of a person, the carrier of that idea. It is not the idea in itself that is the hero of Dostoevsky's works, as Engelhardt has claimed, but rather the person born of that idea. It again must be emphasized that the hero in Dostoevsky is a man of the idea. This is not a character, not a temperament, not a social or psychological type. Such externalized and finalized images of persons cannot of course be combined with the image of a fully valid idea. It would be absurd, for example, even to attempt to combine Raskolnikov's idea, which we understand and feel. According to Dostoevsky, an idea can and must not only be understood, but also felt, with his finalized character or his social typicality as a déclassé intellectual of the 60s. Raskolnikov's idea would immediately lose its direct power to signify as a fully valid idea, and would withdraw from the quarrel where it had lived in uninterrupted dialogic interaction with other fully valid ideas, the ideas of Sonia, Porfiry, Svidrigailov, and others. The carrier of a fully valid idea must be the man in man about which we spoke in the preceding chapter, with its free unfinalized nature and its indeterminacy. It is precisely to this unfinalized inner core of Raskolnikov's personality that Sonia, Porfiry, and the others address themselves dialogically. And the author himself dialogically addresses the same unfinalized core of Raskolnikov's personality, as evidenced by the entire structure of his novel about him. It follows that only the unfinalized and inexhaustible man in man can become a man of the idea, whose image is combined with the image of a fully valid idea. This is the first condition for representing an idea in Dostoevsky. But this condition has, as it were, retroactive force. We could say that in Dostoevsky man transcends his thingness and becomes the man in man only by entering the pure and unfinalized realm of the idea, that is, only after he has become an unselfish man of the idea. Such are all the major heroes in Dostoevsky, that is, those who participate in the great dialogue. In this respect one might apply to all these characters the same definition that Zosima offered of Ivan Karamazov's personality. He offered it, of course, in his own churchly language, that is, within the realm of that Christian idea where he, Zosima, lived. We shall quote the appropriate passage from what is for Dostoevsky a very characteristic penetrative dialogue between the elder Zosima and Ivan Karamazov. Is that really your conviction as to the consequences of the disappearance of the faith in immortality? The elder asked Ivan Fyodorovich suddenly. Yes. That was my contention. There is no virtue if there is no immortality. You are blessed in believing that, or else most unhappy. Why unhappy? Ivan Fyodorovich asked smiling. Because, in all probability you don't believe yourself in the immortality of your soul, nor in what you have written yourself in your article on church jurisdiction. Perhaps you are right. But I wasn't altogether joking, Ivan Fyodorovich suddenly and strangely confessed, flushing quickly. You were not altogether joking. That's true. The question is still fretting your heart, and not answered. But the martyr likes sometimes to divert himself with his despair, as it were driven to it by despair itself. Meanwhile, in your despair, you, too, divert yourself with magazine articles, and discussions in society, though you don't believe your own arguments, and with an aching heart mock at them inwardly. That question you have not answered, and it is your great grief, for it clamors for an answer. But can it be answered by me? Answered in the affirmative. Ivan Fyodorovich went on asking strangely, still looking at the elder with the same inexplicable smile. If it can't be decided in the affirmative, it will never be decided in the negative. You know that that is the peculiarity of your heart, and all its suffering is due to it. But thank the Creator who has given you a lofty heart capable of such suffering, of thinking and seeking higher things, for our dwelling is in the heavens. God grant that your heart will attain the answer on earth, and may God bless your path. SS 9, 91-92, The Brothers Karamazov, Book 2, ch. 6. Elisha, in his conversation with Rakitin, gives an analogous definition of Ivan but in more secular language. Oh, Misha, his soul Ivan's, MB is a stormy one. His mind is a prisoner of it. There is a great and unresolved thought in him. He is one of those who don't need millions, they just need to get a thought straight. SS 9, 105, The Brothers Karamazov, Book 2, ch. 7. It is given to all of Dostoevsky's characters to think and seek higher things, in each of them there is a great and unresolved thought, all of them must, before all else, get a thought straight. And in this resolution of a thought, an idea, lies their entire real life and their own personal unfinalizability. If one were to think away the idea in which they live, their image would be totally destroyed. In other words, the image of the hero is inseparably linked with the image of an idea and cannot be detached from it. We see the hero in the idea and through the idea, and we see the idea in him and through him. All of Dostoevsky's major characters, as people of an idea, are absolutely unselfish, insofar as the idea has really taken control of the deepest core of their personality. This unselfishness is neither a trait of their objectivized character nor an external definition of their acts. Unselfishness expresses their real life in the realm of the idea. They don't need millions, they just need to get a thought straight. Ideaness and unselfishness are, as it were, synonyms. In this sense even Raskolnikov, who killed and robbed the old pawnbroker, is absolutely unselfish, as is the prostitute Sonia, as is Ivan the accomplice in his father's murder, Absolutely unselfish also is the idea of the adolescent to become a Rothschild. We repeat again, what is important is not the ordinary qualifications of a person's character or actions, but rather the index of a person's devotion to an idea in the deepest recesses of his personality. The second condition for creating an image of the idea in Dostoevsky is his profound understanding of the dialogic nature of human thought, the dialogic nature of the idea. Dostoevsky knew how to reveal, to see, to show the true realm of the life of an idea. The idea lives not in one person's isolated individual consciousness. If it remains there only, it degenerates and dies. The idea begins to live, that is, to take shape, to develop, to find and renew its verbal expression, to give birth to new ideas, only when it enters into genuine dialogic relationships with other ideas, with the ideas of others. Human thought becomes genuine thought, that is, an idea, only under conditions of living contact with another and alien thought, a thought embodied in someone else's voice, that is, in someone else's consciousness expressed in discourse. At that point of contact between voice consciousnesses the idea is born and lives. The idea, as it was seen by Dostoevsky the artist, is not a subjective individual psychological formation with permanent resident rights in a person's head. No, the idea is inter-individual and intersubjective. The realm of its existence is not individual consciousness but dialogic communion between consciousnesses. The idea is a live event, played out at the point of dialogic meeting between two or several consciousnesses. In this sense the idea is similar to the word, with which it is dialogically united. Like the word, the idea wants to be heard, understood, and answered by other voices from other positions. Like the word, the idea is by nature dialogic, and monologue is merely the conventional compositional form of its expression, a form that emerged out of the ideological monologism of modern times characterized by us above. It is precisely as such a live event, playing itself out between consciousness voices, that Dostoevsky saw and artistically represented the idea. It is this artistic discovery of the dialogic nature of the idea of consciousness, of every human life illuminated by consciousness, and therefore to some minimal degree concerned with ideas, that made Dostoevsky a great artist of the idea. Dostoevsky never expounds prepared ideas in monologic form, but neither does he show their psychological evolution within a single individual consciousness. In either case, ideas would cease to be living images. We remember, for example, Raskolnikov's first interior monologue, portions of which we quoted in the preceding chapter. That was not a psychological evolution of an idea within a single self-enclosed consciousness. On the contrary, the consciousness of the solitary Raskolnikov becomes a field of battle for others' voices. The events of recent days, his mother's letter, the meeting with Marmeladov, reflected in his consciousness, take on the form of a most intense dialogue with absentee participants, his sister, his mother, Sonia, and others, and in this dialogue he tries to get his thoughts straight. Before the action of the novel begins, Raskolnikov has published a newspaper article expounding the theoretical basis of his idea. Nowhere does Dostoevsky give us this article in its monologic form. We first become acquainted with its content and consequently with Raskolnikov's basic idea in the intense and, for Raskolnikov, terrible dialogue with Porfiry. Razumikin and Zametov participate in this dialogue as well. Porfiry is the first to give an account of the article, and he does so in a deliberately exaggerated and provocative form. This internally dialogized account is constantly interrupted by questions addressed to Raskolnikov, and by the latter's replies. Then Raskolnikov himself gives an account of the article, and he is constantly interrupted by Porfiry's provocative questions and comments. And Raskolnikov's account is itself shot through with interior polemic, from the point of view of Porfiry and his like. Razumikin too puts in his replies. As a result, Raskolnikov's idea appears before us in an inter-individual zone of intense struggle among several individual consciousnesses, while the theoretical side of the idea is inseparably linked with the ultimate positions on life taken by the participants in the dialogue. In the course of this dialogue Raskolnikov's idea reveals its various facets, nuances, possibilities, it enters into various relationships with other life positions. As it loses its monologic, abstractly theoretical finalized quality, a quality sufficient to a single consciousness, it acquires the contradictory complexity and living multifacedness of an idea force, being born, living and acting in the great dialogue of the epoch and calling back and forth to kindred ideas of other epochs. Before us rises up an image of the idea. Raskolnikov's very same idea appears before us again in his dialogues with Sonia, no less intense. Here it already sounds in a different tonality, it enters into dialogic contact with another very strong and integral life position, Sonia's, and thus reveals new facets and possibilities inherent in it. Next we hear this idea in Svidrigaïlov's dialogized exposition of it in his dialogue with Dounia. But here, in the voice of Svidrigaïlov, who is one of Raskolnikov's parodic doubles, the idea has a completely different sound and turns toward us another of its sides. And finally, Raskolnikov's idea comes into contact with various manifestations of life throughout the entire novel, it is tested, verified, confirmed or repudiated by them. Of this we have already spoken in the preceding chapter. Let us again recall Ivan Karamazov's idea that everything is permitted if there is no immortality for the soul. What an intense dialogic life that idea leads throughout the whole of the brothers Karamazov, what heterogeneous voices relay it along, into what unexpected dialogic contacts it enters. On both of these ideas, Raskolnikov's and Ivan Karamazov's, the reflections of other ideas fall, similar to what happens in painting when a distinct tone, thanks to the reflections of surrounding tones, loses its abstract purity, and only then begins to live an authentic painterly life. If one were to extract these ideas from the dialogic realm of their life and give them a monologically finished theoretical form, what withered and easily refuted ideological constructs would result? As an artist, Dostoevsky did not create his ideas in the same way philosophers or scholars create theirs, he created images of ideas found, heard, sometimes divined by him in reality itself, that is, ideas already living or entering life as idea forces. Dostoevsky possessed an extraordinary gift for hearing the dialogue of his epoch, or, more precisely, for hearing his epoch as a great dialogue, for detecting in it not only individual voices, but precisely and predominantly the dialogic relationship among voices, their dialogic interaction. He heard both the loud, recognized, reigning voices of the epoch, that is, the reigning dominant ideas, official and unofficial, as well as voices still weak, ideas not yet fully emerged, latent ideas heard as yet by no one but himself, and ideas that were just beginning to ripen, embryos of future worldviews. Reality in its entirety, Dostoevsky himself wrote, is not to be exhausted by what is immediately at hand, for an overwhelming part of this reality is contained in the form of a still latent, unuttered future word too. In the dialogue of his time Dostoevsky also heard resonances of the voice ideas of the past, both the most recent past, the 30s and 40s, and the more remote. Also, as we have just said, he attempted to hear the voice ideas of the future, trying to divine them, so to speak, from the place prepared for them in the dialogue of the present, just as it is possible to divine a future, as yet unuttered response in an already unfolded dialogue. Thus on the plane of the present there came together and quarreled past, present, and future. We repeat, Dostoevsky never created his idea images out of nothing, he never made them up any more than a visual artist makes up the people he represents, he was able to hear or divine them in the reality at hand. And thus for the idea images in Dostoevsky's novels, as well as for the images of his heroes, it is possible to locate and indicate specific prototypes. Thus the prototypes for Raskolnikov's ideas, for example, were the ideas of Max Stirner * as expounded by him in his treatise Der Einzige und sein Eigentum, and the ideas of Napoleon III as developed by him in Histoire de Jules César, 1865, 3. One of the prototypes for Peter Verkhovensky's ideas was the Catechism of a Revolutionary, for the prototypes of Versolov's ideas, the Adolescent, were the ideas of Chadov and Herzen 5. By no means have all prototypes for Dostoevsky's idea images been discovered and clarified. We must emphasize that we are not talking of Dostoevsky's sources, that term would be inappropriate here, but precisely about the prototypes for his idea images. Dostoevsky neither copied nor expounded these prototypes in any way, rather he freely and creatively reworked them into living artistic images of ideas, exactly as an artist approaches his human prototypes. Above all, he destroyed the self-enclosed monologic form of idea prototypes and incorporated them into the great dialogue of his novels, where they began living a new and eventful artistic life. As an artist, Dostoevsky uncovered in the image of a given idea not only the historically actual features available in the prototype, in Napoleon III's Histoire de Jules César, for example, but also its potentialities, and precisely this potential is of the utmost importance for the artistic image. As an artist, Dostoevsky often divined how a given idea would develop and function under certain changed conditions, what unexpected directions it would take in its further development and transformation. To this end, Dostoevsky placed the idea on the borderline of dialogically intersecting consciousnesses. He brought together ideas and worldviews, which in real life were absolutely estranged and deaf to one another, and forced them to quarrel. He extended, as it were, these distantly separated ideas by means of a dotted line to the point of their dialogic intersection. In so doing, he anticipated future dialogic encounters between ideas which in his time were still dissociated. He foresaw new linkages of ideas, the emergence of new voice ideas and changes in the arrangement of all the voice ideas in the worldwide dialogue. And thus the Russian, and worldwide, dialogue that resounds in Dostoevsky's novels with voice ideas already living and just being born, voice ideas open-ended and fraught with new possibilities, continues to draw into its lofty and tragic game the minds and voices of Dostoevsky's readers, up to the present day. In such a way, without losing any of their full and essential semantic validity, the idea prototypes used in Dostoevsky's novels change the form of their existence. They become thoroughly dialogized images of ideas not finalized monologically, that is, they enter into what is for them a new realm of existence, artistic existence. Dostoevsky was not only an artist who wrote novels and stories, he was also a journalist and a thinker who published articles in Time, Epoch, The Citizen, and Diary of a Writer. In these articles he expressed definite philosophical, religious philosophical, and socio-political ideas. He expressed them there, that is, in the articles, as his own confirmed ideas in a systemically monologic or rhetorically monologic, in fact, journalistic, form. These same ideas were sometimes expressed by him in letters to various correspondents. What we have in the articles and letters are not, of course, images of ideas, but straightforward monologically confirmed ideas. But we also meet these Dostoevskian ideas in his novels. How should we regard them there, that is, in the artistic context of his creative work? In exactly the same way we regard the ideas of Napoleon III in Crime and Punishment, ideas with which Dostoevsky the thinker was in total disagreement, or the ideas of Chadov and Herzen in The Adolescent, ideas with which Dostoevsky the thinker was in partial agreement. That is, we should regard the ideas of Dostoevsky the thinker as the idea prototypes for certain ideas in his novels, the idea images of Sonia, Mishkin, Alyosha Karamazov, Zosima. In fact, the ideas of Dostoevsky the thinker, upon entering his polyphonic novel, change the very form of their existence. They are transformed into artistic images of ideas, they are combined in an indissoluble unity with images of people, Sonia, Mishkin, Zosima, they are liberated from their monologic isolation and finalization, they become thoroughly dialogized and enter the great dialogue of the novel on completely equal terms with other idea images, the ideas of Raskolnikov, Ivan Karamazov, and others. It is absolutely impermissible to ascribe to these ideas the finalizing function of authorial ideas in a monologic novel. Here they fulfill no such function, for they are all equally privileged participants in the great dialogue. If a certain partiality on the part of Dostoevsky the journalist for specific ideas and images is sometimes sensed in his novels, then it is evident only in superficial aspects, for example, in the conventionally monologic epilogue to Crime and Punishment, and is not capable of destroying the powerful artistic logic of the polyphonic novel. Dostoevsky the artist always triumphs over Dostoevsky the journalist. Thus the ideas of Dostoevsky himself, uttered by him in monologic form outside the artistic context of his work, in articles, letters, oral conversations, are merely the prototypes for several of the idea images in his novels. For this reason it is absolutely impermissible to substitute a critique of these monologic idea prototypes for genuine analysis of Dostoevsky's polyphonic artistic thought. It is important to investigate the function of ideas in Dostoevsky's polyphonic world, and not only their monologic substance. For a correct understanding of the way an idea is represented in Dostoevsky, one must take into consideration one more trait of its form-shaping ideology. We have in mind primarily the ideology that served Dostoevsky as his principle for seeing and representing the world, precisely a form-shaping ideology, for upon it ultimately depend the functions of abstract ideas and thoughts in the work. Dostoevsky's form-shaping ideology lacks those two basic elements upon which any ideology is built, the separate thought, and a unified world of objects giving rise to a system of thoughts. In the usual ideological approach, there exist separate thoughts, assertions, propositions that can by themselves be true or untrue, depending on their relationship to the subject and independent of the carrier to whom they belong. These no man's thoughts, faithful to the referential world, are united in a systemic unity of a referential order. In this systemic unity, thought comes into contact with thought and one thought is bound up with another on referential grounds. A thought gravitates toward system as toward an ultimate whole, the system is put together out of separate thoughts, as out of elements. Dostoevsky's ideology knows neither the separate thought nor systemic unity in this sense. For him the ultimate indivisible unit is not the separate referentially bounded thought, not the proposition, not the assertion, but rather the integral point of view, the integral position of a personality. For him, referential meaning is indissolubly fused with the position of a personality. In every thought the personality is given, as it were, in its totality. And thus the linking up of thoughts is the linking up of integral positions, the linking up of personalities. Dostoevsky, to speak paradoxically, thought not in thoughts but in points of view, consciousnesses, voices. He tried to perceive and formulate each thought in such a way that a whole person was expressed and began to sound in it. This, in condensed form, is his entire worldview, from alpha to omega. Only that idea which compressed in itself an entire spiritual orientation could Dostoevsky accept as an element of his artistic worldview. For him it was an indivisible unit. Out of such units emerged not a system, united through a world of objects, but a concrete event made up of organized human orientations and voices. In Dostoevsky, two thoughts are already two people, for there are no thoughts belonging to no one and every thought represents an entire person. This striving of Dostoevsky to perceive each thought as an integrated personal position, to think in voices, is clearly evidenced even in the compositional structure of his journalistic articles. His manner of developing a thought is everywhere the same. He develops it dialogically, not in a dry logical dialogue but by juxtaposing whole, profoundly individualized voices. Even in his polemical articles he does not really persuade but rather organizes voices, yokes together semantic orientations, most often in the form of some imagined dialogue. Here is the typical structure of one of Dostoevsky's journalistic articles. In his article The Environment, Dostoevsky begins by making a series of observations in the form of questions and presuppositions about the psychological condition and attitudes of jury members, as always interrupting and illustrating his thoughts with the voices and semi-voices of various people. For example, it seems that the one feeling common to all jurors throughout the world, and to our jurors in particular, aside, of course, from other emotions, must be the feeling of authority, or, to express it better, Absolute power. This is a miserable feeling, that is, when it prevails over all others. In my fancies I was dreaming of court sessions made up, for instance, almost exclusively of peasants, serfs of yesterday. The district attorney and the lawyers would address them, seeking their favors, while our good peasants would be sitting and silently pondering in their heads, see how things have shaped themselves, now if it pleases me, I'll acquit, if it pleases me, I'll send him away to Siberia. Simply, it is a pity to ruin somebody else's fate, they are human beings too. The Russian people are compassionate. Such is the opinion of others, as this has sometimes been expressed. Further on, Dostoevsky directly proceeds to orchestrate his theme with the help of an imaginary dialogue. Even though it be presumed, I can hear a voice, that your solid, that is, Christian, foundations are the same and that, in truth, one has to be, above all, a citizen, and, well, that one must hold the banner, etc., as you insisted, even if this be presumed for the time being, without challenge, think, where shall we find citizens? Consider only what we had yesterday. Now, you know that civil rights, and what rights, rolled down upon him as from a hill. They crushed him and, as yet, they are to him but a burden, indeed, a burden. Of course, there is truth in your observation, I answer the voice, slightly downcast, nevertheless, the Russian people. The Russian people, let me tell you. I hear another voice, here, we are told that the gifts rolled down from a hill and crushed the people. But, perhaps, they feel that much they have received as a gift, and, on top of this, they realize that they have received these gifts gratis, and that as yet they, the people, are not worthy of them. This viewpoint is then developed further. This, in a way, is a Slavophile voice, I say to myself. The thought is, indeed, encouraging, while my conjecture concerning popular humility before the power, received gratuitously, and bestowed upon the still unworthy, is certainly smarter than the suggestion of a desire to tease the district attorney. Development of the answer. However, I can hear a sarcastic voice, it seems that it is you who are pressing on the people the latest environmental philosophy, for whence did it come to them? Since these 12 jurors, at times, all of them peasants, sit there, and each one of them considers it a mortal sin to eat forbidden food in Lent, you should have accused them point blank of social tendencies. Of course, why should they be worrying about the environment? I mean, they as a body, I began to ponder, yet, the ideas are soaring in the air, there is something penetrating in an idea. There you are. Laughs the caustic voice. And what if our people are particularly inclined toward the environmental doctrine, by their very nature, by their, let us say, Slav propensities? What if they, our people, are the best material in Europe for certain propagandists? The sarcastic voice laughs still louder, but somewhat artificially. 6. The further development of the theme is built on semi-voices and on the material of concrete, everyday scenes and situations, ultimately having as its final goal the characterization of some human orientation, that of a criminal, a lawyer, a juror, and so forth. Many of Dostoevsky's journalistic articles are constructed in this way. Everywhere his thought makes its way through a labyrinth of voices, semi-voices, other people's words, other people's gestures. He never proves his own positions on the basis of other abstract positions, he does not link thoughts together according to some referential principle, but juxtaposes orientations and amid them constructs his own orientation. Of course, in the journalistic articles this form-shaping characteristic of Dostoevsky's ideology cannot manifest itself in any particular depth. There it is simply the form of the exposition. The monologic mode of thinking is not, of course, overcome. Journalistic writing creates the least favorable conditions for overcoming monologism. But nevertheless even there Dostoevsky cannot and does not want to separate the thought from the person, from a living mouth, in order to bind it to another thought on a purely referential and impersonal plane. While the ordinary ideological orientation sees in a thought its referential meaning, its objective crests, Dostoevsky sees first and foremost its roots in the human being. For him a thought is two-sided, and these two sides, according to Dostoevsky, are even as an abstraction inseparable from one another. His entire material unfolds before him as a series of human orientations. His path leads not from idea to idea, but from orientation to orientation. To think, for him, means to question and to listen, to try out orientations, to combine some and expose others. For it must be emphasized that in Dostoevsky's world even agreement retains its dialogic character, that is, it never leads to a merging of voices and truths in a single impersonal truth, as occurs in the monologic world. It is characteristic that in Dostoevsky's works there are absolutely no separate thoughts, propositions or formulations such as maxims, sayings, aphorisms which, when removed from their context and detached from their voice, would retain their semantic meaning in an impersonal form. But how many such separate and true thoughts can be isolated, and in fact commonly are isolated, from the novels of Leo Tolstoy, Turgenev, Balzac, and others. These thoughts are scattered throughout the character's speech and in the author's speech, separated from a voice, they still retain their full power to mean as impersonal aphorisms. In the literature of classicism and the Enlightenment a special type of aphoristic thinking was developed, that is, thinking in separate rounded off and self-sufficient thoughts which were purposely meant to stand independent of their context. Still another type of aphoristic thinking was developed by the Romantics. Dostoevsky found these types of thinking particularly alien and antagonistic. His form-shaping worldview does not know an impersonal truth, and in his works there are no detached, impersonal verities. There are only integral and indivisible voice ideas, voice viewpoints, but they too cannot be detached from the dialogic fabric of the work without distorting their nature. To be sure, there are among Dostoevsky's characters representatives of an epigonic, worldly line of aphoristic thinking, or more precisely, of aphoristic babbling, who spout banal witticisms and aphorisms, as does, for example, old Prince Sokolsky, the adolescent. To this group Versilov also belongs, but only in part, only because of a peripheral side of his personality. These worldly aphorisms are, of course, objectified. But there is in Dostoevsky a hero of a special type, Stepan Trofimovich Verkhovensky. He is an epigone of the loftier lines of aphoristic thinking, of the Enlightenment and Romanticism. He spouts his verities precisely because he has no dominating idea that determines the core of his personality, he has no truth of his own, but only those separate impersonal verities which for that reason cease to be ultimately true. On his deathbed he himself defines his relationship to the truth. My friend, I've been telling lies all my life. Even when I told the truth I never spoke for the sake of the truth, but always for my own sake. I knew it before, but I only see it now. SS. 7, 678, The Possessed, Part 3, ch. 7, 2. None of Stepan Trofimovich's aphorisms retain their full significance out of context, they are all to some extent objectified, and the author's ironic stamp lies on them all, that is, they are double-voiced. In the compositionally expressed dialogues of Dostoevsky's characters there are also no separate thoughts or positions. They never argue over separate points, but always over whole points of view, inserting themselves and their entire idea into even the briefest exchange. They almost never dismember or analyze their integral ideational position. And in the great dialogue of the novel as a whole, separate voices and their worlds are juxtaposed to one another as inseparable wholes, and not dismembered, not compared point by point or separate position by separate position. In one of his letters to Pope Dostoevsky on the brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky characterizes very aptly his method of integral dialogic juxtapositions. As an answer to all this negative side, I am offering this sixth book, A Russian Monk, which will appear on August 31st. And therefore I tremble for it, and in this sense, will it be a sufficient answer? All the more so because the answer here is not a direct one, It is not a point-by-point response to any previously expressed positions, in the Grand Inquisitor or earlier, but only an oblique response. What is presented here is something directly and inversely opposite to the worldview expressed above, but it is presented, again, not point by point but, so to speak, in an artistic picture. Pies Ma, 4, p. 109, 24 August/13 September 1879. These features of Dostoevsky's form-shaping ideology, outlined by us above, determine all aspects of his polyphonic creative activity. As a result of such an ideological approach, what unfolds before Dostoevsky is not a world of objects, illuminated and ordered by his monologic thought, but a world of consciousnesses mutually illuminating one another, a world of yoked-together semantic human orientations. Among them Dostoevsky seeks the highest and most authoritative orientation, and he perceives it not as his own true thought, but as another authentic human being and his discourse. The image of the ideal human being or the image of Christ represents for him the resolution of ideological quests. This image or this highest voice must crown the world of voices, must organize and subdue it. Precisely the image of a human being and his voice, a voice not the author's own, was the ultimate artistic criterion for Dostoevsky, not fidelity to his own convictions and not fidelity to convictions themselves taken abstractly, but precisely a fidelity to the authoritative image of a human being. 7. In answer to Kavlin, Dostoevsky jotted down in his notebook, "It is not enough to define morality as fidelity to one's own convictions. One must continually pose oneself the question, are my convictions true? Only one verification of them exists, Christ. But this is no longer philosophy, it is faith, and faith is a red color. I cannot recognize one who burns heretics as a moral man, because I do not accept your thesis that morality is an agreement with internal convictions. That is merely honesty. The Russian language is rich, but not morality. I have a moral model and an ideal, Christ. I ask, would he have burned heretics? No. That means the burning of heretics is an immoral act. Christ was mistaken, it's been proved. A scorching feeling tells me, better that I remain with a mistake, with Christ, than with you. Living life has fled you, only the formulas and categories remain, and that, it seems, makes you happy. You say there's more peace and quiet, laziness, that way. You say that to be moral one need only act according to conviction. But where do you get your convictions? I simply do not believe you and say that on the contrary it is immoral to act according to one's convictions. And you, of course, cannot find a way to prove me wrong. 8. In these thoughts the important thing for us is not Dostoevsky's Christian declaration of faith in itself, but those living forms of his artistic and ideological thinking that are here so lucidly realized and expressed. Formulas and categories are foreign to his thinking. He prefers to remain with the mistake but with Christ, that is, without truth in the theoretical sense of the word, without truth as formula, truth as proposition. It is extremely characteristic of Dostoevsky that a question is put to the ideal image, how would Christ have acted, that is, there is an internal dialogic orientation with regard to it, not a fusion with it but a following of it. A distrust of convictions and their usual monologic function, a quest for truth not as the deduction of one's own consciousness, in fact not in the monologic context of an individual consciousness at all, but rather in the ideal authoritative image of another human being, an orientation toward the other's voice, the other's word. All this is characteristic of Dostoevsky's form-shaping ideology. An authorial idea or thought must not perform in the work the function of totally illuminating the represented world, but must rather enter into that world as an image of a human being, as one orientation among other orientations, as one word among many words. This ideal orientation, the true word, and its potential must never be lost sight of, but it must not color the work with the personal ideological tone of the author. In the plan for the life of a great sinner there is the following very revealing section. 1. Opening pages. 1. Tone. 2. compress the thoughts artistically and concisely. First NB is tone, the story is alive, that is, although it is told from the author, it is told concisely, not skimping on explanations, but even presenting scenes. Harmony is necessary here. The dryness of the story sometimes borders on Gil bias. In the especially effective and dramatic places, as if there were nothing of any special value. But the dominating idea of the life must be visible, that is, although the entire dominating idea will not be explained in words and will always remain a puzzle, the reader must nevertheless always be aware that the idea is a devout one, that the life was so important that it was worth beginning with the childhood years. Also, through the choice of story, and all the facts in it, it is as if, some special thing, is constantly being put forth and the man of the future is constantly before our eyes and placed on a pedestal. Point 9. A dominating idea was mentioned in the plan of every one of Dostoevsky's novels. In his letters he often emphasized the extraordinary importance he attached to the basic idea. On the idiot he says in a letter to Strikhov, much in the novel was written hurriedly, much is too diffuse and did not turn out well, but some of it did turn out well. I do not stand behind the novel, but I do stand behind the idea. 10 of the possessed he writes to Mikhail, the idea seduced me and I've fallen terribly in love with it, but can I manage it without ruining the whole novel, that's the trouble. 11 But the function of the dominating idea, even in the plans, is somewhat special. It does not extend beyond the limits of the great dialogue and does not finalize it. It must exercise leadership only in the choice and arrangement of material, through the choice of story, and that material is other people's voices, other people's points of view, and among them the man of the future is constantly placed on a pedestal. 12. We have already said that the idea functions only for the characters as an ordinary monologic principle for seeing and understanding the world. Everything in the work that might serve as direct expression and support for the idea is distributed among them. The author stands before the hero, before the pure voice of the hero. In Dostoevsky there is no objective representation of the environment, of everyday life, of nature, of objects, that is, no representation of all those things that could become a support for the author. Upon entering Dostoevsky's novel, the enormously diverse world of things and relationships among things is presented as the characters understand it, in their spirit and in their tone. The author as carrier of his own idea does not come into direct contact with a single thing, he comes into contact only with people. It comes as no surprise that both the ideological motif, and the ideological deduction transforming its material into an object, are quite impossible in this world of subjects. In 1878 Dostoevsky wrote to one of his correspondents, add to this, on top of all this the topic is man's non-submission to the general law of nature, MB which perceived everything. If it really has perceived everything, that is, the whole earth and its axiom the law of self-preservation, MB, then of necessity is higher than all this, or at least does not fit into this but stands as it were off to one side, above all this, judging and perceiving it. But in that case this I is not only not subject to the earthly axiom, the earthly law, but goes beyond them, has its own law higher than them. 13. In his work Dostoevsky did not, however, make monologic use of such a basically idealistic evaluation of consciousness. The cognizant and judging I, and the world as its object, are present there not in the singular but in the plural. Dostoevsky overcame solipsism. He reserved idealistic consciousness not for himself but for his characters, and not only for one of them but for them all. At the center of Dostoevsky's creative work there stands, in place of the relationship of a single cognizant and judging I to the world, the problem of the interrelationship of all these cognizant and judging I's to one another. Chapter 4. Characteristics of genre and plot composition in Dostoevsky's works. Those characteristics of Dostoevsky's Poetics investigated by us in the preceding chapters presuppose, of course, a completely new treatment in his work of generic and plot compositional elements. Neither the hero, nor the idea, nor the very polyphonic principle for structuring a whole can be fitted into the generic and plot compositional forms of a biographical novel, a socio-psychological novel, a novel of everyday life or a family novel, that is, into the forms dominant in the literature of Dostoevsky's time and developed by such of his contemporaries as Turgenev, Goncharov, and Leo Tolstoy. In comparison with those writers, Dostoevsky's work clearly belongs to a completely different generic type, one quite foreign to them. The plot of the biographical novel is not adequate to Dostoevsky's hero, for such a plot relies wholly on the social and characterological definitiveness of the hero, on his full embodiment in life. Between the character of the hero and the plot of his life there must be a deep and organic unity. The biographical novel is built on it. The hero and the objective world surrounding him must be made of one piece. But Dostoevsky's hero in this sense is not embodied and cannot be embodied. He cannot have a normal biographical plot. The heroes themselves, it turns out, fervently dream of being embodied, they long to attach themselves to one of life's normal plots. The longing for embodiment by the dreamer, born of the idea of the underground man and the hero of an accidental family, is one of Dostoevsky's important themes. Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel is constructed on another plot compositional base, and is connected with other generic traditions in the development of European artistic prose. In the literature on Dostoevsky, very often the characteristics of his work are linked with the traditions of the European adventure novel. And there is a certain measure of truth in this. Between the adventure hero and the Dostoevskian hero there is one formal similarity, very fundamental to the structure of the novel. As regards the adventure hero also, it is impossible to say who he is. He has no firm socially typical or individually characterological qualities out of which a stable image of his character, type, or temperament might be composed. Such a definitive image would weigh down the adventure plot, limit the adventure possibilities. To the adventure hero anything can happen, he can become anything. He too is not a substance, but a pure function of adventures and escapades. The adventure hero is, to the same degree as Dostoevsky's hero, not finalized and not predetermined by his image. To be sure, this is a very external and very crude similarity. But it is sufficient to make Dostoevsky's heroes potential carriers of an adventure plot. The circle of connections that heroes can establish, the circle of events in which they participate, is not predetermined and not limited by their character, nor by any social world in which they might actually have been embodied. Therefore Dostoevsky could calmly make use of the most extreme and consistent devices not only of the respectable adventure novel, but even of the boulevard novel. His hero excludes nothing from his life except one thing, the social respectability of a fully embodied hero of the family or biographical novel. Thus Dostoevsky would be the least likely to follow, or find any significant kinship with, Turgenev, Tolstoy, or the Western European representatives of the biographical novel. On the other hand, the adventure novel, in all its many guises, left a deep mark on his work. As Grossman says, his most important contribution was to reproduce, and this is the single instance of it in the entire history of the classic Russian novel, the typical storylines of adventure literature. The traditional patterns of the European novel of adventure often served Dostoevsky as models for the construction of his intrigues. He even made use of the clichés of that literary genre. In the heat of hurried work he was seduced by the types of adventure stories then current, which were grist for boulevard novelists and writers of feuilletons. It seems there is not a single attribute of the old novel of adventure that Dostoevsky failed to use. Alongside secret crimes and mass catastrophes, titled personages, and unexpected fortunes, we find that feature most typical of melodrama, aristocrats who wander through slums and fraternize with the dregs of society. Stavrogin is not the only one of Dostoevsky's heroes with this trait. It is equally characteristic of Prince Volkovsky, Prince Sokolsky, and even in part Prince Mishkin. 1. But what need did Dostoevsky have for the adventure world? What functions does it fulfill in the whole of his artistic design? In answering that question, Leonid Grossman points to three basic functions of the adventure plot. The introduction of an adventure world, first of all, guaranteed narrative interest, thus facilitating the reader's difficult journey through the labyrinth of philosophical theories, images, and human relationships all packed into a single novel. Secondly, Dostoevsky found in the novel feuilleton a spark of sympathy for the insulted and the injured, which is felt behind all the adventures of beggars made happy and redeemed outcasts. Finally, the adventure world gave expression to a primordial trait of Dostoevsky's art, the impulse to introduce the extraordinary into the very thick of the commonplace, to fuse into one, according to romantic principles, the sublime with the grotesque, and by an imperceptible process of conversion to push images and phenomena of everyday reality to the limits of the fantastic too. One cannot help agreeing with Grossman that all the functions he has pointed out are indeed essential to adventure material in the Dostoevskian novel. But these functions, it seems to us, far from exhaust the matter. For Dostoevsky, entertainment was never a goal in itself, nor did he ever set for himself as an artistic goal the romantic principle of interweaving the sublime with the grotesque, the extraordinary with the commonplace. Even if the authors of adventure novels had indeed paved the way for the social novel by introducing slums, forced labor, and hospitals, Dostoevsky nevertheless had before him examples of the genuine social novel, the social psychological, everyday, and biographical novel, which, however, he scarcely heeded at all. Grigorovich and others who began with Dostoevsky arrived at the same world of the insulted and injured, following completely different models. The functions Grossman has pointed out are peripheral ones. What is most fundamental and important is not contained in them. In a social psychological novel, a novel of everyday life, a family or biographical novel, the modes for plotting the story link one character to another not as one person to another person but as father to son, husband to wife, rival to rival, lover to beloved, or as landlord to peasant, property owner to proletarian, well-to-do bourgeois to déclassé tramp, and so forth. Relationships of family, of life story and biography, of social status and social class are the stable all-determining basis for all plot connections. Contingency has no place here. The hero is assigned to a plot as someone fully embodied and strictly localized in life, as someone dressed in the concrete and impenetrable garb of his class or social station, his family position, his age, his life, and biographical goals. His humanness is to such an extent made concrete and specific by his place in life that it is in itself denied any decisive influence on plot relationships. It can be revealed only within the strict framework of those relationships. Characters are distributed according to plot, and they can interact with one another in a meaningful way only on this well-defined and concrete ground. Their interrelationships are created by the plot and by that same plot are finalized. Their self-consciousnesses and consciousnesses as persons cannot establish any connections of even the slightest significance exterior to the plot. The plot here can never become simple material for extra-plot communication among consciousnesses, because the hero and the plot are made of a single piece. Heroes as heroes are born of the plot itself. The plot is not merely their clothing, it is their body and their soul. And conversely, their body and soul can be revealed and finalized in essence only within the plot. The adventure plot, on the contrary, is precisely clothing draped over the hero, clothing which he can change as often as he pleases. The adventure plot relies not on what the hero is, not on the place he occupies in life, but more often on what he is not, on what, from the vantage point of the reality at hand, is unexpected and not predetermined. The adventure plot does not rely on already available and stable positions, family, social, biographical, it develops in spite of them. The adventure position is a position in which any person may appear as a person. What is more, the adventure plot uses any stable social localization not as a finalizing real-life form but precisely as a position. Thus, a boulevard novel aristocrat has nothing in common with an aristocrat of a social family novel. Being an aristocrat in a boulevard novel is simply a position in which a person finds himself. The person functions, in the clothing of an aristocrat, as a person, he shoots, commits crimes, flees from enemies, overcomes obstacles, and so forth. All social and cultural institutions, establishments, social states, and classes, family relationships are no more than positions in which a person can be eternally equal to himself. Problems dictated by his eternal human nature, self-preservation, the thirst for victory and triumph, the thirst for dominance or for sensual love, determine the adventure plot. True, this eternal man of the adventure plot is, so to speak, a corporeal and corporeal spiritual man. Outside the plot he is therefore quite empty, and consequently he can establish no extra plot connections with any other characters. The adventure plot cannot therefore be the ultimate binding force in Dostoevsky's world, but as a plot it offers favorable material for the realization of Dostoevsky's artistic design. In Dostoevsky, the adventure plot is combined with the posing of profound and acute problems, and it is, in addition, placed wholly at the service of the idea. It places a person in extraordinary positions that expose and provoke him, it connects him and makes him collide with other people under unusual and unexpected conditions precisely for the purpose of testing the idea and the man of the idea, that is, for testing the man in man. And this permits the adventure story to be combined with other genres that are, it would seem, quite foreign to it, such as the confession and the saint's life. Such a combination of adventurism, often of the boulevard novel sort, with the idea, with the problematic dialogue, with the life and the confession, seemed, from the vantage point of these concepts about genre dominant in the 19th century, something quite out of the ordinary. It was perceived as a crude and absolutely unjustified violation of the aesthetics of genre. And indeed, in the 19th century these genres and generic elements were sharply delimited and presented as alien and unrelated to one another. We recall the excellent characterization of this foreignness given by Grossman, see Chapter 1, pages 14 to 15. We have tried to show that this generic and stylistic foreignness is made meaningful and even surmounted in Dostoevsky, through the consistent polyphonism of his work. But the time has now come to consider this question from the viewpoint of a history of genres, that is, to shift the question onto the plane of historical poetics. The fact is that a combination of adventurism with the posing of acute problematic questions, with a dialogic approach, with the confession, with the life and the sermon was by no means something absolutely new and never before existing. The only new thing was Dostoevsky's polyphonic use and interpretation of generic combinations. Its roots reach back into the most remote antiquity. The adventure novel of the 19th century is only one of the branches, and a rather impoverished and deformed branch at that, of a powerful and multi-branched generic tradition, reaching, as we have said, into the depths of the past, to the very sources of European literature. We consider it essential to trace back this tradition precisely to its sources. One must not limit oneself to an analysis of the generic phenomena closest to Dostoevsky. We even intend to concentrate our main attention precisely on the sources. Therefore we must take leave of Dostoevsky for a time and leaf through some ancient pages, as yet almost totally unexamined in our scholarship, in the history of genres. This historical digression will help us to understand, in a deeper and truer way, the generic and plot compositional characteristics of Dostoevsky's works, which to this day remain essentially unexplored in the literature on him. In addition, we believe this question has broader significance for the theory and history of literary genres. A literary genre, by its very nature, reflects the most stable, eternal tendencies in literature's development. Always preserved in a genre are undying elements of the archaic. True, these archaic elements are preserved in it only thanks to their constant renewal, which is to say, their contemporization. A genre is always the same and yet not the same, always old and new simultaneously. Genre is reborn and renewed at every new stage in the development of literature and in every individual work of a given genre. This constitutes the life of the genre. Therefore even the archaic elements preserved in a genre are not dead but eternally alive, that is, archaic elements are capable of renewing themselves. A genre lives in the present, but always remembers its past, its beginning. Genre is a representative of creative memory in the process of literary development. Precisely for this reason, genre is capable of guaranteeing the unity and uninterrupted continuity of this development. For the correct understanding of a genre, therefore, it is necessary to return to its sources. At the close of classical antiquity, and again in the epoch of Hellenism, a number of genres coalesced and developed, fairly diverse externally but bound together by an inner kinship and therefore constituting a special realm of literature, which the ancients themselves very expressively called sigma pi omicron upsilon delta omicron gamma lambda omicron omicron nu, that is, the realm of the serio-comical. Q. Here the ancients assigned the mimes of Sophron, the Socratic dialogue, as a special genre, the voluminous literature of the symposiasts, also a special genre, early memoir literature, ion of chips * Critias, pamphlets, the whole of bucolic poetry, Menipene satire, as a special genre, and several other genres as well. Precise and stable boundaries within the realm of the serio-comical are almost impossible for us to distinguish. But the ancients themselves distinctly sensed its fundamental uniqueness and counterposed it to the serious genres, the epic, the tragedy, the history, classical rhetoric, and the like. And in fact the differences between this realm and the rest of the literature of classical antiquity are very substantial. What are the distinguishing characteristics of the genres of the serio-comical? For all their motley external diversity, they are united by their deep bond with carnivalistic folklore. They are all, to a greater or lesser degree, saturated with a specific carnival sense of the world, and several of them are direct literary variants of oral carnival folkloric genres. The carnival sense of the world, permeating these genres from top to bottom, determines their basic features and places image and word in them in a special relationship to reality. In all genres of the serio-comical, to be sure, there is a strong rhetorical element, but in the atmosphere of joyful relativity characteristic of a carnival sense of the world this element is fundamentally changed. There is a weakening of its one-sided rhetorical seriousness, its rationality, its singular meaning, its dogmatism. This carnival sense of the world possesses a mighty life-creating and transforming power, an indestructible vitality. Thus even in our time those genres that have a connection, however remote, with the traditions of the serio-comical preserve in themselves the carnivalistic leaven, ferment, and this sharply distinguishes them from the medium of other genres. These genres always bear a special stamp by which we can recognize them. The sensitive ear will always catch even the most distant echoes of a carnival sense of the world. Literature that was influenced, directly and without mediation, or indirectly, through a series of intermediate links, by one or another variant of carnivalistic folklore, ancient or medieval, we shall call carnivalized literature. The entire realm of the serio-comical constitutes the first example of such literature. In our opinion, the problem of carnivalized literature is one of the very important problems in historical poetics, and in particular of the poetics of genre. However, the problem of carnivalization itself we shall address somewhat later, after an analysis of carnival and the carnivalistic sense of the world. Here we shall pause on several external generic features of the serio-comical realm which are in fact already a result of the transforming influence of a carnival sense of the world. The first characteristic of all genres of the serio-comical is their new relationship to reality, their subject, or, what is more important, their starting point for understanding, evaluating, and shaping reality, is the living present, often even the very day. For the first time in ancient literature the subject of serious, to be sure, at the same time comical, representation is presented without any epic or tragic distance, presented not in the absolute past of myth and legend but on the plane of the present day, in a zone of immediate and even crudely familiar contact with living contemporaries. In these genres, the heroes of myth and the historical figures of the past are deliberately and emphatically contemporized. They act and speak in a zone of familiar contact with the open-ended present. In the realm of the serio-comical, consequently, a radical change takes place in that time and value zone where the artistic image is constructed. Such is its first characteristic. The second characteristic is inseparably bound up with the first. The genres of the serio-comical do not rely on legend and do not sanctify themselves through it, they consciously rely on experience, to be sure, as yet insufficiently mature, and on free invention. Their relationship to legend is in most cases deeply critical, and at times even resembles a cynical expose. Here, consequently, there appears for the first time an image almost completely liberated from legend, one which relies instead on experience and free invention. This is a complete revolution in the history of the literary image. A third characteristic is the deliberate multi-styled and heterovoiced nature of all these genres. They reject the stylistic unity, or better, the single-styled nature, of the epic, the tragedy, high rhetoric, the lyric. Characteristic of these genres are a multi-toned narration, the mixing of high and low, serious and comic. They make wide use of inserted genres, letters, found manuscripts, retold dialogues, parodies on the high genres, parodically reinterpreted citations. In some of them we observe a mixing of prosaic and poetic speech, living dialects and jargons, and in the Roman stage, direct bilingualism as well, are introduced, and various authorial masks make their appearance. Alongside the representing word there appears the represented word. In certain genres a leading role is played by the double-voiced word. And what appears here, as a result, is a radically new relationship to the word as the material of literature. These are the three basic characteristics common to all genres that enter the realm of the serio-comical. From this it is already clear what enormous significance this realm of ancient literature has for the development of the future European novel, and for that branch of artistic prose gravitating toward the novel and developing under its influence. Speaking somewhat too simplistically and schematically, one could say that the novelistic genre has three fundamental roots: the epic, the rhetorical, and the carnivalistic, with, of course, many transitional forms in between. It is in the realm of the serio-comical that one must seek the starting points of development for the diverse varieties of the third, that is the carnivalistic, line of the novel, including that variety which leads to Dostoevsky. In shaping that variety in the development of the novel, and in shaping that artistic prose which we will provisionally call dialogic and which, as we have said, leads to Dostoevsky, two genres from the realm of the serio-comical have definitive significance: the Socratic dialogue and Menippean satire. They must be treated in somewhat greater detail. The Socratic dialogue was a special and, in its time, very widespread genre. Socratic dialogues were written by Plato, Xenophon *Antisthenes *Aeschines *Phaedo *Euclid *Alexamenos Glaucon Simmias Crito and others. Only the dialogues of Plato and Xenophon have survived. Of the others we have only reports and a few fragments. But on the basis of all this we can create for ourselves some idea of the character of this genre. The Socratic dialogue is not a rhetorical genre. It grows out of a folk carnivalistic base and is thoroughly saturated with a carnival sense of the world, especially, of course, in the oral Socratic stage of its development. But to the carnivalistic base of this genre we will return below. Originally the genre of the Socratic dialogue, already at the literary stage of its development, was almost a memoir genre. It consisted of reminiscences of actual conversations that Socrates had conducted, transcriptions of remembered conversations framed by a brief story. But very soon a freely creative attitude toward the material liberated the genre almost completely from the limitations of history and memoir, and retained in it only the Socratic method of dialogically revealing the truth and the external form of a dialogue written down and framed by a story. The Socratic dialogues of Plato are of just such a freely creative sort, as are, to a lesser extent, the dialogues of Xenophon and those of Antisthenes, known to us only through fragments. We shall pause on those aspects of the genre of Socratic dialogue that have special significance for our understanding of the genre. One at the base of the genre lies the Socratic notion of the dialogic nature of truth, and the dialogic nature of human thinking about truth. The dialogic means of seeking truth is counterposed to official monologism, which pretends to possess a ready-made truth, and it is also counterposed to the naive self-confidence of those people who think that they know something, that is, who think that they possess certain truths. Truth is not born, nor is it to be found inside the head of an individual person, it is born between people collectively searching for truth, in the process of their dialogic interaction. Socrates called himself a pander, he brought people together and made them collide in a quarrel, and as a result truth was born. With respect to this emerging truth, Socrates called himself a midwife, since he assisted at the birth. For this reason also he called his method obstetric. But Socrates never called himself the exclusive possessor of a ready-made truth. We emphasize that Socratic notions of the dialogic nature of truth lay at the folk carnivalistic base of the genre of Socratic dialogue, determining its form, but they did not by any means always find expression in the actual content of the individual dialogues. The content often assumed a monologic character that contradicted the form-shaping idea of the genre. In Plato's dialogues of his first and second periods, the dialogic nature of truth is still recognized in the philosophical worldview itself, although in weakened form. Thus the dialogue of these early periods has not yet been transformed into a simple means for expounding ready-made ideas, for pedagogical purposes, and Socrates has not yet been transformed into a teacher. But in the final period of Plato's work that has already taken place, the monologism of the content begins to destroy the form of the Socratic dialogue. Consequently, when the genre of the Socratic dialogue entered the service of the established, dogmatic worldviews of various philosophical schools and religious doctrines, it lost all connection with the carnival sense of the world and was transformed into a simple form for expounding already found, ready-made irrefutable truth. Ultimately, it degenerated completely into a question and answer form for training neophytes, catechism. The two basic devices of the Socratic dialogue were the synkrisis, sigma gamma kappa rho omicron, and the anakrisis, nu kappa rho sigma. Synkrisis was understood as the juxtaposition of various points of view on a specific object. The technique of juxtaposing various discourse opinions on an object was accorded very great importance in the Socratic dialogue, this derived from the very nature of the genre. Anakrisis was understood as a means for eliciting and provoking the words of one's interlocutor, forcing him to express his opinion and express it thoroughly. Socrates was a great master of the anakrisis, he knew how to force people to speak, to clothe in discourse their dim but stubbornly preconceived opinions, to illuminate them by the word and in this way to expose their falseness or incompleteness. He knew how to drag the going truths out into the light of day. Anakrisis is the provocation of the word by the word, and not by means of plot situation, as in Menippean satire, of which more below. Synkrisis and anakrisis dialogize thought, they carry it into the open, turn it into a rejoinder, attach it to dialogic intercourse among people. Both of these devices have their origin in the notion of the dialogic nature of truth, which lies at the base of the Socratic dialogue. On the territory of this carnivalized genre, synkrisis and anakrisis lose their narrow, abstractly rhetorical character. The heroes of the Socratic dialogue are ideologists. The prime ideologist is Socrates himself, but everyone he converses with is an ideologist as well, his pupils, the sophists, the simple people whom he draws into dialogue and makes ideologists against their will. And the very event that is accomplished in a Socratic dialogue, or, more precisely, that is reproduced in it, is the purely ideological event of seeking and testing truth. This event sometimes unfolds with genuine, but peculiar, dramatic effect, for example the peripetations of the idea of the immortality of the soul in Plato's Phaedo. The Socratic dialogue was thus the first to introduce into the history of European literature the hero ideologist. For in the Socratic dialogue, the plot situation of the dialogue is sometimes utilized alongside anakrisis, or the provocation of the word by the word, for the same purpose. In Plato's Apology, the situation of the trial and expected death sentence determines the special character of Socrates' mode of speaking. it is the summing up and confession of a man standing on the threshold. In Phaedo, the discussion of the immortality of the soul, with all its internal and external peripetations, is determined directly by the situation of impending death. In both of these situations there is a tendency to create the extraordinary situation, one which would cleanse the word of all of life's automatism and objectness, which would force a person to reveal the deepest layers of his personality and thought. Of course, the freedom to create extraordinary situations, situations provoking a profound word, are very limited in the Socratic dialogue, due to the historical and memoirist nature of the genre, in its literary stage. Nevertheless, we can already speak of the birth, even on this soil, of a special type of dialogue on the threshold, Schwellen dialogue, which became very widespread in Hellenistic and Roman literature and, ultimately, in the literature of the Renaissance and the Reformation. 5. In the Socratic dialogue, the idea is organically combined with the image of a person, its carrier, Socrates, and other essential participants in the dialogue. The dialogic testing of the idea is simultaneously also the testing of the person who represents it. We may therefore speak here of an embryonic image of an idea. We should also note that this image is treated freely and creatively. The ideas of Socrates, of the leading sophists and other historical figures are not quoted here, not paraphrased, but are presented in their free and creative development against a dialogizing background of other ideas. As the historical and memoir basis of the genre is weakened, the ideas of others become more and more plastic. People and ideas which in historical reality never entered into real dialogic contact, but could have done so, begin to come together in dialogues. This is only one step away from the future dialogue of the dead, in which people and ideas separated by centuries collide with one another on the dialogic plane. But the Socratic dialogue did not take that step. To be sure, in the Apology Socrates seems almost to predict that future dialogic genre when, in a premonition of his death sentence, he speaks of those dialogues he will conduct in the nether world with the shades of the past, as he had conducted them here on earth. It must be emphasized, however, that in contrast to the image of an idea in Dostoevsky, the image of an idea in the Socratic dialogue is of a syncretic sort. In the epoch of the Socratic dialogue, the process of differentiation between the abstractly scientific or philosophical concept and the artistic image had not yet been completed. The Socratic dialogue remained a syncretic philosophical artistic genre. Such are the basic characteristics of the Socratic dialogue. They justify our considering this genre one of the starting points for that line of development in European artistic prose and the novel that leads to the work of Dostoevsky. As a well-defined genre, the Socratic dialogue did not exist for long, but in the process of its disintegration other dialogic genres were formed, including Menippean satire. But Menippean satire cannot of course be considered a pure product of the decomposition of the Socratic dialogue, as is sometimes done, since its roots reach directly back into carnivalized folklore, whose decisive influence is here even more significant than it is in the Socratic dialogue. Before analyzing Menippean satire in its essence, we offer here some details of a purely informational sort. The genre took its name from the philosopher Menippus of Gadara *, 3rd century BC, who fashioned it into its classical form 3, although the term itself as signifying a specific genre was first introduced by the Roman scholar Varro *, 1st century BC, who called his satires Satiri Menippii. But the genre itself arose considerably earlier. Its first representative was perhaps Antisthenes, a pupil of Socrates and one of the authors of Socratic dialogues. Menippean satires were also written by Aristotle's contemporary Heraclides Ponticus *, who, according to Cicero, was also the creator of a kindred genre, the Logistoricus, a combination of the Socratic dialogue with fantastic histories. We already have an indisputable representative of Menippean satire in Bion Boris thence *, that is, the man from the banks of the Dnieper, 3rd century BC. Then came Menippus, who gave the genre more definitive form, and then Varro, of whose satires numerous fragments have survived. A classical Menippean satire is the apokolosyntosis, that is, the pumpkinification, of Seneca *, the Satyricon of Petronius * is nothing other than a Menipene satire extended to the limits of a novel. The fullest picture of the genre is of course provided by the Menipene satires of Lucian *, which have come down to us intact, although not representing all varieties of the genre. The Metamorphoses, the Golden Ass, of Apuleius *, and also its Greek source, known to us through Lucian's brief summary, is a full-blown Menipene satire. A very interesting example of Menipene satire is the so-called Hippocratic novel *, the first European epistolary novel. The development of Menipene satire in its ancient phase culminates in De Consolatione Philosophiae of Poetics *. We find elements of Menipene satire in several varieties of the Greek novel, in the ancient Utopian novel, and in Roman satire, Lucilius and Horace. Within the orbit of Menipene satire various kindred genres developed, genetically linked with the Socratic dialogue, the diatribe, the above-mentioned genre of the Logistoricus, the soliloquy, aretological genres and others. Menipene satire exercised a very great influence on Old Christian literature, of the ancient period, and on Byzantine literature, and through it, on ancient Russian writing as well. In diverse variants and under diverse generic labels it also continued its development into the post-classical epochs, into the Middle Ages, the Renaissance and Reformation, and modern times. In fact it continues to develop even now, both with and without a clear-cut awareness of itself as a genre. This carnivalized genre, extraordinarily flexible and as changeable as Proteus, capable of penetrating other genres, has had an enormous and as yet insufficiently appreciated importance for the development of European literatures. Menipene satire became one of the main carriers and channels for the carnival sense of the world in literature, and remains so to the present day. We shall return to its importance below. Now after our brief, and of course far from complete, survey of the ancient Menipene satires, we must examine the basic characteristics of this genre as they were defined in the epoch of antiquity. From now on we shall call the Menipene satires simply the Menipene. 1. As compared with the Socratic dialogue, the specific weight of the comic element is generally increased in the Menipene, although this vacillates significantly in the diverse varieties of this flexible genre. The comic element is very great in Varro, for example, but it disappears, or rather is reduced in Boethius. The specifically carnival nature, in the broad sense of the word, of the comic element we shall deal with in more detail below. 2. The Menipene is fully liberated from those limitations of history and memoir that were so characteristic of the Socratic dialogue. Although externally the memoir form is sometimes preserved, it is free of legend and not fettered by any demands for an external verisimilitude to life. The Menipene is characterized by an extraordinary freedom of plot and philosophical invention. The fact that the leading heroes of the Menipene are historical and legendary figures, Diogenes, Menippus, and others, presents no obstacle. Indeed, in all of world literature we could not find a genre more free than the Menipene in its invention and use of the fantastic. 3. The most important characteristic of the Menipene as a genre is the fact that its bold and unrestrained use of the fantastic and adventure is internally motivated, justified by and devoted to a purely ideational and philosophical end, the creation of extraordinary situations for the provoking and testing of a philosophical idea, a discourse, a truth, embodied in the image of a wise man, the seeker of this truth. We emphasize that the fantastic here serves not for the positive embodiment of truth, but as a mode for searching after truth, provoking it, and, most important, testing it. To this end the heroes of Menipene satire ascend into heaven, descend into the nether world, wander through unknown and fantastic lands, are placed in extraordinary life situations. Diogenes, for example, sells himself into slavery in the marketplace. Peregrinus * triumphantly immolates himself at the Olympic Games. Lucius the Ass finds himself constantly in extraordinary situations. Very often the fantastic takes on the character of an adventure story, sometimes it assumes a symbolic or even mystical religious character, as in Apuleius. But in all these instances the fantastic is subordinated to the purely ideational function of provoking and testing a truth. The most unrestrained and fantastic adventures are present here in organic and indissoluble artistic unity with the philosophical idea. And it is essential to emphasize once again that the issue is precisely the testing of an idea, of a truth, and not the testing of a particular human character, whether an individual or a social type. The testing of a wise man is a test of his philosophical position in the world, not a test of any other features of his character independent of that position. In this sense one can say that the content of the Menippi is the adventures of an idea or a truth in the world, either on earth, in the nether regions, or on Olympus. For a very important characteristic of the Menippi is the organic combination within it of the free fantastic, the symbolic, at times even a mystical religious element with an extreme and, from our point of view, crude slum naturalism. The adventures of truth on earth take place on the high road, in brothels, in the dens of thieves, in taverns, marketplaces, prisons, in the erotic orgies of secret cults, and so forth. The idea here fears no slum, is not afraid of any of life's filth. The man of the idea, the wise man, collides with worldly evil, depravity, baseness, and vulgarity in their most extreme expression. This slum naturalism is apparently already present in the earliest Menippi. Of Bayan Boris thence the ancients were already saying that he was the first to deck out philosophy in the motley dress of a hetaira. There is a great deal of slum naturalism in Varro and Lucian. But slum naturalism could develop to its broadest and fullest extent only in the Menippi of Petronius and Apuleius, Menippi expanded into novels. The organic combination of philosophical dialogue, lofty symbol systems, the adventure fantastic, and slum naturalism is the outstanding characteristic of the Menippi, and it is preserved in all subsequent stages in the development of the dialogic line of novelistic prose right up to Dostoevsky. 5. Boldness of invention and the fantastic element are combined in the Menippi with an extraordinary philosophical universalism and a capacity to contemplate the world on the broadest possible scale. The Menippi is a genre of ultimate questions. In it ultimate philosophical positions are put to the test. The Menippi strives to provide, as it were, the ultimate and decisive words and acts of a person, each of which contains the whole man, the whole of his life in its entirety. This feature of the genre was apparently especially prominent in the early Menippi, in Heraclides Ponticus, Bion, Teles * and Menippus, but it has been preserved, although sometimes in weakened form, as the characteristic feature in all varieties of the genre. Under Menippian conditions the very nature and process of posing philosophical problems, as compared with the Socratic dialogue, had to change abruptly. All problems that were in the least academic, gnoseological and aesthetic, fell by the wayside, complex and extensive modes of argumentation also fell away, and there remained essentially only naked ultimate questions with an ethical and practical bias. Typical for the Menippi is synkresis, that is, juxtaposition, of precisely such stripped-down ultimate positions in the world. Take, for example, the carnivalistic satirical representation of the Viterum Actio, that is, the sale of ultimate life positions, in Lucian, the fantastic sailings over ideological seas in Varro, Sisculix's A Ulysses and a Half, travels through all the philosophical schools, apparently already in Bion, and so forth. Everywhere one meets the stripped-down pro et contra of life's ultimate questions. 6. In connection with the philosophical universalism of the Menippi, a three-planed construction makes its appearance. Action and dialogic synkresis are transferred from earth to Olympus and to the nether world. This three-planed construction is present with great external visibility in, for example, Seneca's Apokolosyntosis. Here also dialogues of the threshold are presented with great external clarity, at the gates of Olympus, where Claudius was not admitted, and on the threshold of the underworld. The three-planed construction of the Menippi exercised a decisive influence on the corresponding structure of the medieval mystery play and mystery scene. The genre of the threshold dialogue was also extremely widespread in the Middle Ages, in the serious as well as the comic genres, the famous fablio of the peasant arguing at the gates of heaven, for example, and is especially well represented in the literature of the Reformation, the so-called literature of the heavenly gates, Himmelspfortenliteratur. The Menippi accorded great importance to the nether world. Here was born that special genre of dialogues of the dead, widespread in European literature of the Renaissance, and in the 17th and 18th centuries. 7. In the Menippi a special type of experimental fantasticality makes its appearance, completely foreign to ancient epic and tragedy, observation from some unusual point of view, from on high, for example, which results in a radical change in the scale of the observed phenomena of life, Lucian's Acharamenippus, for example, or Varro's Endymiones, observations of the life of a city from a great height. This line of experimental fantasticality continues, under the defining influence of the Menippi, into the subsequent epochs as well, in Rabelais, Swift, Voltaire, Micromegas, and others. 8. In the Menippi there appears for the first time what might be called moral psychological experimentation, a representation of the unusual, abnormal moral and psychic states of man, insanity of all sorts, the theme of the maniac, split personality, unrestrained daydreaming, unusual dreams, passions bordering on madness, 5 suicides, and so forth. These phenomena do not function narrowly in the Menippi as mere themes, but have a formal generic significance. Dreams, daydreams, insanity destroy the epic and tragic wholeness of a person and his fate, the possibilities of another person and another life are revealed in him, he loses his finalized quality and ceases to mean only one thing, he ceases to coincide with himself. Dreams are common in the epic as well, but there they are prophetic, motivating, cautionary, they do not take the person beyond the bounds of his fate and his character, they do not violate his integrity. Of course, this unfinalizability of a man, his non-coincidence with himself, are still rather elementary and embryonic in the Menippi, but they are openly there and permit us to look at a person in a new way. This destruction of the wholeness and finalized quality of a man is facilitated by the appearance, in the Menippi, of a dialogic relationship to one's own self, fraught with the possibility of split personality. Very interesting in this respect is Varro's Menippi by Marcus, that is, the double Marcus. T as in all the Menippi of Varro, the comic element here is very strong. Marcus had promised to write a work on tropes and figures, but he does not keep his promise. The second Marcus, that is, his conscience, his double, constantly reminds him of it, gives him no peace. The first Marcus tries to fulfill the promise but cannot concentrate, he distracts himself by reading Homer, he begins to write poems himself, and so on. This dialogue between the two Marcuses, that is between a person and his conscience, is in Varro presented comically, but nevertheless as a sort of artistic discovery it exercised crucial influence on the Soliloquia of Augustine. We should mention in passing that Dostoevsky too, when representing the phenomenon of the double, always preserved alongside the tragic element an element of the comic as well, in the double, and in Ivan Karamazov's conversation with the devil. 9. Very characteristic for the Menippi are scandal scenes, eccentric behavior, inappropriate speeches and performances, that is, all sorts of violations of the generally accepted and customary course of events and the established norms of behavior and etiquette, including manners of speech. These scandals are sharply distinguished by their artistic structure from epic events and tragic catastrophes. They are also different in essence from comic brawls and exposes. One could say that in the Menippi new artistic categories of the scandalous and the eccentric emerge which are completely foreign to the classical epic and to the dramatic genres. On the carnivalistic character of these categories we shall speak in more detail below. Scandals and eccentricities destroy the epic and tragic wholeness of the world, they make a breach in the stable, normal, seemly, course of human affairs and events, they free human behavior from the norms and motivations that predetermine it. Scandals and eccentric scenes fill the meetings of the gods on Olympus, in Lucian, Seneca, Julian the Apostate * and others, as well as scenes on earth, in Petronius, for example, the scandals on the public square, in the hotel, in the bath. The inappropriate word, inappropriate because of its cynical frankness, or because it profanely unmasks a holy thing, or because it crudely violates etiquette, is also very characteristic for the Menippi. 10. The Menippi is full of sharp contrasts and oxymoronic combinations, the virtuous Hetaira, the true freedom of the wise man and his servile position, the emperor who becomes a slave, moral downfalls and purifications, luxury and poverty, the noble bandit, and so forth. The Menippi loves to play with abrupt transitions and shifts, ups and downs, rises and falls, unexpected combings together of distant and disunited things, mésalliances of all sorts. 11. The Menippi often includes elements of social utopia which are incorporated in the form of dreams or journeys to unknown lands. Sometimes the Menippi grows outright into a utopian novel, Abaris by Heraclides Ponticus. This utopian element is organically combined with all the other elements of the genre. 12. Characteristic for the Menippi is a wide use of inserted genres, novellas, letters, oratorical speeches, symposia, and so on. Also characteristic is a mixing of prose and poetic speech. The inserted genres are presented at various distances from the ultimate authorial position, that is, with varying degrees of parodying and objectification. Verse portions are almost always given with a certain degree of parodying. 13. The presence of inserted genres reinforces the multi-styled and multi-toned nature of the Menippi. What is coalescing here is a new relationship to the word as the material of literature, a relationship characteristic for the entire dialogic line of development in artistic prose. 14. Finally, the last characteristic of the Menippi, its concern with current and topical issues. This is, in its own way, the journalistic genre of antiquity, acutely echoing the ideological issues of the day. The satires of Lucian, taken as a group, are an entire encyclopedia of his times. They are full of overt and hidden polemics with various philosophical, religious, ideological, and scientific schools, and with the tendencies and currents of his time. They are full of the images of contemporary or recently deceased public figures, masters of thought in all spheres of societal and ideological life, under their own names, or disguised. They are full of allusions to the great and small events of the epoch. They feel out new directions in the development of everyday life, they show newly emerging types in all layers of society, and so on. They are a sort of diary of a writer, seeking to unravel and evaluate the general spirit and direction of evolving contemporary life. Just such a diary of a writer, with, however, a sharp preponderance of the carnivalistic comic element, are the satires of Varro, taken in their entirety. We find the same characteristic in Petronius, in Apuleius, and others. A journalistic quality, the spirit of publicistic writing or of the feuilleton, a pointed interest in the topics of the day are characteristic to a greater or lesser extent of all representatives of the Menippi. And this final characteristic is organically combined with all the other traits of the genre. Such are the basic generic characteristics of the Menippi. We must again emphasize the organic unity of all these seemingly very heterogeneous features, the deep internal integrity of this genre. It was formed in an epoch when national legend was already in decay, amid the destruction of those ethical norms that constituted the ancient idea of seemliness, beauty, nobility, in an epoch of intense struggle among numerous and heterogeneous religious and philosophical schools and movements, when disputes over ultimate questions of worldview had become an everyday mass phenomenon among all strata of the population and took place whenever and wherever people came together, in marketplaces, on the streets and highroads, in taverns, in bathhouses, on the decks of ships, when the figure of the philosopher, the wise man, the cynic, the stoic, the Epicurean, or of the prophet or wonder-worker became typical and were encountered more often than one met the figure of the monk in the Middle Ages during the greatest flowering of the monastic orders. It was the epoch of preparation and formation of a new world religion, Christianity. The other side of this epoch was a devaluation of all external positions that a person might hold in life, their transformation into roles played out on the stageboards of the theater of the world in accordance with the wishes of blind fate. There is a profound philosophical awareness of this in Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, and on the literary plane in Lucian and Apuleius. This led to the destruction of the epic and tragic wholeness of a man and his fate. Thus the genre of the Menippi is perhaps the most adequate expression of the characteristics of the epoch. Here, the content of life was poured into a stable form that possessed an inner logic, ensuring the indissoluble linking up of all its elements. Thanks to this, the genre of the Menippi was able to wield such immense influence, to this day almost entirely unappreciated in scholarship, in the history of the development of European novelistic prose. While possessing an inner integrity, the genre of the Menippi simultaneously possesses great external plasticity and a remarkable capacity to absorb into itself kindred small genres, and to penetrate as a component element into other large genres. Thus the Menippi absorbs into itself such kindred genres as the diatribe, the soliloquy, the symposium. These genres are all akin to one another in the external and internal dialogicality of their approach to human life and human thought. The diatribe is an internally dialogized rhetorical genre, usually structured in the form of a conversation with an absent interlocutor and resulting in a dialogization of the very process of speech and thought. The founder of the diatribe was considered by the ancients to be that same Bion Boris thence who was also a founder of the Menippi. It should be noted that it was precisely the diatribe, and not classical rhetoric, that exercised a defining influence on the generic characteristics of the ancient Christian sermon. A dialogic relationship to one's own self defines the genre of the soliloquy. It is a discussion with oneself. Already Antis thence, a pupil of Socrates and perhaps already a writer of Menippi, considered the greatest achievement of his philosophy the ability to communicate dialogically with one's self. Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Augustine were remarkable masters of this genre. At the heart of the genre lies the discovery of the inner man, one's own self, accessible not to passive self-observation but only through an active dialogic approach to one's own self, destroying that naive wholeness of one's notions about the self that lies at the heart of the lyric, epic, and tragic image of man. A dialogic approach to oneself breaks down the outer shell of the self's image, that shell which exists for other people, determining the external assessment of a person, in the eyes of others, and dimming the purity of self-consciousness. Both genres, the diatribe and the soliloquy, developed within the orbit of the Menippi, were interwoven with it and permeated it, especially on Roman and early Christian soil. The symposium is a banquet dialogue, already in existence during the epoch of the Socratic dialogue. There are examples of it in Plato and Xenophon, but receiving its full and diverse development only in subsequent epochs. Dialogic banquet discourse possessed special privileges, originally of a cultic sort: the right to a certain license, ease and familiarity, to a certain frankness, to eccentricity, ambivalence, that is, the combination in one discourse of praise and abuse, of the serious and the comic. The symposium is by nature a purely carnivalistic genre. Menippi were sometimes formulated directly as symposia, apparently as early as Menippus. 3 of Varro's satires are formulated as symposia, and there are elements of the symposium in Lucian and Petronius. The Menippi, as we have said, was capable of infiltrating the large genres, subjecting them to a certain transformation. Thus elements of the Menippi can be detected in the Greek novels. Certain images and episodes from the Ephesian tales of Xenophon of Ephesus *, for example, have the distinct scent of the Menippi about them. The dregs of society are represented in the spirit of slum naturalism, prisons, slaves, thieves, fishermen, and so forth. Other novels are characterized by an internal dialogicality, by elements of parody and reduced laughter. Elements of the Menippi also penetrate the utopian works of antiquity, as well as works belonging to the aretological genre, the life of Apollonius of Tyana by Philostratus *, for example. The Menippi's transforming power to penetrate other genres has great significance for the narrative genres of ancient Christian literature as well. Our descriptive characterization of the generic features of the Menippi, and of kindred genres connected with it, is extraordinarily close to the characterization one might give of the generic features of Dostoevsky's work. See, for example, that given by Grossman, cited by us on pages 14 to 15. Essentially all of the defining features of the Menippi, with, of course, the appropriate modifications and complications, we will find also in Dostoevsky. This is in fact one and the same generic world, although present in the Menippe at the beginning of its development, in Dostoevsky at its very peak. But we know that the beginning, that is the archaic stage of a genre, is preserved in renewed form at the highest stages of the genre's development. Moreover, the higher a genre develops and the more complex its form, the better and more fully it remembers its past. Does this mean that Dostoevsky proceeded directly and consciously from the ancient Menippe? Of course not. In no sense was he a stylizer of ancient genres. Dostoevsky linked up with the chain of a given generic tradition at that point where it passed through his own time, although the past links in this chain, including the ancient link, were to a greater or lesser degree familiar and close to him. We shall return later to the question of Dostoevsky's generic sources. Speaking somewhat paradoxically, one could say that it was not Dostoevsky's subjective memory, but the objective memory of the very genre in which he worked, that preserved the peculiar features of the ancient Menippe. The generic characteristics of the Menippe were not simply reborn, but also renewed, in Dostoevsky's work. In his creative utilization of this generic potential, Dostoevsky departed widely from the authors of the ancient Menippe. In its posing of philosophical and social problems, in its artistic qualities, the ancient Menippe seems in comparison with Dostoevsky primitive and pale. And the most important difference is that the ancient Menippe does not yet know polyphony. The Menippe, like the Socratic dialogue, could only prepare certain generic conditions necessary for polyphony's emergence. We must now move on to the problem of carnival and the carnivalization of literature, already mentioned by us earlier. The problem of carnival, in the sense of the sum total of all diverse festivities, rituals, and forms of a carnival type, its essence, its deep roots in the primordial order and the primordial thinking of man, its development under conditions of class society, its extraordinary life force and its undying fascination, is one of the most complex and most interesting problems in the history of culture. We cannot, of course, do justice to it here. What interests us here is essentially only the problem of carnivalization, that is, the determining influence of carnival on literature and more precisely on literary genre. Carnival itself, we repeat, in the sense of a sum total of all diverse festivities of the carnival type, is not, of course, a literary phenomenon. It is syncretic pageantry of a ritualistic sort. As a form it is very complex and varied, giving rise, on a general carnivalistic base, to diverse variants and nuances depending upon the epoch, the people, the individual festivity. Carnival has worked out an entire language of symbolic concretely sensuous forms, from large and complex mass actions to individual carnivalistic gestures. This language, in a differentiated and even, as in any language, articulate way, gave expression to a unified, but complex, carnival sense of the world, permeating all its forms. This language cannot be translated in any full or adequate way into a verbal language, and much less into a language of abstract concepts, but it is amenable to a certain transposition into a language of artistic images that has something in common with its concretely sensuous nature, that is, it can be transposed into the language of literature. We are calling this transposition of carnival into the language of literature the carnivalization of literature. From the vantage point of this transposition, we will isolate and examine individual aspects and characteristic features of carnival. Carnival is a pageant without footlights and without a division into performers and spectators. In carnival everyone is an active participant, everyone communes in the carnival act. Carnival is not contemplated and, strictly speaking, not even performed, its participants live in it, they live by its laws as long as those laws are in effect, that is, they live a carnivalistic life. Because carnivalistic life is life drawn out of its usual rut, it is to some extent life turned inside out, the reverse side of the world, monde à l'envers. The laws, prohibitions, and restrictions that determine the structure and order of ordinary, that is non-carnival, life are suspended during carnival, What is suspended first of all is hierarchical structure and all the forms of terror, reverence, piety, and etiquette connected with it, that is, everything resulting from socio-hierarchical inequality or any other form of inequality among people, including age. All distance between people is suspended, and a special carnival category goes into effect, free and familiar contact among people. This is a very important aspect of a carnival sense of the world. People who in life are separated by impenetrable hierarchical barriers enter into free familiar contact on the carnival square. The category of familiar contact is also responsible for the special way mass actions are organized, and for free carnival gesticulation, and for the outspoken carnivalistic word. Carnival is the place for working out, in a concretely sensuous, half-real and half-play-acted form, a new mode of interrelationship between individuals, counterposed to the all-powerful socio-hierarchical relationships of non-carnival life. The behavior, gesture, and discourse of a person are freed from the authority of all hierarchical positions, social estate, rank, age, property, defining them totally in non-carnival life, and thus from the vantage point of non-carnival life become eccentric and inappropriate. Eccentricity is a special category of the carnival sense of the world, organically connected with the category of familiar contact. It permits, in concretely sensuous form, the latent sides of human nature to reveal and express themselves. Linked with familiarization is a third category of the carnival sense of the world, carnivalistic mésalliances. A free and familiar attitude spreads over everything, over all values, thoughts, phenomena, and things. All things that were once self-enclosed, disunified, distanced from one another by a non-carnivalistic hierarchical worldview are drawn into carnivalistic contacts and combinations. Carnival brings together, unifies, weds, and combines the sacred with the profane, the lofty with the low, the great with the insignificant, the wise with the stupid. Connected with this is yet a fourth carnivalistic category, profanation, carnivalistic blasphemies, a whole system of carnivalistic debasings and bringings down to earth, carnivalistic obscenities linked with the reproductive power of the earth and the body, carnivalistic parodies on sacred texts and sayings, etc. These carnivalistic categories are not abstract thoughts about equality and freedom, the interrelatedness of all things or the unity of opposites. No, these are concretely sensuous ritual pageant thoughts experienced and played out in the form of life itself, thoughts that had coalesced and survived for thousands of years among the broadest masses of European mankind. This is why they were able to exercise such an immense formal, genre-shaping influence on literature. These carnival categories, and above all the category of free familiarization of man and the world, were over thousands of years transposed into literature, particularly into the dialogic line of development in novelistic prose. Familiarization facilitated the destruction of epic and tragic distance and the transfer of all represented material to a zone of familiar contact. It was reflected significantly in the organization of plot and plot situations. It determined that special familiarity of the author's position with regard to his characters, impossible in the higher genres. It introduced the logic of mésalliances and profanatory debasings. Finally, it exercised a powerful transforming influence on the very verbal style of literature. All this already shows up quite clearly in the Minipi. We shall return to this later, but first we must touch upon several other aspects of carnival, most importantly carnivalistic acts. The primary carnivalistic act is the mock crowning and subsequent decrowning of the carnival king. This ritual is encountered in one form or another in all festivities of the carnival type, in the most elaborately worked out forms, the Saturnalia, the European Carnival and Festival of Fools. In the latter, mock priests, bishops or popes, depending on the rank of the church, were chosen in place of a king. In a less elaborated form, all other festivities of this type, right down to festival banquets with their election of short-lived kings and queens of the festival. Under this ritual act of decrowning a king lies the very core of the carnival sense of the world, the pathos of shifts and changes, of death and renewal. Carnival is the festival of all annihilating and all renewing time. Thus might one express the basic concept of carnival. But we emphasize again, this is not an abstract thought but a living sense of the world, expressed in the concretely sensuous forms, either experienced or play-acted, of the ritual act. Crowning/decrowning is a dualistic ambivalent ritual, expressing the inevitability and at the same time the creative power of the shift and renewal, the joyful relativity of all structure and order, of all authority and all hierarchical position. Crowning already contains the idea of imminent decrowning, it is ambivalent from the very start. And he who is crowned is the antipode of a real king, a slave, or a jester. This act, as it were, opens and sanctifies the inside-out world of carnival. In the ritual of crowning, all aspects of the actual ceremony, the symbols of authority that are handed over to the newly crowned king and the clothing in which he is dressed, all become ambivalent and acquire a veneer of joyful relativity. They become almost stage props. Although these are ritual stage props, their symbolic meaning becomes two-leveled. As real symbols of power, that is in the non-carnival world, they are single-leveled, absolute, heavy, and monolithically serious. From the very beginning, a decrowning glimmers through the crowning. And all carnivalistic symbols are of such a sort, they always include within themselves a perspective of negation, death, or vice versa. Birth is fraught with death, and death with new birth. The ritual of decrowning completes, as it were, the coronation and is inseparable from it. I repeat, this is a dualistic ritual. And through it, a new crowning already glimmers. Carnival celebrates the shift itself, the very process of replaceability, and not the precise item that is replaced. Carnival is, so to speak, functional and not substantive. It absolutizes nothing, but rather proclaims the joyful relativity of everything. The ceremonial of the ritual of decrowning is counterposed to the ritual of crowning. Regal vestments are stripped off the decrowned king, his crown is removed, the other symbols of authority are taken away, he is ridiculed and beaten. All the symbolic aspects of the ceremonial of decrowning acquire a second and positive level of meaning. It is not naked, absolute negation and destruction. Absolute negation, like absolute affirmation, is unknown to carnival. Moreover, precisely in this ritual of decrowning does there emerge with special clarity the carnival pathos of shifts and renewals, the image of constructive death. Thus the ritual of decrowning has been the ritual most often transposed into literature. But, we repeat, crowning and decrowning are inseparable, they are dualistic and pass one into the other. In any absolute dissociation they would completely lose their carnivalistic sense. The carnivalistic act of crowning/decrowning is, of course, permeated with carnival categories, with the logic of the carnival world free and familiar contact. This is very clearly manifest in decrowning, carnivalistic mésalliances, slave king, profanation, playing with the symbols of higher authority, and so on. We shall not dwell here on the details of the crowning-decrowning ritual, although they are very interesting, nor on its diverse variations from epoch to epoch and in the various festivities of the carnival type. Nor shall we analyze the various accessory rituals of carnival, for example, disguise, that is, carnivalistic shifts of clothing and of positions and destinies in life, nor carnival mystifications, bloodless carnival wars, verbal agons and cursing matches, exchanges of gifts, abundance as an aspect of carnivalistic utopia, and so on. These rituals too were transposed into literature, imparting symbolic depth and ambivalence to the corresponding plots and plot situations, imparting a joyful relativity, carnival levity, and rapidity of change. But of course an extraordinarily great influence on literary artistic thinking was exercised by the ritual of crowning/decrowning. This ritual determined a special decrowning type of structure for artistic images and whole works, one in which the decrowning was essentially ambivalent and two-leveled. If carnivalistic ambivalence should happen to be extinguished in these images of decrowning, they degenerated into a purely negative exposé of a moral or socio-political sort, they became single-leveled, lost their artistic character, and were transformed into naked journalism. We must consider again in more detail the ambivalent nature of carnival images. All the images of carnival are dualistic, they unite within themselves both poles of change and crisis, birth and death, the image of pregnant death, blessing and curse, benedictory carnival curses which call simultaneously for death and rebirth, praise and abuse, youth and old age, top and bottom, face and backside, stupidity and wisdom. Very characteristic for carnival thinking is paired images, chosen for their contrast, high/low, fat/thin, etc., or for their similarity, doubles/twins. Also characteristic is the utilization of things in reverse, putting clothes on inside out, or wrong side out, trousers on the head, dishes in place of headgear, the use of household utensils as weapons, and so forth. This is a special instance of the carnival category of eccentricity, the violation of the usual and the generally accepted, life drawn out of its usual rut. Deeply ambivalent also is the image of fire in carnival. It is a fire that simultaneously destroys and renews the world. In European carnivals there was almost always a special structure, usually a vehicle adorned with all possible sorts of gaudy carnival trash, called hell, and at the close of carnival this hell was triumphantly set on fire. Sometimes this carnival hell was ambivalently linked with a horn of plenty. Characteristic is the ritual of Mikhail in Roman carnival. Each participant in the carnival carried a lighted candle, a candle stub, and each tried to put out another's candle with the cry "Sia ammazzato," death to thee. In his famous description of Roman carnival, in Italianus Greece, W. Goethe, striving to uncover the deeper meaning behind carnival images, relates a profoundly symbolic little scene. During Mikhail, a boy puts out his father's candle with the cheerful carnival cry, "Sia ammazzato il Signore Padre." That is, death to thee, Signor Father. Deeply ambivalent also is carnival laughter itself. Genetically it is linked with the most ancient forms of ritual laughter. Ritual laughter was always directed towards something higher, the sun, the highest god, other gods, the highest earthly authority were put to shame and ridiculed to force them to renew themselves. All forms of ritual laughter were linked with death and rebirth, with the reproductive act, with symbols of the reproductive force. Ritual laughter was a reaction to crises in the life of the sun, solstices, crises in the life of a deity, in the life of the world and of man, funeral laughter. In it, ridicule was fused with rejoicing. This ancient ritualistic practice of directing laughter towards something higher, a deity or authority, defined the privileges of laughter in antiquity and in the Middle Ages. Much was permitted in the form of laughter that was impermissible in serious form. In the Middle Ages, under cover of the legitimized license of laughter, parodia sacra became possible, that is, parody of sacred texts and rituals. Carnivalistic laughter likewise is directed towards something higher, toward a shift of authorities and truths, a shift of world orders. Laughter embraces both poles of change, it deals with the very process of change, with crisis itself. Combined in the act of carnival laughter are death and rebirth, negation, a smirk, and affirmation, rejoicing laughter. This is a profoundly universal laughter, a laughter that contains a whole outlook on the world. Such is the specific quality of ambivalent carnival laughter. In connection with laughter we shall touch upon one more question, the carnivalistic nature of parody. Parody, as we have already noted, is an integral element in Manipine satire and in all carnivalized genres in general. To the pure genres, epic, tragedy, parody is organically alien, to the carnivalized genres it is, on the contrary, organically inherent. In antiquity, parody was inseparably linked to a carnival sense of the world. Parodying is the creation of a decrowning double, it is that same world turned inside out. For this reason parody is ambivalent. Antiquity parodied essentially everything. The satyr drama, for example, was originally the parodic and laughing aspect of the tragic trilogy that preceded it. Parody here was not, of course, a naked rejection of the parodied object. Everything has its parody, that is, its laughing aspect, for everything is reborn and renewed through death. In Rome, parody was an obligatory aspect of funeral as well as of triumphant laughter, both were of course rituals of the carnivalistic type. In carnival, parodying was employed very widely, in diverse forms and degrees. Various images, for example, carnival pairs of various sorts, parodied one another variously and from various points of view. It was like an entire system of crooked mirrors, elongating, diminishing, distorting in various directions and to various degrees. Parodying doubles have become a rather common phenomenon in carnivalized literature. They find especially vivid expression in Dostoevsky. Almost every one of the leading heroes of his novels has several doubles who parody him in various ways. For Raskolnikov there are Svidrigailov, Luzhin, and Liebezayatnikov. For Stavrogin, Peter Verkhovensky, Shatov, and Kirillov. For Ivan Karamazov, Smerdyakov, the Devil, Rakitin. In each of them, that is, in each of the doubles, the hero dies, that is negated, in order to be renewed, that is, in order to be purified and to rise above himself. In the narrowly formal literary parody of modern times, the connection with the carnival sense of the world is almost entirely broken. But in the parodies of the Renaissance, in Erasmus, Rabelais, and others, the carnival fire still burned. Parody was ambivalent and sensed its bond with death/renewal. Thus could be born in the bosom of parody one of the greatest and at the same time most carnivalistic novels of world literature, Cervantes' Don Quixote. Here is how Dostoevsky assessed that novel: there is nothing in the world more profound and powerful than this work. It is the ultimate and greatest word yet uttered by human thought. It is the most bitter irony that a man could express, and if the world should end and people were asked there, somewhere, well, did you understand your life on earth and what conclusions have you drawn from it, a person could silently point to Don Quixote: here is my conclusion about life, can you judge me for it? X. It is characteristic that Dostoevsky structures his evaluation of Don Quixote in the form of a typical threshold dialogue. To conclude our analysis of Carnival, from the vantage point of carnivalized literature, a few words about the Carnival Square. The main arena for Carnival acts was the square and the streets adjoining it. To be sure, Carnival also invaded the home. In essence it was limited in time only and not in space. Carnival knows neither stage nor footlights. But the central arena could only be the square, for by its very idea Carnival belongs to the whole people, it is universal, everyone must participate in its familiar contact. The public square was the symbol of communal performance. The Carnival Square, the square of carnival acts, acquired an additional symbolic overtone that broadened and deepened it. In carnivalized literature the square, as a setting for the action of the plot, becomes too leveled and ambivalent. It is as if there glimmered through the actual square the carnival square of free familiar contact and communal performances of crowning and decrowning. Other places of action as well, provided they are realistically motivated by the plot, of course, can, if they become meeting and contact points for heterogeneous people, streets, taverns, roads, bathhouses, decks of ships, and so on, take on this additional carnival square significance. For all the naturalistic qualities of the representation, the universal symbol system of carnival is in no danger of naturalism. Festivities of the carnival type occupied an enormous place in the life of the broadest masses of the people in ancient times, in Greek and even more in Roman life, where the central, but not the sole, festival of the carnival type was the Saturnalia. These festivals had no less, and perhaps, even more, significance in medieval Europe and during the Renaissance, where they were in part a direct living continuation of Roman Saturnalia. In the realm of carnivalistic folk culture there was no break in tradition between antiquity and the Middle Ages. In all epochs of their development, festivities of the carnival type have exercised an enormous influence, as yet insufficiently appreciated and researched, on the development of culture as a whole, including literature, several of whose genres and movements have undergone a particularly intense carnivalization. In the ancient period, early Attic comedy and the entire realm of the serio-comical was subjected to a particularly powerful carnivalization. In Rome, the many diverse varieties of satire and epigram were linked, and were designed to be linked, with the Saturnalia. They were either written for Saturnalia, or at least were created under cover of that legitimized carnival license enjoyed by the festival. All of Martial's asterisk work, for example, was directly connected with the Saturnalia. In the Middle Ages, the vast comic and parodic literature in vernacular languages and in Latin was, one way or another, connected with festivals of the carnival type, with carnival proper, with the festival of fools, with free paschal laughter, risus paschalis, and so forth. Essentially every church holiday in the Middle Ages had its carnivalistic side, the side facing the public square, especially those holidays like Corpus Christi. Many national festivities, such as the bullfight, for example, were of a clearly expressed carnivalistic character. A carnival atmosphere reigned during the days of a fair, on the festival of the harvesting of grapes, on the performance days of miracle plays, mystery plays, sodiocy and so forth. The entire theatrical life of the Middle Ages was carnivalistic. The large cities of the late Middle Ages, such cities as Rome, Naples, Venice, Paris, Lyon, Nuremberg, Cologne, lived a full carnival life on the average of 3 months out of the year, and sometimes more. It could be said, with certain reservations, of course, that a person of the Middle Ages lived, as it were, 2 lives. One was the official life, monolithically serious and gloomy, subjugated to a strict hierarchical order, full of terror, dogmatism, reverence, and piety. The other was the life of the carnival square, free and unrestricted, full of ambivalent laughter, blasphemy, the profanation of everything sacred, full of debasing and obscenities, familiar contact with everyone and everything. Both these lives were legitimate, but separated by strict temporal boundaries. Without taking into account the alternation and mutual estrangement of these two systems of life and thought, the official and the carnivalistic, one cannot understand correctly the peculiar nature of medieval man's cultural consciousness, and cannot make sense of many phenomena in medieval literature, such as, for example, the Parodia Sacra 6. This epoch also witnessed the carnivalization of the speech life of European peoples. Whole layers of language, the so-called familiar speech of the public square, were permeated with the carnival sense of the world. There came into being an enormous fund of unrestrained carnivalistic gesticulations. The familiar speech of all European peoples is to this day filled with relics of carnival, especially speech of abuse and ridicule. The symbol system of carnival also fills the abusive, ridiculing gesticulations of today. During the Renaissance, one could say that the primordial elements of carnival swept away many barriers and invaded many realms of official life and worldview. Most importantly, they took possession of all the genres of high literature and transformed them fundamentally. There occurred a deep and almost total carnivalization of all artistic literature. The carnival sense of the world, with its categories, its carnival laughter, its symbol system of carnival acts of crowning/decrowning, of shifts and disguises, carnival ambivalence and all the overtones of the unrestrained carnival word, familiar, cynically frank, eccentric, eulogistic, abusive, and so on, penetrated deeply into almost all genres of artistic literature. On the basis of this carnival sense of the world, the complex forms of the Renaissance worldview came into being. Even antiquity, as assimilated by the humanists of the epoch, was to a certain extent refracted through the prism of the carnival sense of the world. The Renaissance is the high point of carnival life. 7 Thereafter begins its decline. Beginning with the 17th century, folk carnival life is on the wane. It almost loses touch with communal performance, its specific weight in the life of people is sharply reduced, its forms are impoverished, made petty and less complex. As early as the Renaissance, a festive court masquerade culture begins to develop, having absorbed into itself a whole series of carnivalistic forms and symbols, mostly of an externally decorative sort. Later there begins to develop a broader line of festivities and entertainments, no longer limited to the court, which we might call the masquerade line of development. It preserved in itself a bit of the license and some faint reflections of the carnival sense of the world. Many carnival forms were completely cut off from their folk base and left the public square to enter this chamber masquerade line, which exists even today. Many ancient forms of carnival were preserved and continue to live and renew themselves in the farcical comic antics of the public square, and also in the circus. Certain elements of carnival are also preserved in the life of the theater and spectacle in modern times. It is characteristic that the subculture of the theater has even retained something of carnivalistic license, the carnivalistic sense of the world, the fascination of carnival. This was very well illustrated by Goethe in Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahr, and for our time by Nemirovich Danchenko** in his memoirs. Something of the carnival atmosphere is retained, under certain conditions, among the so-called bohemians, but here in most cases we are dealing with the degradation and trivialization of the carnival sense of the world. There is, for example, not a grain of that carnival spirit of communal performance. Alongside these later branchings from the basic carnival trunk, branchings that had emaciated the trunk, there continued and still continues to exist a public square carnival in the proper sense, as well as other festivities of the carnivalistic type, but they have lost their former significance and their former wealth of forms and symbols. As a consequence, there occurred a deterioration and dissipation of carnival and the carnival sense of the world. It lost that authentic sense of a communal performance on the public square. And thus a change also occurred in the nature of the carnivalization of literature. Until the second half of the 17th century, people were direct participants in carnivalistic acts and in a carnival sense of the world. They still lived in carnival, that is, carnival was one of the forms of life itself. Therefore carnivalization was experienced as something unmediated. Several genres in fact directly serviced carnival. The source of carnivalization was carnival itself. In addition, carnivalization had genre-shaping significance, that is, it determined not only the content but also the very generic foundations of a work. From the second half of the 17th century on, carnival almost completely ceases to be a direct source of carnivalization, ceding its place to the influence of already carnivalized literature. In this way carnivalization becomes a purely literary tradition. Thus in Sarl** and Skarin** we already observe, alongside the direct influence of carnival, the powerful effect of the carnivalized literature of the Renaissance, primarily Rabelais and Cervantes, and this latter influence predominates. Carnivalization, consequently, is already becoming a literary and generic tradition. Carnival elements in this literature, already cut off from their direct source, carnival, change their appearance somewhat and are reconceptualized. It is of course true that carnival in the proper sense as well as other festivities of the carnival type, bullfights, for example, the masquerade line, farcical street antics, and other forms of carnivalistic folklore continue to exercise a certain direct influence on literature even to this day. But in the majority of cases this influence is limited to the content of works and does not touch their generic foundation, that is, it is deprived of any genre-shaping power. We can now return to the carnivalization of genres within the realm of the serio-comical, a realm whose very name already sounds ambivalent, after the manner of carnival. The carnivalistic base of the Socratic dialogue, despite its very complicated form and philosophical depth, is beyond any doubt. Folk carnival debates between life and death, darkness and light, winter and summer, etc., permeated with the pathos of change and the joyful relativity of all things, debates which did not permit thought to stop and congeal in one-sided seriousness or in a stupid fetish for definition or singleness of meaning. All this lay at the base of the original core of the genre. This distinguishes the Socratic dialogue from the purely rhetorical dialogue as well as from the tragic dialogue, but this carnivalistic base also brings Socratic dialogue close in several respects to the agons of ancient Attic comedy and to the mimes of Sophron. There have even been attempts to reconstruct the mimes of Sophron after certain Platonic dialogues. The Socratic discovery of the dialogic nature of thought, of truth itself, presumes a carnivalistic familiarization of relations among people who have entered the dialogue. It presumes the abolition of all distance between them. Moreover, it presumes a familiarizing of attitudes toward the object of thought itself. however lofty and important, and toward truth itself. Several of Plato's dialogues are constructed along the lines of a carnival crowning/decrowning. Characteristic for a Socratic dialogue are unrestrained mésalliances of thoughts and images. Socratic irony is reduced carnival laughter. The image of Socrates himself is of an ambivalent sort, a combination of beauty and ugliness. See the characterization of him by Alcibiades in Plato's Symposium. Socrates' own characterizations of himself as a pander and midwife are also constructed in the spirit of carnival debasings. And the personal life of Socrates was itself surrounded by carnivalistic legends, for example, his relationship with his wife Xanthippe. Carnivalistic legends in general are profoundly different from traditional heroicizing epic legends. Carnivalistic legends debase the hero and bring him down to earth, they make him familiar, bring him close, humanize him. Ambivalent carnival laughter burns away all that is stilted and stiff, but in no way destroys the heroic core of the image. It should be pointed out that novelistic images of heroes, Gargantua, Eulenspiegel, Don Quixote, Faust, Simplicissimus, and others, also coalesced in the atmosphere of carnivalistic legends. The carnivalistic nature of the Menippi is even more pronounced. Carnivalization permeates both its external layers and its deepest core. Certain Menippi directly portray festivals of the carnival type. Roman festivals are depicted in two of Varro's satires. For example, in one Menippi by Julian the Apostate, there is a depiction of the celebration of Saturnalia on Olympus. This is a purely external, so to speak, thematic connection, but it too is characteristic. More essential is the carnivalistic treatment of the three planes of the Menippi, Olympus, the netherworld, and earth. The representation of Olympus is clearly carnivalistic. Free familiarization, scandals, and eccentricities, crownings and decrownings are characteristic for the Olympus of the Menippi. Olympus is, as it were, transformed into a carnival square, as, for example, in Lucian's Jupiter Tragoetus. Olympian scenes are sometimes presented as carnivalistic debasings and bringings down to earth, also in Lucian. Still more interesting is the consistent carnivalization of the netherworld. The netherworld equalizes representatives of all earthly positions in life. There the emperor and the slave, the rich man and the beggar come together on equal terms and enter into familiar contact. Death decrowns all who have been crowned in life. Representation of the netherworld often applied the carnivalistic logic of a world upside down. An emperor in the netherworld becomes a slave an emperor, and so forth. The carnivalized netherworld of the Menippi determined the medieval tradition of representations of joyful hell, a tradition which found its culmination in Rabelais. Characteristic for this medieval tradition is a deliberate confusion of the ancient netherworld and Christian hell. In the mystery plays, hell and devils, in the Diable Rise, are also consistently carnivalized. The earthly plane in the Menippi is also carnivalized. Behind almost all scenes and events of real life, most of which are portrayed in a naturalistic manner, there glimmers more or less distinctly the carnival square with its specific carnivalistic logic of familiar contacts, mésalliances, disguises and mystifications, contrasting paired images, scandals, crownings/decrownings, and so forth. Behind all the slum naturalism scenes of the Satyricon, more or less distinctly, the carnival square is glimmering. And in fact the very plot of the Satyricon is thoroughly carnivalized. We notice the same thing in Apuleius' Metamorphoses, the Golden Ass. Sometimes carnivalization lies buried at deeper levels and permits us to speak only of carnivalistic overtones to individual images and events. But sometimes it surfaces, for example in the purely carnivalistic episode of the supposed murder on the threshold, when instead of humans Lucius stabs wineskins filled with wine, mistaking the wine for blood, and in the subsequent scene of carnival mystification surrounding his trial. Carnivalistic overtones are heard even in a Menippi of so serious a tone as Boethius de Consolatione Philosophiae. Carnivalization even penetrates the deepest philosophical and dialogic core of the Menippi. Characteristic for the genre, as we have seen, is a naked posing of ultimate questions on life and death, a universalism of the most extreme sort. Personal problems and elaborate philosophical argumentation are unknown to it. Carnivalistic thought also lives in the realm of ultimate questions, but it gives them no abstractly philosophical or religiously dogmatic resolution, it plays them out in the concretely sensuous form of carnivalistic acts and images. Thus carnivalization made possible the transfer of ultimate questions from the abstractly philosophical sphere, through a carnival sense of the world, to the concretely sensuous plane of images and events, which are, in keeping with the spirit of carnival, dynamic, diverse and vivid. A carnival sense of the world also made it possible to deck out philosophy in the motley dress of a hetaira. A carnival sense of the world is the driveshaft between the idea and the artistic image of adventure. A vivid example of this in European literature of modern times are the philosophical novellas of Voltaire, with their universalism of ideas, their carnivalistic dynamism and motley colors. Candide, for example, in very graphic form these novellas reveal the traditions of the Menippi and carnivalization. Carnivalization thus penetrates to the very philosophical core of the Menippi. The following conclusion can now be drawn. We have uncovered in the Menippi a striking combination of what would seem to be absolutely heterogeneous and incompatible elements: philosophical dialogue, adventure and fantasticality, slum naturalism, utopia, and so forth. We can now say that the clamping principle that bound all these heterogeneous elements into the organic whole of a genre, a principle of extraordinary strength and tenacity, was carnival and a carnival sense of the world. In the subsequent development of European literature as well, carnivalization constantly assisted in the destruction of all barriers between genres, between self-enclosed systems of thought, between various styles, etc. It destroyed any attempt on the part of genres and styles to isolate themselves or ignore one another. It brought closer what was distant and united what had been sundered. This has been the great function of carnivalization in the history of literature. Now a few words about the Menippi and carnivalization on Christian soil. The Menippi and kindred genres developing within its orbit exercised a defining influence on emerging ancient Christian literature, Greek, Roman, and Byzantine. The basic narrative genres of ancient Christian literature, Gospels, Acts of the Apostles, Apocalypse, and Lives of Saints and Martyrs, are linked with an ancient aretology which in the first centuries AD developed within the orbit of the Menippi. In the Christian genres this influence was sharply increased, especially at the expense of the dialogic element of the Menippi. In these genres, and especially in the numerous Gospels and Acts, the classical Christian dialogic sync rises are worked out, that of the tempted, Christ or a righteous man, with the tempter, the believer with the non-believer, the righteous man with the sinner, the beggar with the rich man, the follower of Christ with the Pharisee, the apostle, the Christian, with the heathen, and so forth. These sync rises are familiar to everyone through the canonical Gospels and Acts. The corresponding anachrises are also developed, that is, provocation through discourse or plot situation. In the Christian genres as in the Menippi, enormous organizing significance is allotted to the testing of an idea and its carrier, testing by means of temptations and martyrdom, especially, of course, in the hagiographic genre. As in the Menippi, rulers, rich men, thieves, beggars, hetairai come together here on equal terms on a single, fundamentally dialogized plane. Here, as in the Menippi, considerable importance is given to dream visions, insanity, obsessions of all sorts. And finally, Christian narrative literature also absorbed into itself kindred genres, the symposium, the gospel meals, and the soliloquy. Christian narrative literature, independently of the influence of carnivalized Menippi, was also subjected to direct carnivalization. It is enough to recall the scene of crowning and decrowning the King of the Jews in the canonical Gospels. But carnivalization is even more powerfully present in apocryphal Christian literature. Thus ancient Christian narrative literature, including that which was canonized, is also permeated by elements of the Menippi and carnivalization. 8. These are the ancient sources, the origins, the archaic portion, of that generic tradition, one of whose high peaks was to be the work of Dostoevsky. These origins are preserved, in a renewed form, in his work. But Dostoevsky is separated from these sources by 2,000 years, during which time the generic tradition continued to develop, to become more complex, to change its shape and be reconceptualized, while preserving throughout its unity and continuity. A few words now on the further development of the Minipi. We have seen that on ancient soil, including the earliest Christian period, the Minipi already manifested an extraordinary protean capacity for changing its external form, while preserving its inner generic essence, a capacity to grow into whole novels, to combine with kindred genres, to infiltrate other large genres, for example, the Greek and ancient Christian novel. This capacity manifests itself in the subsequent development of the Minipi, in the Middle Ages as well as in modern times. During the Middle Ages, certain generic features of the Minipi continue to live and be renewed in several genres of Latin ecclesiastical literature, directly continuing the tradition of ancient Christian literature, especially in certain varieties of hagiographic literature. In more free and original form the Minipi lives on in such dialogized and carnivalized medieval genres as arguments, debates, ambivalent panegyrics, disputations, dits, debats, one morality and miracle plays, and in the later Middle Ages mystery plays and soties. Minipine elements are felt in the intensely carnivalized parodic and semi-parodic literature of the Middle Ages, in parodic visions from beyond the grave, in parodic gospel readings, and so forth. And finally, as a very important moment in the development of this generic tradition, there is the novelistic literature of the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance, a literature thoroughly permeated with elements of the carnivalized Minipi. 9. The entire medieval development of the Minipi is permeated with elements of local carnival folklore and reflects the specific features characteristic of various periods in the Middle Ages. During the Renaissance, an epoch of deep and almost complete carnivalization of literature and worldview, the Minipi infiltrates all the large genres of the epoch, the works of Rabelais, Cervantes, Grimmelshausen and others. There develop at the same time diverse Renaissance forms of the Minipi, in most cases combining ancient and medieval traditions of the genre, De Parier Symbolum Mundi, Erasmus The Praise of Folly, Novellas Exemplaires of Cervantes, Satire Minipi de la Virtude. Catholicon Diaspigni * 1594, one of the greatest political satires of world literature, the satires of Grimmelshausen, Quevedo * and others. One in medieval literature, the dit is a flexible verse composition, either descriptive or didactic. The debat is a didactic dit in the form of a dialogue, often between personifications, of the seasons, etc., and frequently on religious themes. In modern times, while infiltrating deep into other carnivalized genres, the Minipi continues its own independent development, in diverse variants and under diverse names, the Lucianic dialogue, dialogues of the dead, varieties in which ancient traditions predominate, the philosophical tale, a variety of Minipi characteristic for the Enlightenment, the fantastic story and philosophical fairy tale, forms characteristic for Romanticism, Hoffmann, for example, and others. Here it should be noted that in modern times the generic characteristics of the Minipi have been used by various literary movements and creative methods, renewing them, of course, in a variety of ways. Thus, for example, the rationalistic philosophical tale of Voltaire and the romantic philosophical fairy tale of Hoffmann share common generic features of the Minipi and are equally intensely carnivalized, for all the profound differences in artistic intention, the content of their ideas, and, of course, their individuality as creative works of art. It suffices to contrast, for example, Micromegas with Klein's acts. It must be said that the Minipi has been, in the literature of modern times, the primary conduit for the most concentrated and vivid forms of carnivalization. In conclusion, we consider it necessary to emphasize that the generic label Minipi, like all other generic labels, epic, tragedy, idyll, etc., is, when applied to the literature of modern times, a means of designating the essence of a genre, and not any specific genre canon, as in antiquity. Point 10. With this we conclude our digression into the realm of the history of genres and return to Dostoevsky, although throughout this entire digression we have not for a single moment lost sight of him. We already noted in the course of our digression that the characterization we offered of the Menippi and its kindred genres also applies, and almost in its entirety, to the generic features of Dostoevsky's work. We must now illustrate this concretely with an analysis of several of his works that are key from the generic standpoint. Two fantastic stories of the late Dostoevsky, Babak, 1873, and The Dream of a Ridiculous Man, 1877, may be called Menippi almost in the strict ancient sense of the term, so precisely and fully manifest in them are the classical characteristic features of the genre. A number of other works, Notes from Underground, A Meek One, and others, constitute variants, freer and more distant from the ancient models, of the same generic essence. Finally, the Menippi infiltrates all of Dostoevsky's larger works, especially his 5 mature novels, and infiltrates, moreover, precisely the most fundamental and decisive aspects of the novels. Therefore we can say outright that the Menippi essentially sets the tone for Dostoevsky's entire work. We would hardly be mistaken in saying that Babak, in all its depth and boldness, is one of the greatest Menippi in all word literature. But the depth of its content will not detain us here. Here we are interested only in the particular generic characteristics of the work. Characteristic first of all is the image of the narrator and the tone of his story. The narrator, a certain person 11, is on the threshold of insanity, delirium tremens. But that aside, he is already a person not like everyone else, that is, he is one who has deviated from the general norm, who has fallen out of life's usual rut, who is despised by everyone and who himself despises everyone, that is, we have before us a new variety of the underground man. His tone is unstable, equivocal, full of muffled ambivalence, with elements of infernal buffoonery, similar to the devils of mystery plays. Despite the external form of short, choppy categorical sentences, he conceals his final word, evades it. He himself quotes a characterization of his style, given by a friend. "Your style is changing," he said, "it is choppy, you chop, and then a parenthesis, then a parenthesis in the parenthesis, then you stick in something else in brackets, then you begin chopping and chopping again." SSX, 343. His speech is internally dialogized and shot through with polemic. The story in fact begins directly on a polemic with one Semyon Ardalionovic, who has accused him of being a drunkard. He also polemicizes with the editors who refuse to print his words. He is an unrecognized author, and with the contemporary public not capable of understanding humor. In fact, he polemicizes with all of his contemporaries. And later, when the main action of the story unfolds, he indignantly polemicizes with contemporary corpses. Such is the dialogized and equivocal verbal style and tone of the story, so typical of the Menippi. At the beginning of the story there is discussion on a theme typical for the carnivalized Menippi, the relativity and ambivalence of reason and madness, intelligence and stupidity. Then follows the description of a cemetery and a funeral. The entire description is permeated with a markedly familiar and profaning attitude toward the cemetery, the funeral, the cemetery clergy, the deceased, the very sacrament of death itself. The entire description is built on oxymoronic combinations and carnivalistic mésalliances. It is full of debasing and bringings down to earth, full of the symbol system of carnival and at the same time a crude naturalism. Here are some typical excerpts. "I went out in search of diversion, I hit upon a funeral. It's been 25 years, I think, since I was at the cemetery. What a wretched place. To begin with, the odor. About 15 corpses arrived. Shrouds at various prices, there were even 2 catafalques. One was a general's and one some ladies'. There were many mourners, a great deal of feigned mourning and a great deal of open gaiety. The clergy have nothing to complain of, it brings them a good income. But the odor, the odor. I should not like to be in the holy orders here. A profanatory pun typical for the genre. I kept glancing at the faces of the dead cautiously, distrusting my impressionability. Some had a mild expression, some looked unpleasant. As a rule the smiles were disagreeable, and in some cases very much so. I went out while the service was going on and strolled outside the gates. Close by was an almshouse, and a little further off there was a restaurant. It was not a bad little restaurant, one could have a snack and everything. There were lots of the mourners there. I noticed a great deal of gaiety and genuine heartiness. I had something to eat and drink. SSX, 343-44. We have italicized the most striking overtones of familiarization and profanation, the oxymoronic combinations, the mésalliances, bringings down to earth, naturalism and symbolic elements. We see that the text is very strongly saturated with them. Before us is a somewhat condensed model for the style of a carnivalized Minipi. We recall the symbolic significance of the ambivalent combination, death, laughter, here, gaiety, feasting, here, I had something to eat and drink. This is followed by a short and vacillating meditation by the narrator, who has sat down on a gravestone, on the theme of wonder and respect, which his contemporaries have rejected. This meditation is important for an understanding of the author's conception. And then follows the simultaneously naturalistic and symbolic detail. A half-eaten sandwich was lying on the tombstone near me, stupid and inappropriate. I threw it on the ground, as it was not bread but only a sandwich. Though I believe it is not a sin to throw bread on the earth, but only on the floor. I must look it up in Souverain's calendar. SSX, 345. This particularly naturalistic and profaning detail, a half-eaten sandwich on the grave, gives us occasion to touch on a symbolic attribute of the carnival type. Throwing bread on the ground is permitted, for that is sowing, fructification; throwing it on the floor is forbidden, for that is barren soil. Further on begins development of the fantastic plot, which creates an anachrysis of extraordinary power. Dostoevsky is a great master of the anachrysis. The narrator listens in on a conversation of the dead beneath the earth. It so happens that their lives in the grave continue for a certain time. The deceased philosopher Platon Nikolaevich, an allusion to the Socratic dialogue, explained it in this way. Platon Nikolaevich, MB explains this by a very simple fact, namely that when we were living on the surface we mistakenly thought that there was death. The body revives, as it were, here, the remains of life are concentrated, but only in consciousness. I don't know how to express it, but life goes on, as it were, by inertia. In his opinion everything is concentrated somewhere in consciousness and goes on for 2 or 3 months. Sometimes even for half a year. There is one here, for instance, who is almost completely decomposed, but once every 6 weeks he suddenly utters one word, quite senseless of course, about some babak, but even in him, that means, life is still glimmering with an imperceptible spark. SSX, 354. This creates an extraordinary situation, the final life of the consciousness, the 2 or 3 months before it falls asleep forever, freed from all the conditions, positions, obligations, and laws of ordinary life, as it were a life outside of life. And how will it be used by the contemporary corpses? As anachrysis, provoking the consciousnesses of the corpses to reveal themselves with full, absolutely unlimited freedom. And reveal themselves they do. What unfolds is the typical carnivalized netherworld of the Minipi, a rather motley crew of corpses which cannot immediately liberate themselves from their earthly hierarchical positions and relationships, giving rise to comic conflicts, abuse, and scandals. On the other hand, liberties of the carnival type, the awareness of a complete absence of responsibility, open graveyard eroticism, laughter in the coffins, the general's corpse shook with agreeable laughter, and so on. The marked carnivalistic tone of this paradoxical life outside of life is set from the very beginning, with a game of cards being played in the grave on which the narrator sits. It is of course a make-believe game, played by heart. All these are typical traits of the genre. The king of this carnival of the dead is a scoundrel of pseudo-high society, as he characterizes himself, one Baron Kleinevich. We will quote his words, which cast much light on the anachrysis and its use. Having dispensed with the moral interpretations of the philosopher Platon Nikolaevich, paraphrased by Lebeziatnikov, Kleinevich declares, "Enough, all the rest of it, I am sure, is nonsense. The great thing is that we have 2 or 3 months more of life and then, Babak. I propose to spend these 2 months as agreeably as possible, and so to arrange everything on a new basis. Gentlemen, I propose to cast aside all shame." Once he obtains the general approval of the dead, he develops his thought somewhat further along these lines. "Though meanwhile I don't want us to be telling lies. That's all I care about, for that is one thing that matters. One cannot exist on the surface without lying, for life and lying are synonymous, but here we will amuse ourselves by not lying. Hang it all, the grave has some value after all. We'll all tell our stories aloud, and we won't be ashamed of anything. First of all I'll tell you about myself. I am one of the predatory kind, you know. All that was bound and held in check by rotten cords up there on the surface. Away with cords and let us spend these 2 months in shameless truthfulness. Let us strip and go naked. Let us go naked, naked," cried all the voices. SSX, 355-56. This dialogue of dead people was unexpectedly interrupted in a carnival manner. And here I suddenly sneezed. It happened suddenly and unintentionally, but the effect was striking. All became as silent as a grave, it all vanished like a dream. A real silence of the tomb set in. I shall also quote the narrator's concluding comments, which are interesting for their tone. "No, that I cannot admit, no, I really cannot. It's not Babak that bothers me, so it did turn out to be Babak. Depravity in such a place, depravity of the last aspirations, depravity of sodden and rotten corpses, and not even sparing the last moments of consciousness. Those moments have been granted, vouchsafed to them, and, worst of all, in such a place. No, that I cannot admit." SSX, 357-58. Hear the almost pure words and intonations of a completely different voice, that is, the author's voice, break in on the narrator's speech. They break in, but then are immediately broken off on the word "and." The ending of the story is journalistic, feuilletonistic. I shall take it to the Citizen. The editor there has had his portrait exhibited too. Maybe he will print it? Such is Dostoevsky's almost classical Minopi. The genre is sustained with remarkable integrity. One could even say that the genre of the Minopi reveals here its greatest potential, realizes its maximum. Least of all is this a stylization of a defunct genre. On the contrary, in Dostoevsky's piece the genre of the Minopi continues to live its full generic life. For the life of a genre consists in its constant rebirths and renewals in original works. Dostoevsky's Babak is, of course, profoundly original. Dostoevsky was not writing a parody on the genre, he was using it in its straightforward sense. However, it should be noted that the Minopi, and this includes also its oldest antique forms, to some extent always parodies itself. That is one of the generic characteristics of the Minopi. This element of self-parody is one of the reasons for the extraordinary vitality of the genre. Here we must touch upon the question of Dostoevsky's possible generic sources. The essence of every genre is realized and revealed in all its fullness only in the diverse variations that arise throughout a given genre's historical development. The more accessible all these variants are to the artist, the more richly and flexibly will he command the language of the given genre, for the language of a genre is concrete and historical. Dostoevsky understood subtly and well all the generic possibilities of the Minipi. He possessed an extraordinarily deep and well-differentiated feeling for this genre. To trace all of Dostoevsky's possible contacts with different varieties of the Minipi would be a very important task, both for a deeper understanding of the generic characteristics of his works and for a more complete idea of the development of the generic tradition itself. Before Dostoevsky, Dostoevsky was linked with varieties of the ancient Minipi most directly and intimately through ancient Christian literature, that is, through the Gospels, the Apocalypse, the lives of saints, and so on. But he was doubtless also familiar with the classic models of the ancient Minipi. It is very likely that he knew Lucian's Minipi Menipus, or A Journey to the Kingdom of the Dead, as well as his Dialogues of the Dead, a group of small-scale dialogic satires. These works illustrate various types of behavior of dead people under the conditions of the kingdom beyond the grave, that is, in the carnivalized netherworld. It should be pointed out that Lucian, the Voltaire of antiquity, was widely known in Russia beginning with the 18th century and inspired numerous imitations, and the generic situation of meetings beyond the grave became a common one in literature, right down to the level of school exercises. Dostoevsky was quite possibly also acquainted with Seneca's Minipi Apokolosyntosis. We find in Dostoevsky three aspects that recall that satire. 1. The open gaiety of the mourners at the cemetery in Dostoevsky is, perhaps, evoked by an episode in Seneca. Claudius, flying from Olympus to the netherworld via earth, comes upon his own funeral on earth and satisfies himself that all the mourners are very cheerful, except the contentious ones. 2. The make-believe game of cards, played by heart, is perhaps evoked by Claudius' game of dice in the netherworld, which is also make-believe. The dice tumble out before they are thrown. 3. The naturalistic decrowning of death in Dostoevsky recalls an even cruder depiction of the death of Claudius, who dies, gives up the ghost, at the moment of defecation. 13. There is no doubt about Dostoevsky's familiarity, more or less intimate with other ancient works of the genre, the Satyricon, the Golden Ass, and others. 14. Dostoevsky's European generic sources, those that might have revealed for him the richness and diversity of the Minipi, are very numerous and heterogeneous. He probably knew Boileau's literary polemical Minipi dialogue De Heroes de Romans * and perhaps also Goethe's literary polemical satire Götter, Helden und Wieland *. He was probably familiar with the Dialogues of the Dead of Fenelon * and Fontenelle *. Dostoevsky had an excellent knowledge of French literature. All these satires are linked through their depiction of the kingdom beyond the grave, and all of them externally sustain the ancient, predominantly Lucianic, form of the genre. Of fundamental significance for understanding Dostoevsky's generic traditions are the Minipi of Diderot, free in their external form but typical in their generic essence. Of course the tone and style of telling in Diderot, sometimes in the spirit of 18th century erotic literature, differs from Dostoevsky. In Le Neveu de Rameau, also in essence a Minipi, but without the fantastic element, the motif of extremely frank confessions without a single grain of remorse recalls Babak. And the very image of Rameau's nephew, an openly rapacious type, who like Kleinevich considers social morality rotten chords and who recognizes only the shameless truth, recalls the image of Kleinevich. Dostoevsky was acquainted with another variety of the free Minipi through Voltaire's Contes philosophiques. Of this type of Minipi was very close to certain sides of his own creative talent. Dostoevsky even had a plan to write the Russian Candide. We should keep in mind the enormous significance for Dostoevsky of the dialogic culture of Voltaire and Diderot, which had its roots in the Socratic dialogue, the ancient Minipi, and somewhat in the diatribe and the soliloquy. Another type of free Minipi, with a fantastic and fairy tale element, was represented in the work of Hoffmann, who already exercised a significant influence on the early Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky's attention was also attracted by the tales of Edgar Allan Poe, close in essence to the Minipi. In his prefatory note Three Tales of Edgar Poe, Dostoevsky quite correctly noted the characteristics of that writer, so similar to his own. He almost always takes the most extraordinary reality, places his hero in the most extraordinary external or psychological position, and with what power of penetration, with what stunning accuracy does he tell the story of the state of that person's soul. 15. To be sure, this definition singles out only one aspect of the Menippi, the creation of an extraordinary plot situation, that is, a provocative anachrisis, but precisely this aspect was consistently singled out by Dostoevsky himself as the major distinguishing feature of his own creative method. Our survey, far from complete, of Dostoevsky's generic sources indicates that he knew, or could have known, diverse variants of the Menippi, a genre of very rich and plastic possibilities, extraordinarily well suited for penetrating into the depths of the human soul and for a keen and naked posing of ultimate questions. The story Babak demonstrates to what an extent the generic essence of the Menippi answered to all the fundamental creative aspirations of Dostoevsky. From the generic standpoint, this story is one of his key works. Let us attend first to the following observation. Little Babak, one of Dostoevsky's shortest plotted stories, is almost a microcosm of his entire creative output. Very many, and including the most important, ideas, themes and images of his work, both preceding and following Babak, appear here in extremely keen and naked form. The idea that everything is permitted if there is no God and no immortality for the soul, one of the leading idea images of his work, the related theme of confession without repentance and of shameless truth, which runs through all of Dostoevsky's work beginning with Notes from Underground, the theme of the final moments of consciousness, connected in other works with the themes of capital punishment and suicide, the theme of a consciousness on the brink of insanity, the theme of sensuality, penetrating the highest spheres of consciousness and thought, the theme of the total inappropriateness and unseemliness of life cut off from its folk roots and from the people's faith, and so on. All these themes and ideas, in condensed and naked form, are fitted into the seemingly narrow confines of this story. The leading images of the story, there are not, to be sure, many of them, also recall other images in Dostoevsky's work. Kleinevich in a simplified and intensified form repeats Prince Valkovsky, Svidrigailov, and Fyodor Pavlovich. The narrator, a certain person, is a variant of the underground man. General Pervoadov 16 is also somewhat familiar to us, as are the sensual old official who had squandered a huge sum of public funds earmarked for widows and orphans, the sycophant Lebeziatnikov. And the engineer and believer in progress who wishes to arrange life down here on a rational basis. A special place among the dead is occupied by Prostoliadin, a simpleman, a well-to-do shopkeeper. He alone has preserved a bond with the common people and their faith, and thus behaves properly even in the grave, accepts death as a sacrament, interprets what is going on around him, among the debauched dead, as a visitation of tribulations upon their souls. Impatiently awaits the Sorokovignac, may our 40 days pass quickly, then I shall hear tearful voices over my head, my wife's lament and my children's soft weeping. The seemliness and highly reverent style of speech of the simpleman, juxtaposed to the impropriety and familiar cynicism of all the others, both living and dead, anticipate in part the future image of the pilgrim mocker Dolgoruki, although here, under conditions of the Menippi, the seemly simpleman is presented with a slight overtone of comicality, as if he were somewhat inappropriate. In addition, the carnivalized netherworld of Babak is internally profoundly resonant with those scenes of scandal and catastrophe that have such crucial significance in almost all of Dostoevsky's works. These scenes, usually taking place in drawing rooms, are of course considerably more complex, more motley, more full of carnivalized contrasts, abrupt mésalliances and eccentricities, fundamental crownings and decrownings, but their inner essence is analogous. The rotten chords of the official and personal lie are snapped, or at least weakened for the moment, and human souls are laid bare, either terrible souls as in the nether world, or else bright and pure ones. People appear for a moment outside the usual conditions of their lives, on the carnival square or in the nether world, and there opens up another, more genuine, sense of themselves and of their relationships to one another. Of such a sort, for example, is the famous scene at Nastasia Filipovna's name day party, The Idiot. Here there are also external resonances with Babak. Ferdishchenko, a petty mystery play devil, proposes a petit jeu, everyone is to tell the worst action of his life, cf. Kleinevicius' proposal, we'll all tell our stories aloud, and we won't be ashamed of anything. To be sure, the stories that are told do not justify Ferdishchenko's expectations, but this petit jeu helps prepare the way for that carnival square atmosphere in which abrupt carnivalistic changes in the fates and appearances of people can occur, where cynical calculations are exposed, where Nastasia Filipovna's familiar and decrowning speech can take on the sound of the carnival square. We are not concerned here, of course, with the profound moral, psychological and social meaning of this scene. What interests us is precisely its generic aspect, those carnivalistic overtones that sound in almost every image and word, however realistic and motivated, and that second plane of the carnival square, and the carnivalized netherworld, which, as it were, glimmers through the actual fabric of the scene. One could also mention the sharply carnivalized scene of scandals and decrownings at the funeral feast for Marmeladov, in Crime and Punishment. Or the even more complicated scene in Varvara Petrovna Stavrogina's grand drawing room in The Possessed, with the part played by the mad lame girl, the entry of her brother Captain Lebyadkin, the first appearance of the devil Peter Verkhovensky, the triumphant eccentricity of Varvara Petrovna, the exposure and banishment of Stepan Trofimovich, Liza's hysterics and fainting fit, Shatov's slap in Stavrogin's face, and so on. Here everything is unexpected, out of place, incompatible and impermissible if judged by life's ordinary, normal course. It is absolutely impossible to imagine such a scene in, say, a novel by Leo Tolstoy or Turgenev. This is no grand drawing room, it is the public square with all the specific logic of carnivalized public square life. And finally one must mention the extraordinarily vivid carnivalistic Minopine coloration of the scandal scene in Father Zosima's cell, The Brothers Karamazov. These scandal scenes, and they occupy a very important place in Dostoevsky's works, almost always met with negative criticism from his contemporaries 17 and continue to do so today. They seemed then, and still seem today, improbable in terms of life and unjustified in terms of art. They were often explained by the author's fondness for purely external and false effects. But in fact these scenes are in the spirit and the style of Dostoevsky's whole work. And they are deeply organic, there is nothing contrived in them, in their entirety as well as in each detail they are a result of that consistent artistic logic of carnivalistic acts and categories characterized above, and absorbed over the centuries into the carnivalized line of artistic prose. At their base lies a profound carnivalistic sense of the world, which gives meaning to and unites all the seemingly absurd and unexpected things in these scenes and creates their artistic truth. Babak, thanks to its fantastic plot, can present this carnival logic in a somewhat simplified form, as required by the genre, and yet keenly and nakedly, and can therefore serve as a sort of commentary to more complicated but analogous phenomena in Dostoevsky's work. In the story Babak, rays issuing from preceding and subsequent works of Dostoevsky come to a focus. Babak could become such a focus precisely because it is a Minopy. All aspects of Dostoevsky's creativity feel in their element here. The narrow framework of that story, as we see, has turned out to be quite spacious indeed. We remember that the Minopy is the universal genre of ultimate questions. Its action takes place not only in the here and the now, but throughout the world and for all eternity, on earth, in the netherworld, and in heaven. In Dostoevsky the Minopy is brought close to the mystery play. The mystery play is, after all, nothing other than a modified medieval dramatic variant of the Minopy. In Dostoevsky, the participants in the act stand on the threshold of life and death, falsehood and truth, sanity and insanity. And they are presented here as voices, ringing out, speaking out before earth and heaven. The central figurative idea here is also that of the mystery play, to be sure, in the spirit of the Eleusinian mysteries, contemporary dead men are as sterile seed, cast on the ground, but capable neither of dying, that is, of being cleansed of themselves, of rising above themselves, nor of being renewed, that is, of bearing fruit. The second key work from the generic standpoint is Dostoevsky's Dream of a Ridiculous Man, 1877. In its generic essence, this work can also be traced to the Menippi, but to different varieties of it, to the dream satire and to fantastic journeys containing a utopian element. In the subsequent development of the Menippi, these two varieties are often combined. The dream, as something with its own, non-epic, artistic interpretation, first entered European literature, as we have said, in the genre of Menippian satire, and in the realm of the serio-comical in general. Dreams in the epic did not destroy the unity of a represented life and did not create a second plane, they also did not destroy the simple integrity of the hero's image. The dream was not counterposed to ordinary life as another possible life. Such an opposition, from one or another viewpoint, appears for the first time in the Menippi. The dream is introduced there precisely as the possibility of a completely different life, a life organized according to laws different from those governing ordinary life, sometimes directly as an inside-out world. The life seen in the dream makes ordinary life seem strange, forces one to understand and evaluate ordinary life in a new way, in the light of another glimpsed possibility. The person in a dream becomes another person, reveals in himself new possibilities, both worse and better, tests himself and verifies himself by means of the dream. Sometimes the dream is constructed directly as a crowning/decrowning of the person in life. Thus an extraordinary situation is created in the dream quite impossible in ordinary life, a situation that serves here the same purpose it serves in the Menippi, the testing of an idea and the man of an idea. The traditional way of using Menippian dreams in art continues to live on in the subsequent development of European literature, in diverse variations and with diverse nuances, in the dream visions of medieval literature, in the grotesque satires of the 16th and 17th centuries, especially vividly in Quevito and Grimmelshausen, in its fairytale symbolic use by the Romantics, including the highly original dream lyrics of Heinrich Heine, in its psychological and socio-historical application in realistic novels, in George Sand and Chernyshevsky. Special note should be made of the important variation known as crisis dreams, which lead a person to rebirth and renewal. The crisis variant was used in dramaturgy as well, in Shakespeare, Calderon, and in the 19th century in Grillparzer. Dostoevsky made very wide use of the artistic possibilities of the dream in almost all its variations and nuances. Indeed, in all of European literature there is no writer for whom dreams play such a large and crucial role as Dostoevsky. We recall the dreams of Raskolnikov, of Svidrigailov, Mishkin, Ippolit, the adolescent, Versilov, Alyosha and Dmitry Karamazov, and the role which they play in realizing the ideational design of their respective novels. Predominant in Dostoevsky is the crisis variation of the dream. To such a type belongs the dream of the ridiculous man. Concerning the generic variety of fantastic journeys used in the dream of a ridiculous man, Dostoevsky may have been acquainted with Cyrano de Bergerac's work Histoire comique d'états et empires de la lune, comical history of the states and empires of the moon, 1647-50. This is a description of an earthly paradise on the moon, from which the narrator has been banished for disrespectfulness. He is accompanied on his journey about the moon by the demon of Socrates, thus permitting the author to introduce a philosophical element, in the spirit of Gassendi's materialism. In its external form, de Bergerac's work is an entire philosophical fantastic novel. Also interesting is Grimmelshausen's Menippi der Fliegende Wandersmann nach dem Mond, c. 1659, which shares a common source with Cyrano de Bergerac's work. Here the utopian element is of foremost importance. There is a description of the extraordinary purity and truthfulness of the moon's inhabitants. They know no vices, no crimes, no falsehood. In their country it is eternal spring, they live a long time and greet death with cheerful feasting amid a circle of friends. Children born with evil tendencies are sent off to earth to prevent them from corrupting society. The precise date of the hero's arrival on the moon is indicated, just as the date of the dream is given in Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky was undoubtedly familiar with Voltaire's Menippi Micromegas, belonging to the same fantastic line in the development of the Menippi, the line that estranges earthly reality. In The Dream of a Ridiculous Man we are struck, first of all, by the maximal universalism of this work and at the same time by its maximal terseness, its remarkable artistic and philosophical laconicism. There is no developed discursive argumentation in it whatsoever. There is clear evidence here of Dostoevsky's extraordinary capacity to see and feel an idea, a trait we mentioned in the previous chapter. We have before us an authentic artist of the idea. The Dream of a Ridiculous Man presents us with a full and complete synthesis of the universalism of the Menippi, a genre of ultimate questions of worldview, with the universalism of the medieval mystery play portraying the fate of mankind, earthly paradise, the fall, redemption. In The Dream of a Ridiculous Man this internal kinship between the two genres emerges very clearly. The genres are, of course, also akin to each other historically and genetically. But from the generic standpoint, the ancient type of Menippi is dominant here. And in general what dominates in The Dream of a Ridiculous Man is not the Christian but the ancient spirit. In its style and composition, The Dream of a Ridiculous Man differs rather significantly from Babak. It contains crucial elements of the diatribe, the confession, and the sermon. Such a complex of genres is in general characteristic of Dostoevsky's work. The central part of the work is the story of a dream vision. Here we are given a splendid character sketch, so to speak, of the peculiar compositional nature of the dream. Everything was happening the way it usually happens in dreams when you leap over space and time, over all laws of life and reason, and only pause where your heart's desire bids you pause. SSX 429. This is in fact a completely true characterization of the compositional method used for constructing a fantastic Menippi. And, with certain limitations and reservations, these characteristics can be applied to Dostoevsky's entire creative method as well. In his works Dostoevsky makes almost no use of relatively uninterrupted historical or biographical time, that is, of strictly epic time. He leaps over it, he concentrates action at points of crisis, at turning points and catastrophes, when the inner significance of a moment is equal to a billion years, that is, when the moment loses its temporal restrictiveness. In essence he leaps over space as well, and concentrates action in 2 points only, on the threshold, in doorways, entranceways, on staircases, in corridors, and so forth, where the crisis and the turning point occur, or on the public square, whose substitute is usually the drawing room, the hall, the dining room, where the catastrophe, the scandal take place. Precisely this is his artistic conception of time and space. He often leaps over elementary empirical norms of verisimilitude and superficial rational logic as well. This is why he finds the genre of the Menippi so congenial. These words of the ridiculous man are also characteristic for the artistic method of Dostoevsky, as an artist of the idea. I have seen the truth, it was not a figment of my imagination or my mind, I have seen it, and its living image has taken hold of my soul forever. SSX 440. In its subject matter The Dream of a Ridiculous Man is practically a complete encyclopedia of Dostoevsky's most important themes, and at the same time all these themes, as well as the means for elaborating them in art, are very characteristic of the carnivalized genre of the Menippi. We shall pause on several of them. 1. In the central figure of the ridiculous man there are clear traces of the ambivalent, serio-comical, image of the wise fool and tragic clown of carnivalized literature. But such ambivalence, to be sure, usually in more muffled form, is characteristic for all of Dostoevsky's heroes. It might be said that Dostoevsky's mode of artistic thinking could not imagine anything in the slightest way humanly significant that did not have certain elements of eccentricity, in all its diverse variations. This is revealed most clearly in the image of Mishkin. But in all other major Dostoevsky heroes, in Raskolnikov, Stavrogin, Versilov, Ivan Karamazov, there is always something ridiculous, although in a more or less reduced form. We repeat, Dostoevsky, as an artist, could not imagine human significance as a single-toned thing. In the preface to the Brothers Karamazov, from the author, he even makes a case for the special and vital historical importance of eccentricity. For not only is an eccentric not always an isolated case and an exception, but, on the contrary, it happens sometimes that such a person, I dare say, carries within himself the very heart of the whole, and the rest of the men of his epoch have for some reason been temporarily torn from it, as if by a gust of wind. SS 9, 9. In the image of the ridiculous man this ambivalence is, in keeping with the spirit of the Menippi, laid bare and emphasized. Also very characteristic for Dostoevsky is the fullness of self-consciousness in the ridiculous man. He himself knows better than anyone that he is ridiculous. Of all the people in the world, I knew best how ridiculous I was. When he begins to preach paradise on earth, he himself understands perfectly that it can never be realized. I shall go further, let it never, never come true, let paradise never be. After all, I do realize that, I shall anyway go and spread the word SSX, 441. This is an eccentric who is keenly conscious of both himself and everything else. There is not a grain of naivete in him. It is impossible to finalize him, since there is nothing located external to his consciousness. 2. The story opens with a theme most typical for the Menippi, the theme of a person who is alone in his knowledge of the truth and who is therefore ridiculed by everyone else as a madman. Here is that splendid opening. I am a ridiculous man. They call me a madman now. That would be a promotion, if it were not that I remain as ridiculous to them as ever. But I no longer mind, they are all dear to me now, even when they are laughing at me. Indeed, something endears them to me particularly then. I would laugh with them, not at myself, that is, but because I love them. I would laugh if I did not feel so sad watching them. What saddens me is that they do not know the truth, and I do. Oh, how hard it is to be the only one to know the truth. But they will not understand this. No, they will not. SSX, 420. This is the typical position of the wise man in the Menippi, Diogenes, Menippus, or Democritus from the Hippocratic novel. The carrier of truth vis-a-vis all other people who consider the truth either insanity or stupidity, but here this position is, when compared with the ancient Menippi, both more complicated and more profound. At the same time this position is, in different variations and with various nuances, characteristic for all of Dostoevsky's major heroes from Raskolnikov to Ivan Karamazov. Being possessed by their truth defines their relationship to other people and creates the special sort of loneliness these heroes know. 3. Further along in the story there appears a theme very characteristic for the Menippi of the Cynics and the Stoics, the theme of absolute indifference to everything in the world. That hopeless sadness that was mounting in my soul about something that was infinitely greater than myself, this something was a mounting conviction that nothing mattered. I had begun to suspect this long ago, but positive conviction came to me all at once, one day last year. I suddenly knew that I would not have cared if the world existed at all or if there was nothing anywhere. I began to know and feel with all my being that nothing in my lifetime had existed. SSX, 421. This universal indifference and the premonition of non-existence leads the ridiculous man to thoughts of suicide. Before us is one of Dostoevsky's numerous variations on the theme of Kirillov. 4. There follows the theme of the final hours of life before suicide, one of Dostoevsky's major themes. Here this theme, in keeping with the spirit of the Menippi, is laid bare and intensified. After the ridiculous man makes the final decision to kill himself, he meets a little girl on the street who begs him to help her. The ridiculous man shoves her away rudely, since he already feels himself to be outside all norms and obligations of human life, like the dead in Babak. Here are his reflections. but if I was going to kill myself in a couple of hours from then, why should I be concerned with the girl, and what did I care for shame or anything else in the world? Why, the reason I had stamped my feet and shouted so brutally at the poor child was to assert that, far from feeling pity, I could even afford to do something inhumanly vile now, because 2 hours hence everything would be snuffed out. This is moral experimentation, characteristic for the genre of the Menippi and no less characteristic of Dostoevsky's work. Further along the reflections continue. For instance, a strange notion like this occurred to me: supposing I had once lived on the moon or Mars and had committed there the foulest and most shameful deed imaginable, and had been put to such shame and disgrace as can be experienced and imagined only sometimes in dreams, in nightmares, and supposing I later found myself on the earth, with the crime committed on that other planet alive in my consciousness, and, moreover, knowing there was no return for me, ever, under any circumstances. Would I have cared or not as I gazed at the moon from this earth? Would I have felt shame for that deed or not? SSX 425-26. In a conversation with Kirillov, Stavrogin puts to himself an absolutely analogous experimental question about an act on the moon. SS7 250, The Possessed, Part 2, ch. 5. All this is the familiar problematic posed by Ippolit, the idiot, Kirillov, the possessed, by the graveside shamelessness in Babak. In fact, they are all merely various facets of a leading theme of all Dostoevsky's work, the theme that all is permitted, in a world where there is no God and no immortality of the soul, and, linked with it, the theme of ethical solipsism. 5. Further on there unfolds the central, and one might say genre-shaping, theme of the crisis dream. More precisely, it is the theme of a man's rebirth and renewal through a dream vision, permitting him to see with his own eyes the possibility of an entirely different human life on earth. Yes, I dreamed that dream then, my 3rd of November dream. They all tease me now, telling me it was nothing but a dream. But surely it makes no difference whether it was a dream or not, since it did reveal the truth to me. Because if you have come to know it once and to see it, you will know it is the truth, and that there neither is nor can be any other, whether you are dreaming or awake. Very well, it was a dream, let it be a dream, but the fact remains that this real life which you so extol I was going to snuff out by suicide, whereas my dream, oh, it revealed to me another life, a great, renewed and powerful life. SSX 427. 6. In the dream itself there is detailed development of the utopian theme of heaven on earth, experienced by the ridiculous man and seen with his own eyes on a distant unknown star. The very description of this earthly paradise is sustained in the spirit of the ancient Golden Age, and is thus thoroughly permeated with the carnival sense of the world. The portrayal of this earthly paradise recalls in many ways Versolov's dream, the adolescent. Very characteristic here is the purely carnivalistic faith professed by the ridiculous man in the unity of mankind's aspirations and in the goodness of human nature. And yet everyone is going towards the same thing, at least all strive for the same thing, all, from the wise man to the meanest wretch, only all follow different paths. It's an old truth, but here's something new, I cannot flounder too badly, you know. Because I have seen the truth, I have seen it, and I know that people can be beautiful and happy without losing their ability to dwell on this earth. I cannot and will not believe that evil is man's natural state. SSX 440. We emphasize again that truth, according to Dostoevsky, can only be the subject of a living vision, not of abstract understanding. 7. At the end of the story there sounds a theme very characteristic for Dostoevsky, the theme of the instantaneous transformation of life into paradise. It finds its most profound expression in the brothers Karamazov. And yet it could be done so simply, in a single day, in a single hour everything would be settled. One should love others as one loves oneself, that is the main thing, that is all, nothing else, absolutely nothing else is needed, and then one would instantly know how to go about it. SSX 441. 8. We note also the theme of the mistreated little girl, which runs through a series of Dostoevsky's works. We meet her in The Insulted and the Injured, Nelly, in Svidrigaïlov's dream before his suicide, in Stavrogin's confession, in The Eternal Husband, Liza. The theme of the suffering child is one of the leading themes in the Brothers Karamazov, the images of suffering children in the chapter Rebellion, the image of Ilyushka, the babe weeping in Dmitri's dream. 9. Also present here are elements of slum naturalism, the debauched captain begging for alms on Nevsky Prospect. The image is familiar to us from The Idiot and the Adolescent, drunkenness, a card game and fighting in the room next door to the little closet where the ridiculous man has spent his sleepless nights in the Voltairian armchair, absorbed in solving ultimate questions, and where he dreams his dream about the fate of mankind. Of course we have not exhausted all the themes in The Dream of a Ridiculous Man, but even these are sufficient to demonstrate the enormous ideational spaciousness of this particular variety of the Menippi and its suitability to Dostoevsky's subject matter. In The Dream of a Ridiculous Man there are no compositionally expressed dialogues, except one half-expressed dialogue with the unknown being, but the narrator's entire speech is permeated with interior dialogue. All words are addressed to himself, to the universe, to his creator, 18 to all people. And here, as in a mystery play, the word rings out before heaven and before earth, that is, before the entire world. Such are the two key works of Dostoevsky that reveal most clearly the generic essence of his creative work, one with great affinity for the Menippi and genres kindred to it. We have offered our analyses of Babak and The Dream of a Ridiculous Man from the vantage point of an historical poetics of genre. Of primary interest to us has been the way in which these works manifest the generic essence of the Menippi. But at the same time we have tried to show how the traditional features of the genre are organically combined, in Dostoevsky's use of them, with an individual uniqueness and profundity. We shall touch on several other works of his which are also in their essence close to the Menippi, but of a somewhat different type and without the direct fantastic element. One of the best examples is the story A Meek One. Here the sharp plotline anachrysis characteristic for the genre, with its abrupt contrasts, its mésalliances and moral experimentation, is formulated as a soliloquy. The hero of the tale says of himself, "I am a past master at speaking silently, I have spent a lifetime speaking in silence and I have lived through whole dramas by myself and in silence." The image of the hero is revealed precisely through this dialogic relationship to his own self. And he remains almost until the very end by himself, in utter loneliness and hopeless despair. He does not acknowledge any higher judgment on himself. He generalizes from his own loneliness, universalizes it as the ultimate loneliness of the entire human race. Stagnation. Nature. Men are alone on earth, that's the horror. Everything is dead, and the dead are everywhere. Men are alone, and around them is silence, that is the earth. Another work close in its essence to the Menippi is Notes from Underground, 1864. It is constructed as a diatribe, a conversation with an absent interlocutor, saturated with overt and hidden polemic, and contains important elements of the confession. A story with an acute anachrysis is introduced into the second part. In Notes from Underground we also find other familiar signs of the Menippi, abrupt dialogic synchrises, familiarization and profanation, slum naturalism, and so on. This work too is characterized by an extraordinary ideational spaciousness. Almost all the themes and ideas of Dostoevsky's subsequent work are outlined here in simplified and stripped down form. The verbal style of this work will be dealt with in the following chapter. We shall touch upon one more work of Dostoevsky with a very characteristic title, A Nasty Story, 1862. This deeply carnivalized story is also close to the Menippi, but of the Voronyan type. Serving as plot center for the ideas is an argument among three generals at a name-day party. Afterwards the hero of the story, one of the three, in order to test his liberal humanistic idea, drops in on the wedding feast of one of his lowliest subordinates, where, due to inexperience, he is a non-drinker, he gets thoroughly drunk. Everything is built on the extreme inappropriateness and scandalous nature of all that occurs. Everything is full of sharp carnivalistic contrasts, mésalliances, ambivalence, debasing, and decrownings. There is also an element here of rather cruel moral experimentation. We are not, of course, concerned here with the profound social and philosophical idea present in this work, which even today is not adequately appreciated. The tone of the story is deliberately unsteady, ambiguous, and mocking, permeated with elements of hidden socio-political and literary polemic. Elements of the Menippe can be found in all early, that is, pre-exile, works of Dostoevsky, influenced for the most part by the generic traditions of Gogol and Hoffmann. The Menippe, as we have said, also infiltrates Dostoevsky's novels. We shall cite only the most essential instances, without any particular supporting argumentation. In Crime and Punishment, the famous scene of Raskolnikov's first visit to Sonia, with the reading of the Gospel, is an almost perfect Christianized Menippe. Sharp dialogic sync rises, faith versus lack of faith, meekness versus pride, sharp anachrisis, oxymoronic combinations, the thinker criminal, the prostitute righteous woman, a naked statement of ultimate questions and a reading of the Gospels in a slum setting. Raskolnikov's dreams are also Menippe, as is Svidrigaïlov's dream before his suicide. In The Idiot, Hippolyte's confession, an essential explanation, is a Menippe, framed by a carnivalized scene of dialogue on Prince Mishkin's terrace and ending with Hippolyte's attempted suicide. In The Possessed it is Stavrogin's confession, together with the dialogue between Stavrogin and Tikhon which frames it. In The Adolescent it is Versilov's dream. In The Brothers Karamazov there is a remarkable Menippe in the conversation between Ivan and Alyosha in Metropolis Tavern on the market square of a god-forsaken provincial town. Here, to the sounds of the tavern organ, the clacking of billiard balls and uncorking of beer bottles, monk and atheists solve ultimate universal questions. Into this Menippean satire a second satire is inserted, the legend of the Grand Inquisitor, which has its own independent significance and is constructed on the synkrisis in the Gospels between Christ and the Devil. 19 Both these interconnected Menippean satires are among the most profound artistic and philosophical works of all world literature. And finally, there is an equally profound Menippe in the conversation between Ivan Karamazov and the Devil, the chapter, The Devil. Ivan Fyodorovich's Nightmare. Of course, all these Menippe are subordinated to the polyphonic design of the novelistic whole encompassing them, are determined by it and are inseparable from it. But in addition to these relatively independent and relatively finalized Menippe, all of Dostoevsky's novels are permeated with Menippean elements, and with elements of other kindred genres as well, the Socratic dialogue, the diatribe, the soliloquy, the confession. Of course these genres all reached Dostoevsky after thousands of years of intense development, but throughout all changes they retain their generic essence. Sharp dialogic sync rises, extraordinary and provocative plot situations, crises and turning points and moral experimentation, catastrophes and scandals, contrasts and oxymoronic combinations are what determine the entire plot and compositional structure of Dostoevsky's novels. Without further thorough research into the essence of the Menippe and other kindred genres, without research into the history of these genres and their diverse varieties in the literatures of modern times, it is impossible to arrive at a correct historico-genetic explanation of the generic characteristics of Dostoevsky's works, and not only Dostoevsky's works, the problem is of much broader significance. Analyzing the generic characteristics of the Menippe in Dostoevsky, we simultaneously uncovered in it elements of carnivalization. And this is fully understandable, since the Menippe is a profoundly carnivalized genre. But the phenomenon of carnivalization in Dostoevsky's work is of course much broader than the Menippe, it has additional generic sources and therefore requires special attention. To say that Carnival and its later derivatives, the masquerade line of development, the farcical street comedy, and so on, exercised a direct and vital influence on Dostoevsky is difficult, although real experiences of a carnival type did certainly exist in his life. 20 Carnivalization acted on him, as on the majority of other 18th and 19th century writers, primarily as a literary and generic tradition whose extra-literary source, that is, Carnival proper, was perhaps not even perceived by him in any clearly precise way. But over the long course of centuries Carnival, its forms and symbols, and above all a carnival sense of the world, seeped into many literary genres, merged with their features, shaped them, became somehow inseparable from them. Carnival was, as it were, reincarnated in literature, and precisely into one specific and vigorous line of its development. Carnival forms, transposed into the language of literature, became a powerful means for comprehending life in art. They became a special language whose words and forms possess an extraordinary capacity for symbolic generalization, that is, for generalization in depth. Many essential sides of life, or more precisely its layers, and often the most profound, can be located, comprehended, and expressed only with the help of this language. In order to master this language, that is, in order to attach himself to the carnivalistic generic tradition in literature, a writer need not know all the links and all the branchings of that tradition. A genre possesses its own organic logic which can to a certain extent be understood and creatively assimilated on the basis of a few generic models, even fragments. But the logic of genre is not an abstract logic. Each new variety, each new work of a given genre always enriches it in some way, aids in perfecting the language of the genre. For this reason it is important to know the possible generic sources of a given author, the literary and generic atmosphere in which his creative work was realized. The more complete and concrete our knowledge of an artist's generic contacts, the deeper can we penetrate the peculiar features of his generic form and the more correctly can we understand the interrelationship, within it, of tradition and innovation. All this obliges us, insofar as we are touching here upon questions of historical poetics, to characterize at least those basic links in the carnivalistic generic tradition with which Dostoevsky was directly or indirectly connected and which define the generic atmosphere of his work, in many ways so fundamentally different from the generic atmosphere of Turgenev, Goncharov, or Leo Tolstoy. One basic source of carnivalization for literature of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries was the writers of the Renaissance, above all Boccaccio, Rabelais, Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Grimmelshausen. 21 Another such source was the early picaresque novel, directly carnivalized. An additional source of carnivalization for the writers of these centuries was, of course, the carnivalized literature of antiquity, including Menippean satire, and of the Middle Ages. All the above-named basic sources for the carnivalization of European literature were very well known to Dostoevsky, except, perhaps, Grimmelshausen and the early picaresque novel. But the characteristic features of this type of novel were familiar to him from Lesage's Gil Blas**, and he took an intense interest in them. The picaresque novel portrayed life drawn out of its ordinary and, as it were, legitimized rut. It decrowned all hierarchical positions people might hold, and played with these positions. It was filled with sudden shifts, changes, and mystifications. It perceived the entire represented world in a zone of familiar contact. As concerns Renaissance literature, its direct influence on Dostoevsky was considerable, especially Shakespeare and Cervantes. We are speaking here not of the influence of individual themes, ideas, or images, but rather of the deeper influence of a carnival sense of the world itself, that is, the influence of the very forms for visualizing the world and man, and that truly godlike freedom in approaching them which is manifest not in the individual thoughts, images, and external devices of construction, but in these writers' work as a whole. The literature of the 18th century was of essential importance for Dostoevsky's assimilation of the carnival tradition, and above all Voltaire and Diderot. Characteristic for both was a combination of carnivalization with high dialogic culture, culture raised on antiquity and on the dialogues of the Renaissance. Here Dostoevsky found an organic combination of carnivalization with the rationalistic philosophical idea, and, in part, with the social theme. The combination of carnivalization with the adventure plot and with pressing social themes of the day was found by Dostoevsky in the social adventure novels of the 19th century, primarily in Frederick Sully * and Eugene Sue *, also somewhat in Dumas Fils and in Paul de Kock *. Carnivalization in these authors is of a more external sort, it is manifested in the plot, in external carnivalistic antitheses and contrasts, in abrupt changes of fate, in mystifications, and so on. A deep and free carnival sense of the world is almost entirely absent. The most essential feature in these novels is an application of carnivalization to the portrayal of contemporary reality and contemporary everyday life. Everyday life is drawn into the carnivalized action of the plot, the ordinary and constant is combined with the extraordinary and changeable. A more profound assimilation of the carnival tradition Dostoevsky found in Balzac, George Sand, and Victor Hugo. Here there are considerably fewer external manifestations of carnivalization, but there is a deeper carnival sense of the world, and, most importantly, carnivalization permeates the very construction of the major strong characters and the development of the passions. The carnivalization of passion is evidenced first and foremost in its ambivalence. Love is combined with hatred, avarice with selflessness, ambition with self-abasement, and so forth. A combination of carnivalization with a sentimental perception of life was found by Dostoevsky in Sterne and Dickens. Finally, the combination of carnivalization with an idea of the romantic type, rather than a rationalistic idea, as in Voltaire and Diderot, Dostoevsky found in Edgar Allan Poe and even more in Hoffmann. A special place is held by Russian tradition. In addition to Gogol, mention must be made here of the huge influence exercised on Dostoevsky by the most carnivalized works of Pushkin, Boris Godunov, the Tales of Belkin, the Little Tragedies and the Queen of Spades. Our brief survey of the sources of carnivalization does not pretend in any way to be complete. For our purposes it was important to trace only the basic lines of the tradition. We emphasize again that we are not interested in the influence of separate individual authors, individual works, individual themes, ideas, images. What interests us is precisely the influence of the generic tradition itself which was transmitted through the particular authors. Throughout this process the tradition is reborn and renewed in each of them in its own way, that is, in a unique and unrepeatable way. This constitutes the life of the tradition. What interests us, we use a comparison here, is the discourse of a language, and not its individual use in a particular unrepeatable context, although, of course, the one cannot exist without the other. It is certainly possible to study individual influences as well, that is, the influence of one individual writer on another, for example, Balzac on Dostoevsky, but this is already a special task and one which we do not set for ourselves here. We are interested only in the tradition itself. In Dostoevsky's work too, of course, the carnivalistic tradition is reborn in a new way, it takes on its own meaning, combines with other artistic elements, furthers its own particular artistic goals, precisely those goals that we have tried to point out in the preceding chapters. Carnivalization is combined organically with all the other characteristics of the polyphonic novel. Before moving on to an analysis of the elements of carnivalization in Dostoevsky, we shall concentrate on a few works only. We must first touch upon two additional questions. To understand correctly the problem of carnivalization, one must dispense with the oversimplified understanding of carnival found in the masquerade line of modern times, and even more with the vulgar bohemian understanding of carnival. Carnival is past millennia's way of sensing the world as one great communal performance. This sense of the world, liberating one from fear, bringing the world maximally close to a person and bringing one person maximally close to another, everything is drawn into the zone of free familiar contact, with its joy at change and its joyful relativity, is opposed to that one-sided and gloomy official seriousness which is dogmatic and hostile to evolution and change, which seeks to absolutize a given condition of existence or a given social order. From precisely that sort of seriousness did the carnival sense of the world liberate man. But there is not a grain of nihilism in it, nor a grain of empty frivolity or vulgar bohemian individualism. One must also dispense with that narrow theatrical pageantry concept of carnival, so very characteristic of modern times. For a proper understanding of carnival, one must take it at its origins and at its peaks, that is, in antiquity, in the Middle Ages and finally in the Renaissance. Point 22. The second question concerns literary movements. Carnivalization, once it has penetrated and to a certain extent determined the structure of a genre, can be used by various movements and creative methods. It is quite wrong to see it as no more than a specific characteristic of Romanticism. In fact, every movement and creative method interprets and renews it in its own way. To be persuaded of this, it is enough to contrast carnivalization in Voltaire, Enlightenment realism, the early Tieck *, Romanticism, Balzac, critical realism, and Ponson du Terrail *, pure adventure. The degree of carnivalization in each of the above authors is almost identical, but each is subordinated to its own special artistic tasks, connected with its literary movement, and therefore each sounds differently. We are not speaking here of the individual characteristics of these writers. At the same time, the presence of carnivalization defines them as belonging to one and the same generic tradition and creates, from the point of view of a Poetics, a very fundamental common ground between them. We repeat, even given all the differences in literary movement, individual personality, and artistic merit. In Petersburg Visions in Verse and Prose, 1861, Dostoevsky recalls the unique and vivid carnival sense of life experienced by him at the very beginning of his career as a writer. This was above all a special sense of Petersburg, with all its sharp social contrasts, as a fantastic magical daydream, as dream, as something standing on the boundary between reality and fantastic invention. An analogous carnival sense of a great city, Paris, can be found in Balzac, Sully, and others, but not as strong or as deep as it is in Dostoevsky. The sources of this tradition go back to the ancient Menippi, Varro, Lucian. Building on this sense of the city and the city crowd, Dostoevsky proceeds to give a sharply carnivalized picture of the emergence of his own first literary projects, including A Plan for Poor Folk. And I began to look around and suddenly I saw some strange faces. They were all strange, queer, totally prosaic figures, in no way a Don Carlos or a Posa, nothing more than titular counselors, but at the same time they somehow seemed to be fantastic titular counselors. Someone grimaced in front of me, hiding behind that fantastic crowd, and jerked at some strings and springs, and these puppets moved, and he guffawed. How he guffawed! And then another story occurred to me. In some dark corners, some titular heart, honest and pure, moral and loyal to the authorities, and alongside it some little girl, mistreated and melancholy, and this whole story rent my heart deeply. And if one could gather together that whole crowd which I dreamed of then, it would make a wonderful masquerade. Point 23. In this way, according to Dostoevsky's own reminiscences, his creative art was born, as it were, out of a vivid carnival vision of life. I call the feeling I had on the Neva a vision, Dostoevsky tells us. Here we have the characteristic accessories of a carnival complex, guffaw and tragedy, a clown, comical street farces, a crowd of masqueraders. But the most important thing here, of course, is that very carnival sense of the world, which thoroughly permeates Petersburg Dreams. In its generic essence this work is a variety of carnivalized Menippi. One should emphasize the central guffaw accompanying the vision. We shall see further that Dostoevsky's entire work is in fact permeated with it, though in a reduced form. The carnivalization of Dostoevsky's early work will not be dealt with in detail. We shall examine only certain elements of carnivalization in some of the individual works published after his exile. Here we set ourselves a limited task, to prove the presence of carnivalization and to uncover its basic functions in Dostoevsky. A deeper and fuller study of the problem, based on all of Dostoevsky's work, is beyond the limits of the present book. The first work of the second period, Uncle's Dream, is remarkable for its vividly expressed, but somewhat simplified and external, Carnivalization. At its center lies a scandal catastrophe with a double decrowning, of Mikhailova and the prince. Even the very tone of the story told by Mordasov's chronicler is ambivalent. There is an ironic glorification of Mikhailova, that is, a carnivalistic fusion of praise and abuse. 24. The scene of the scandal and decrowning of the prince, the carnival king, or more accurately the carnival bridegroom, is consistently portrayed as a tearing to pieces, as a typical carnivalistic sacrificial dismemberment into parts. If I'm a tub, then you are a one-legged cripple. Me, one-legged? Yes, one-legged and toothless into the bargain, that's what you are. And one-eyed, too, shouted Marya Alexandrovna. You have a corset instead of ribs, added Natalia Dmitrievna. Your face is on springs. You have no hair of your own. And the old fool's mustache is artificial, too, screeched Marya Alexandrovna. At least leave me my nose, Marya Alexandrovna, cried the prince, flabbergasted by such unexpected revelations. Good God, said the unfortunate prince. Take me away, my good fellow, take me away, or they'll tear me to pieces. SS2, 398-99. We have here a typical carnival anatomy, an enumeration of the parts of the dismembered body. Such enumerations were a widespread comic device in the carnivalized literature of the Renaissance. It is met very often in Rabelais, and in a somewhat less developed form in Cervantes. The role of a decrowned carnival king was also played by the heroine of the tale, Marya Alexandrovna Mikhailova. The guests dispersed with squeals and abuse, and Marya Alexandrovna was at last alone amidst the ruins and fragments of her former glory. Alas! Power, glory, distinction, all had vanished in a single evening. SS2, 399. But after the scene of the comic decrowning of the old bridegroom, the prince, there follows a paired scene of the tragic self-decrowning and death of the young bridegroom, the schoolteacher Vasia. Such a pairing of scenes, and individual images, that reflect one another or shine through one another, one given in the comic plane and the other in the tragic, as in this instance, or one on a lofty and the other on a low plane, or one affirming, the other repudiating, and so forth, is characteristic of Dostoevsky. Taken together, these paired scenes create an ambivalent whole. It is evidence of an even deeper influence of the carnival sense of the world. To be sure, in Uncle's Dream this characteristic is still expressed somewhat externally. Carnivalization is much deeper and more substantial in the tale The Village of Stvanchikovo and its inhabitants, although here, too, there is still much that is external. All life in Stvanchikovo is concentrated around Foma Fomisha-Piskin, former hanger-on and buffoon, who has become the unlimited despot on Colonel Rostana's estate. That is, all life is concentrated around a carnival king. Thus all life in the village of Stvanchikovo assumes a carnivalistic character, vividly expressed. This is life that has left its normal rut, almost a world turned inside out. And it cannot be otherwise, insofar as the tone is set by a carnival king, Foma Fomish. All the other characters, participants in this life, take on carnival coloration as well. The mad rich lady Tatyana Ivanovna, suffering from an erotic mania for falling in love, in the banal romantic style, and who is at the same time the purest and kindest of souls, the mad wife of the general with her adoration and cult of Foma, the little fool Philalet with his persistent dream about the white bull and his Komarinskyaev, the mad lackey Vidoplyazov, who is constantly changing his name to one more noble, such as Tantsev, as Bukhtov. This he must do because the house servants find an indecent rhyme for each new name, the old man Gavrila, who is forced in his old age to study French, the malicious buffoon Ejevikin, the progressive fool Obnoskin who dreams of a wealthy bride, the bankrupt Hussar Mitsanchikov, the eccentric Bakhtin, and others too. These are all people who for one reason or another have left the normal rut of life, who are denied the position in life normal and appropriate for them. The entire action of the tale is an uninterrupted series of scandals, eccentric escapades, mystifications, decrownings, and crownings. The work is saturated with parodies and semi-parodies, including a parody on Gogol's selected passages from a correspondence with friends. These parodies are organically linked with the carnival atmosphere of the tale as a whole. Carnivalization allows Dostoevsky to glimpse and bring to life aspects in the character and behavior of people which in the normal course of life could not have revealed themselves. Especially deeply carnivalized is the character of Foma Fomish. He does not coincide with himself, he is not equal to himself, he cannot be given a monosemantic finalizing definition, and he anticipates in many ways the future heroes of Dostoevsky. He is, incidentally, presented in a carnivalistic contrasting pair with Colonel Rastanaat. We have concentrated on carnivalization in two works of Dostoevsky's second period because there it is more or less external and consequently very visible, obvious to all. In subsequent works carnivalization recedes into the deeper levels and its nature changes. In particular, the comic aspect, here rather loud, is later muffled and reduced almost to the minimum. We must treat this point in somewhat more detail. We have already made reference to the phenomenon of reduced laughter, so important in world literature. Laughter is a specific aesthetic relationship to reality, but not one that can be translated into logical language, that is, it is a specific means for artistically visualizing and comprehending reality and, consequently, a specific means for structuring an artistic image, plot, or genre. Enormous creative, and therefore genre-shaping, power was possessed by ambivalent carnivalistic laughter. This laughter could grasp and comprehend a phenomenon in the process of change and transition, it could fix in a phenomenon both poles of its evolution in their uninterrupted and creative renewing changeability, in death birth is foreseen and in birth death, in victory defeat and in defeat victory, in crowning a decrowning. Carnival laughter does not permit a single one of these aspects of change to be absolutized or to congeal in one-sided seriousness. When we say that birth is foreseen in death, we inevitably make logical, and thus somewhat distort, carnival ambivalence, for in so doing we sever death from birth and distance them somewhat from each other. In living carnival images, death itself is pregnant and gives birth, and the mother's womb giving birth becomes a grave. Precisely such images are produced by creative ambivalent carnival laughter, in which mockery and triumph, praise and abuse are inseparably fused. When the images of carnival and carnivalistic laughter are transposed into literature, they are transformed to a greater or lesser degree in keeping with specific artistic and literary tasks. But regardless of the degree or nature of the transformation, ambivalence and laughter remain in the carnivalized image. Under certain conditions and in certain genres, however, laughter can be reduced. It continues to determine the structure of the image, but it itself is muffled down to the minimum. We see, as it were, the track left by laughter in the structure of represented reality, but the laughter itself we do not hear. Thus in Plato's Socratic dialogues, of the first period, laughter is reduced, although not entirely, but it remains in the structure of the image of the major hero, Socrates, in the methods for carrying on the dialogue, and, most importantly, in authentic, not rhetorical, dialogicality itself, immersing thought itself in the joyful relativity of evolving existence and not permitting it to congeal in abstractly dogmatic, monologic, ossification. But here and there in the dialogues of the early period laughter goes beyond the structure of the image and, so to speak, bursts out in a loud register. In the dialogues of the later period, laughter is reduced to a minimum. In the literature of the Renaissance, laughter is generally not reduced, but certain gradations of volume do, of course, exist even here. In Rabelais, for example, it rings out loudly, as is fitting on a public square. In Cervantes there is no longer that public square intensity of sound, although in the first book of Don Quixote laughter is still quite loud, and in the second it is significantly, when compared with the first, reduced. This reduction is also linked with certain changes in the structure of the major hero's image, and with changes in the plot. In carnivalized literature of the 18th and 19th centuries, laughter is as a rule considerably muffled, to the level of irony, humor, and other forms of reduced laughter. Let us return to reduced laughter in Dostoevsky. In the first two works of the second period, as we have said, laughter can still be distinctly heard, for elements of carnival ambivalence are of course still preserved in it. 25 But in Dostoevsky's subsequent great novels, laughter is reduced almost to the minimum, especially in Crime and Punishment. In all his novels, however, we find a trace of that ambivalent laughter, absorbed by Dostoevsky together with the generic tradition of carnivalization, performing its work of artistically organizing and illuminating the world. We find such traces in the structure of images, in numerous plot situations, and in certain characteristics of verbal style. But the most important, one could say, the decisive expression of reduced laughter is to be found in the ultimate position of the author. This position excludes all one-sided or dogmatic seriousness and does not permit any single point of view, any single polar extreme of life or of thought, to be absolutized. All one-sided seriousness, of life and thought, all one-sided pathos is handed over to the heroes, but the author, who causes them all to collide in the great dialogue of the novel, leaves that dialogue open and puts no finalizing period at the end. It should be pointed out that the carnival sense of the world also knows no period, and is, in fact, hostile to any sort of conclusive conclusion. All endings are merely new beginnings, carnival images are reborn again and again. Certain scholars, Vyacheslav Ivanov A.G. Komaravik, apply to Dostoevsky's works the ancient, Aristotelian, term catharsis, purification. If this term is understood in a very broad sense, then one can agree with it. Without catharsis in the broad sense there is no art at all. But tragic catharsis, in the Aristotelian sense, is not applicable to Dostoevsky. The catharsis that finalizes Dostoevsky's novels might be, of course inadequately and somewhat rationalistically, expressed in this way: nothing conclusive has yet taken place in the world, the ultimate word of the world and about the world has not yet been spoken, the world is open and free, everything is still in the future and will always be in the future. But this is, after all, also the purifying sense of ambivalent laughter. It would not, perhaps, be superfluous to emphasize again that we speak here of Dostoevsky the artist. Dostoevsky the journalist was by no means a stranger to cramped and one-sided seriousness, to dogmatism, even to eschatology. But these ideas of the journalist, once introduced into the novel, become there merely one of the embodied voices of an unfinalized and open dialogue. In Dostoevsky's novels, everything is directed toward that unspoken and as yet unpredetermined new word, everything waits tensely on that word, and the author does not block its path with his own one-sided and monosemantic seriousness. Reduced laughter in carnivalized literature by no means excludes the possibility of somber colors within a work. For this reason the somber coloration of Dostoevsky's works should not confuse us, it is not their final word. Sometimes in Dostoevsky's novels reduced laughter rises to the surface, especially in those places where a narrator or a chronicler is introduced whose story is almost always constructed in parodic ironic ambivalent tones, for example, the ambivalent glorification of Stepan Trofimovich in The Possessed, very close in tone to the glorification of Mikhailova in Uncle's Dream. This laughter comes to the fore in open or half-concealed parodies that are scattered throughout all of Dostoevsky's novels. 26. We shall pause on several other characteristics of carnivalization in Dostoevsky's novels. Carnivalization is not an external and immobile schema which is imposed upon ready-made content, it is, rather, an extraordinarily flexible form of artistic visualization, a peculiar sort of heuristic principle making possible the discovery of new and as yet unseen things. By relativizing all that was externally stable, set, and ready-made, carnivalization with its pathos of change and renewal permitted Dostoevsky to penetrate into the deepest layers of man and human relationships. It proved remarkably productive as a means for capturing in art the developing relationships under capitalism, at a time when previous forms of life, moral principles, and beliefs were being turned into rotten chords and the previously concealed, ambivalent, and unfinalized nature of man and human thought was being nakedly exposed. Not only people and their actions but even ideas had broken out of their self-enclosed hierarchical nesting places and had begun to collide in the familiar contact of absolute, that is, completely unlimited, dialogue. Capitalism, similar to that pandered Socrates on the market square of Athens, brings together people and ideas. In all of Dostoevsky's novels, beginning with Crime and Punishment, there is a consistent carnivalization of dialogue. We find other instances of carnivalization in Crime and Punishment. Everything in this novel, the fates of people, their experiences and ideas, is pushed to its boundaries, everything is prepared, as it were, to pass over into its opposite, but not, of course, in the abstractly dialectical sense, everything is taken to the extreme, to its outermost limit. There is nothing in the novel that could become stabilized, nothing that could justifiably relax within itself, enter the ordinary flow of biographical time and develop in it. The possibility of such a development for Razumikin and Dounia is only indicated by Dostoevsky at the end of the novel, but of course he does not show it, such life lies outside his artistic world. Everything requires change and rebirth. Everything is shown in a moment of unfinalized transition. It is characteristic that the very setting for the action of the novel Petersburg, its role in the novel is enormous, is on the borderline between existence and non-existence, reality and phantasmagoria, always on the verge of dissipating like the fog and vanishing. Petersburg too is devoid, as it were, of any internal grounds for justifiable stabilization, it too is on the threshold. Point 27. The sources of carnivalization for Crime and Punishment are no longer provided by Gogol. We feel here in part a Balzacian type of carnivalization, and in part elements of the social adventure novel, Sully and Sue. But perhaps the most vital and profound source of carnivalization for this novel was Pushkin's Queen of Spades. We shall pause for analysis on only one small episode of the novel, which will permit us to investigate several important characteristics of carnivalization in Dostoevsky, and at the same time clarify our claim concerning Pushkin's influence. After the first meeting with Porfiry and the appearance of the mysterious artisan with his one word, murderer, Raskolnikov has a dream in which he again commits the murder of the old woman. We quote the end of this dream. He stood over her. She is afraid, he thought. He stealthily took the axe from the noose and struck her one blow, then another on the skull. But strange to say she did not stir, as though she were made of wood. He was frightened, bent down nearer and tried to look at her, but she, too, bent her head lower. He bent right down to the ground and peeped up into her face from below. He peeped and turned cold with horror. The old woman was sitting and laughing, shaking with noiseless laughter, doing her utmost that he should not hear it. Suddenly he fancied that the door from the bedroom was opened a little and that there was laughter and whispering within. He was overcome with frenzy and he began hitting the old woman on the head with all his force, but at every blow of the axe and the laughter and whispering from the bedroom grew louder and the old woman was simply shaking with mirth. He was rushing away, but the passage was full of people, the doors of the flat stood open and on the landing, on the stairs and everywhere below there were people, rows of heads, all looking, but huddled together in silence and expectation. Something gripped his heart, his legs were rooted to the spot, they would not move. He tried to scream and woke up. SSV, 288, Crime and Punishment, Part 3, ch. 6. Several points are of interest here. 1. The first point is already familiar to us, the fantastic logic of dreams employed here by Dostoevsky. We recall his words. You leap over space and time, over all laws of life and reason, and only pause where your heart's desire bids you pause, dream of a ridiculous man. This same dream logic made it possible to create here the image of a laughing murdered old woman, to combine laughter with death and murder. But this is also made possible by the ambivalent logic of carnival. Before us is a typical carnival combination. The image of the laughing old woman in Dostoevsky echoes Pushkin's image of the old countess winking from the coffin, and the winking queen of spades on the card, the Queen of Spades is, incidentally, a carnival double of the old Countess. We have here a fundamental resonance between two images and not a chance external similarity, for it occurs against the background of a general resonance between these two works, the Queen of Spades and Crime and Punishment. This is a resonance both in the atmosphere of images and in the basic content of ideas, Napoleonism on the specific terrain of early Russian capitalism. In both works this concretely historical phenomenon receives a second carnivalistic plane, one which recedes into infinite semantic space. The motivation for these two echoing images, the laughing dead woman, is also similar. In Pushkin it is insanity, in Dostoevsky, the delirious dream. In Raskolnikov's dream it is not only the murdered woman who laughs, in the dream, to be sure, it proves impossible to murder her. Other people are also laughing, elsewhere in the apartment, in the bedroom, and they laugh louder and louder. Then a crowd appears, a multitude of people on the stairway and down below as well, and in relation to this crowd passing below, Raskolnikov is located at the top of the stairs. Before us is the image of communal ridicule on the public square decrowning a carnival king pretender. The public square is a symbol of the communal performance, and at